ask, so this year, do you have anything else lined up for the year, or are you wrapping it up? And second, what was your most challenging debate this year so far, do you think?
So I have nothing left this year. I pretty much leave December open and just do the videos for the Atheist Debates Project, because Christmas is a big deal for us and for my wife especially. And so we do a big vacation. We have family on both sides to visit. So we drive from Austin to Kansas City to St. Louis to Cleveland, Tennessee. And then we do something. So it's like a 3,300-mile road trip. And so I make sure I get the work done so that I can do a proper once a year vacation for, Christmas. And once Christmas is over, Beth and I go do something just the two of us. So like we went to Florida and swam with manatees, and we went, hot springs and other stuff. As far as debates and which one was most challenging, there's no way to say this without sounding kind of douchey. I didn't find any of them particularly challenging. I found some of them more frustrating than others. But, like I debated Matt Slick on, is secular humanism superior to Christianity? And he really didn't make a case for Christianity. He certainly didn't make much of a case against secular humanism. Instead, he blathered on about brain fizz. And if you're not going to actually engage on the topic, or make an attempt, like even when the Q&A started, I asked him, hey, we're both concerned about human flourishing. What's the best way to go about it? And he's like, sex. that was as serious as he really wanted to take this. And there was a lot of others. I had great conversations with Blake Junta. He actually came down to Austin. We sat right here in this room and recorded like 3 hours of conversations. Those are the ones I enjoy. And I would say that was probably the most challenging, only because there were two people who were legitimately interested in understanding the other person and explaining why they did or didn't agree.
Now, when you're dealing with people like that, how hard is it to actually connect and potentially break through? Because I know a lot of listeners go out there and they have family and they're trying and they're close, but breaking through is just so difficult. I mean, what would be your advice to dealing with people like that?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to do it in one sitting. It can happen. The thing I posted the other day, I went out and spoke at 2 different universities. And I think over the course of, a 1-hour lecture, there's a couple people who gave up their religious beliefs, or at least struggling with this idea. But that's not the norm. And certainly when you're engaged with strong believers or family members, if you're having the conversation, don't get frustrated that you don't appear to be making progress, because the fact that anybody is listening to you and hopefully considering what you're saying is progress. I didn't change my mind in a day. I didn't change my mind in a month. It was, 18 months of pretty serious prayer and study and everything else before I went from, fundamentalist to atheist. It may happen quicker for others, but just be yourself, answer honestly, don't pretend to know stuff you don't know. Be willing to say, hey, that's a good point. Let me think about that and get back to you. And then think about it and get back to them.
That sounds a lot like what I tell people too in the way I operate. I know that a lot of times if you go into it trying to deconvert that person in a single conversation, you're going to get very, very upset at yourself for failing to do that. And then that anger is going to be projected onto the person you're talking to. You're going to be like, why can't you get it? And it's going to be this very frustrating sort of angry conversation. And you're going to get back what you give. So if you're giving that nastiness, you're going to get nastiness back. But if you give
of let's inject some fun so you don't realize you're learning something,
Mhm.
is the good way of doing that we encourage in schools. It's the reason why video games that actually teach something on the sly are one of the things I love the most. And I saw this cool little robot thing. It was an advertisement on Facebook, but I'm buying one for me and Beth, and I'm also buying one for my niece. And it's a little robot. You use markers to draw out paths, and it teaches STEM. It teaches you how to program so that when the robot runs across this color, it speeds up or turns left or slows down. So you get to draw whatever path you want. You get to program your robot the way you want. That sort of fun to learn something is a great tool right up there with the Socratic method, because it gets you questioning. Camp Quest, I get asked all the time, hey, I have nieces and nephews, or I have kids, or I have cousins, or whatever, who are in religious families. What should I do? How should I counteract the religious indoctrination? And I tend to say about the same things, which is, number one, don't panic. I was indoctrinated. I made it out. Took me longer than most people. I think that reason and reality is likely to win out. And instead of teaching kids what to think, teach them how to think. Encourage discovery, encourage the inquisitive nature that wants to find answers. And when treat kids like they're real people, even if they're not. Kids aren't real people. But if you treat them like they are, then that's how they become real people.
I've heard a lot of people.
The Bill Hicks thing about you're a kid when you're a person when you're on my phone book, that thing.
Yeah.
But if you treat them that way, if you treat them as people, when they come up and say and ask a question, if you don't know the answer, it's great for you to say I don't know, because that lets them know that it's okay, that that this is how we go about finding things. But what's even better is to say I don't know, but let's see if we can figure out how we would find that answer, and then do that. You both learn something, and they learn multiple things. They can not only potentially get the answer, or even better in some cases, find out that nobody knows this, and we're not even sure how we could answer it. And that gives them a goal, a challenge that encourages the sort of inquiry that gets us to truth.
We've hit $2,265 so far of our $50,000 goal. So folks, go to campquest.org. You can see the goal. You can donate. This money is going to go to help span out more Camp Quest locations, and of course, help more campers go to camp for free. Matt, people compliment me all the time on Talissa. She's so mature. She's so smart. She's cool to be around. She's a good kid.
I don't know. They give you all that credit.
I know that's part of it. And
I think that you were a huge impact in creating a wonderful person, but there were several other people involved, and she's just off on her own.
Wait, he's doing
I was trying to get to that, and now he's making it. Now he's making it sound like I was trying to say.
I wasn't. No, I'm not berating David. I think he's done a great job. But I mean, and I appreciate that people are going to come up and say, "Oh, you're raising such a wonderful daughter."
Keep going, man. It's funny.
Wonderful. Yeah, absolutely.
No, what I was going to get to, I was actually going to shut up. I was actually going to get to something Matt was saying, which was that when people come up and they're like, "Oh, you're doing a great job with her. She's so wonderful," and they always add in there, it's like I'm talking to someone who's 17 or 18 years old. It's like I'm talking with an adult. And I'll always say, look, it's nothing that I did. All I do is talk to her like she's a person. Right. Like I've never put my hands on my knees and bent over and went, "Now, sweetie, you have to get this done." No, I'm like, listen.
Yeah.
Like I sat down and go, look, if you don't get this finished, this isn't going to work. Do you want this to happen? I do. If I was in your situation, I'd get that done, man. And she's like, I'm on it. And we talk to them like they're people, almost like they're adults to some degree. And so that's how they communicate in the world. Talk. I hate it too.
I have never, in the entire time, I don't have kids of my own, so I probably shouldn't talk about it, but my niece and nephew, who are just absolutely awesome, I've never treated them as anything other than, hey, you're a person, here's, treat you with respect. Now, granted, I'm in a cooler position there, because where parents have to occasionally be, the hammer, I get to be the cool uncle all the time. And only when things get, really, really bad does the cool uncle have to have a bit more authority. Most of the time I just get to, let's go have fun. And, I'm going to talk to you just like you're anybody else, not a little kid, and help out where I can. To me, it just makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some child psychologist will come and tell me, no, you're doing it all wrong. But yet I see nothing but good results when I see people do that.
Some child psychologists are wrong anyway.
I was gonna ask you. Talissa's been down to Camp Quest, right?
3 years in a row.
3 years in a row.
Yep.
I know she's enjoyed it.
Oh, she absolutely loves it. Absolutely loves it. And you've done some magic shows for Camp Quest, right, Matt? For Camp Quest, Texas?
Yeah, I did magic shows for Camp Quest, Texas. I was planning maybe this year, if we can work it out with the organizers, to come down and actually like teach some magic, do a magic workshop
That
where
would be cool.
everybody gets to learn something. I had a cool idea for raising some funds, and it seems like it backfired just a minute ago. I don't promote my stuff. I've never asked for Twitter followers or anything like that. But I happen to notice that I currently have 49,662 Twitter followers, which is 338 shy of 50,000. Mm-hmm. And I was going to say that if we can get that 338 followers, get me over 50,000 before we're done with my hour, I'll donate $338.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's sweet.
But what's funny is when I did the math on it originally, there were 49,663 followers. So I've lost one follower since we started.
I'm sorry, I'll put it back on. So, trying to get an extra buck.
So it's just
it's at Matt_Dillahunty, DILLAHUNTY. We'll see if we get close to the 50,000 before.
Did someone else get Matt Dillahunty without the underscore?
No, I just picked that to start with.
Oh.
I was working in software a lot, and the underscore was the default for spaces and the way you worked in code. And I don't know if anybody's taken any other ones. This is the one. People are following it. I don't care enough to try and hunt down every perversion of my name. This is the one. Oh, this doesn't have. It's not authenticated yet. My Facebook one is though.
Yeah. All right, let's see. It just shows us 49,700 right now. So I guess that's just the estimate.
It's the 49.7. If you hover over it, it should give the full number.
Oh, it does. Wow, I didn't know it did that. Well, you've already gained a few. We're already at 49,667.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. So there's 5.
You know what's weird? I'm going to put this on the screen. Look, you know how whenever you go to someone's Twitter and then it gives you a few other people you may also want to follow this person based on this. I'm going to slide this over to the screen. I want you guys to see the first person who it suggested when you're looking at Matt Dillahunty.
Oh, Ken Ham.
Pope Francis.
Awesome.
Do you like Matt Dillahunty? You should also follow the Pope. What?
Wow. I'm in good company.
How?
Yes.
How is this the same audience?
Man, I joked before he put it up there saying Ken Ham, but I think that might be just as bad.
You know what? We're used to you ruining punchlines. It's cool.
Totally. No,
that's my job.
Yeah.
Well, man, 24-hour broadcast. I know we've had some issues with video, but is it solid now?
Yeah, we got video, sound, everything should be working good.
Okay, fine, good.
Our chat room has been very good about giving us feedback and making sure things are going well.
That means they can see me again. Yeah.
See, if only you guys had video from all the guests.
Yeah, that would be way too much to manage.
we just got video and sound 20 minutes in.
We barely have video of me and Alex talking to all the guests. It's a crapshoot whether video is going to work. You can go to campquest.org. By the way, you can also donate at dogmadebate.com. And Matt mentioned to us when he came on, right before we went on air, he was like, hey, look, the one on dogmadebate.com, it's the same widget. It goes all to the exact same place. You're not donating to us. It all goes straight to Camp Quest. But the widget on the Dogma Debate page, at first, our website says it's not secure because we're HTTP. But when you actually go through to click the donation side, that part will be secure. But if you feel better, it doesn't matter. Go to campquest.org, donate there. It's the same widget. It's the same place. It's the same level of security. But if you see that not secure thing and you want to continue, go ahead. When you get to the end, it'll let you know it's secure. But if you don't, and maybe I would just be like, I'm going to campquest.org just in case. It honestly doesn't matter. It's the exact same widget. Go to campquest.org. You can donate. You can see the current running. We're at $50,000 now. We have to maintain a little over $2,000 per hour in order to hit this goal. So this is a little scary, but we're doing it so far. We've hit $2,365.
So I have a question about that.
Yes, sir.
Do I get credit for the 2,365 or only the 365 that we've got since we started? Because we started like right at 2,000.
I think you get credit for the 2,365
yes,
because
Sweet.
yeah, because our last guest always gets credit for all the stuff that rolls in afterward.
Yep.
So yeah, being first or last
Oh.
definitely is some cheating, but it's encouraged.
So now
Yeah,
they'll
so you guys who
intend
wanted
get
to
those.
donate during my time, do it now, because otherwise, if you wait till like the end of the hour, then Kara's going to get credit for donations that I brought in.
Exactly.
We can't have that.
Yep, exactly. This is a little friendly competition to see who can who can get the most donations during their hour. Kara Santa Maria is up next. So if
Yeah,
you
she's
like
gonna-
Kara better than Matt,
Yeah.
save your donation.
So wait a minute. Who won last? Who won last year? Was it COG?
No.
No.
They have yet to win.
Anything?
But
Was it Noah?
they're really pissed off about it too.
Oh,
Cog popped up for me to follow on Twitter. Talking, why wasn't I already following?
Yeah.
there are a
Didn't
lot of
Cog
reasons
win
why
last
you
year?
shouldn't why you shouldn't follow COG.
I think Noah was
Technically,
second, right?
I think technically it was Faisal because he was last, and we had a big push at the end.
Oh, that's right. It was.
But during the broadcast, it was No Illusions
Yes.
from Scathing
Yeah.
Atheist.
Seth had a good number too.
Seth had a
Yes,
really
I
good
did
number
number
too.
two.
Yep. So this year, let's see who it's going to be. And the guys at Cognitive Dissonance reached out, and what's always happened the previous 2 years is they go on, and then sometime in the next hour or 4 hours after they go on, Noah would come on and be like, okay, what was Cognitive Dissonance amount? Then write that down and be like, okay, we need to make 500 more than that. And then they've always beat Cognitive Dissonance. So Tom and Cecil reached out and said, look, let us go last this year.
We want some of that Faisal money.
And my response was, okay, but this is a charity for kids, which means everybody's going to be listening tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central or 3 p.m. Central, the final hour. So this is a charity for kids, and they're all going to be listening to see if we hit the goal. And they were like, yeah, whatever. We know, Mom. So we'll see what happens.
See if they use the Johnny Dangerously.
Do we get
language.
to call it the glory hour?
No. And I want you to stop that immediately. Don't give those freaks any ideas.
The glory hour.
No.
You know they're listening.
No.
So, since it's competition and good fun, do we also get to like prorate it based on how many people are listening in a given if you're on at 4 o'clock in the morning and there's 5 listeners and you raise $2,000, that's a lot different than if you're on at 4 in the afternoon and there's 20,000.
That's true.
So you're trying to get Adam Reeks bumped up? Is that what you're doing?
Well,
What time's Adam on?
Aaron's
Adam's on at 4?
Aaron's on at 4 a.m. Adam's on at 4 a.m. Aaron is on at 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
Aaron Raw, but he specifically requested that time. Like he was one of the first people. We're friends.
And
we
down
go
the block.
He's 2 exits down. We go ride bikes together now that I got my motorcycle. We hang out all the time. So I just happened to be hanging out with him and said, hey, what time do you want? And he goes 3 a.m. Just like that. And I'm like, the whole schedule's open. Like anything you want other than the last. What do you want? Yeah, 3 a.m.
Aaron does his best work at 3 a.m. I mean, and I'm up late as well. I mean, I usually get to bed somewhere around 4.
Plus your neighbors when they
turn my brain off. And so I'll write or, you know, take notes, work on the book, or take notes for a video, or actually I've done videos at 3 o'clock in the morning where something just came to me, or somebody sent an email and it was, yes, this isn't a topic that I thought I would actually address, but I have so many thoughts on this. Let me flesh it all out and knock it out. And and if it doesn't get in the way of me being productive and doing what I want to do, then I don't know that it's a problem.
Yeah, that's true. I have the same thing. I'll do the same thing. What helps me is when I have the thought, I'll keep a notepad by my bed and I get up and I write a note so I can go, okay, now I know I'm not going to forget that. And then I'll close my eyes and then I think, ooh, I could expand upon that by this. And I jump up and I write more. And by the time I start to actually get sleepy, my notepad looks like an outline. And so sometimes what I do is I'll make the few notes and then I'll get up and take NyQuil just to force myself to relax and go to sleep. Because I can tell you, what's that?
So I get part of this is because I will lay down on more than one occasion. I've laid down and I've had this epiphany about a great response to an argument or a great way to phrase something that might, you know, help somebody understand it better. And I'll be in bed and I'll be just about asleep and I'll be like, you should write that down. And then I'll say, no, that's so good. There's no way you're going to forget that.
I've done that too.
And then I get up in the morning and I remember that I thought of something and I don't remember what the hell it is. So now I've gotten, you know, it's like, I don't care how tired I am. I've got to actually write it down. But when it comes time where I really want to sleep, I go to Netflix and there's a 20 episode season of Bob Ross teach painting.
You're kidding, Matt.
Awesome.
I literally did that last night.
I can't fall asleep to Bob Ross.
I watched Bob Ross.
His voice is liquid Valium. And
I literally did that exact same thing last night. That is so crazy.
Sketch pad when he comes on. It's weird.
Yeah, no. I kept finding myself sort of like fighting it because I wanted to see how the painting turned out. But eventually, you're right. His voice took over, and I was like, yes, sing to me, King Bob.
So, you know, in the olden days of the U.S., people used to sleep from like 8 to midnight, and then they would get up and they'd all go hang out and socialize and then come back and sleep the morning section from like 4 to 8. That's
Really?
how that was the old sleeping cycle.
not the farmers.
No, not the farmers. They always had to be a daylight only. You're right. But yeah, that's
You're up right before the sun.
They used to do it in little segments. They used to break it up. So they'd go do the socializing late at night.
Interesting. I did not.
I wish I could nap. I really do. I've always wished that I could nap. That was the hardest thing when I was in the Navy is you got to get sleep when you can. And so sometimes you're doing like an underway replenishment and there's a big pile of mooring line, you know, over in the corner, which would not be comfortable for most people, but you're going to crawl over there and take a nap anyway. That's the only time I've been able to nap. And I'm jealous because Beth, when she has a regular schedule, like somewhere between 10 and 11, she just goes up and lays down and she's asleep and she sleeps until 6 o'clock. I can't do that. I've never been able to do that.
Sounds a lot like me and Brandy. I've never been able to nap. Brandy can decide she's going to sleep and how long it's going to last and just lay down and take a nap. I'm so jealous. I've never been able to do it.
Somebody in the chat room just donated because of Alex's pecs. So you got one from Matt Dillahunty.
All right. Thanks, Alex.
All right, well.
Hey, I like Alex's pecs too.
Hey, those boobs you had installed are paying off.
Nice.
That's fantastic. All right, so we are up to $2,405.
All right.
All right. Also, I want to go ahead and let you know there is an amazing match going on right now. Neil Polzin has pledged to match $10,500 during this broadcast. And what he's doing is it's actually going to go to individual camps. The first 500 he is matching, and it's going to go to Camp Quest, Arizona. The next 500 is going to Camp Quest, Chesapeake. And it just goes line by line by line. We've got Chesapeake, Colorado, Kansas City, Michigan, Minnesota. Minnesota's getting 1,000. They've got 129 campers. We've got Camp Quest Northwest, Ohio, Oklahoma, Smoky Mountains, South Carolina, Texas. He's matching 1,500 to.
Texas broke records.
And then Camp Quest Texas West, NorCal, is getting another 1,000. And so we've already reached quite a bit of that. So we're going to keep you updated on that. A huge thank you to Neil Polzin for making that happen. That's huge. Yeah.
Yes.
You got one guy clapping for you for $10,000. How about this? How about that? That's what he gets right there. Thank you so much, Neil. It's super important that we.
I just
put these
when I
kids in
first
camp.
heard about Camp Quest, I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool idea, and it didn't sink in with me how significant the impact could be, or how big this could get. And that's when we mentioned it on the TV show one year, and right off the bat, it was like, what's that? Tell me more about that. Tell me, where can I find out information about that? Please do that. And then we did the Texas fundraiser that was, I guess, maybe the precursor to this, where it was me versus you versus Aaron.
Yeah, the first year we did it, it was us competing against each other.
Yeah, I think that was the third year. Third or fourth year.
And who won that?
I believe it was me. I'm not sure. It's a little foggy.
It's a little. Is that how I ended up with a pink beard because you won, or was it a pink beard because I won?
Yes, Matt Dillahunty won that one. Of course.
Well, I have to mention it because there's no way I'm winning now. and you are the one who's kept this going. I mean, Camp Quest would reach out to us, and we did all these different things, and then it's like, nope, Smalley's going to do this 24-hour dogma debate. And that's going to work out way better than the three of us competing because we all get to work together along with a whole bunch of. I took a look at the list of people who are coming up. I'm half tempted to just like sit around and drop questions into chat for the next 22 hours, but
that'd be awesome. I
said 22 because I don't care about Tom and Cecil.
Yeah. So the second year we did something together. We all united, me, you, and Aaron, and competed with Seth.
Yeah.
That was very unfair to him. We handedly handed him his bohani. And that was a lot of fun. And that was the year we did the 24-hour broadcast-a-thon for it's either Secular Student Alliance or Foundation Beyond Belief.
That was Foundation.
Foundation Beyond Belief. And then last year we did Secular Student Alliance. And
Yeah.
then this year we've actually decided to make Camp Quest the beneficiary of the 24-hour broadcast. So, and you know what? This is officially our last event in Texas.
Yeah, it is.
For the foreseeable future. We are moving to Los Angeles. So
yeah,
let's don't bring that up 100 times. All right.
Oh, I have David's new theme song.
Oh, I'd love to hear
that. Yeah. I want to hear it.
It sounded like you actually put a cassette in.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it does. I think I know what this is.
This is older than cassettes.
Oh, 8-track.
You're putting in an 8-track? A phonograph? What are you doing?
Can you hear it?
No.
Well, that's
you got us all.
Oh, wait, the sound's broken. It sounds like Dogma Debate Studios.
By the way, can they still hear me on video? Can they still hear us? Do you have audio? If you still have audio on video, I want you to know something. We've been having this issue where the broadcast on Spreaker is going nonstop. So you're going to be fine there if you listen and stream there. But for some reason, the video, you can always see the video, but the sound keeps cutting out and we have to relaunch the sound. I've already had to do it 3 times during this first hour. So if my math, that's a lot of resetting if this is going to happen for 24 hours straight. So maybe you just stream the Spreaker, watch the video, and keep the volume muted. You'll have a lot less stress in your life.
And plus, it's fun to watch the delay in the words. That part's the best.
Thank you, Donovan. You're always there for us. Is there a way we could hear that audio, Matt?
No, well, normally if I'm doing some kind of hangout or whatever, it actually just works, and I was just going to play the video. But it was just the Beverly Hillbillies theme song.
And it kind of works.
It does.
But
does it? Let me find the.
I was gonna actually write an entire parody, that was come and listen to my story about a guy named Dave. But
that was great.
Unbaptized doesn't need to be saved.
Well, if you come on at 2 a.m. or
yeah, it'll be hilarious. Let's see. Here it is. Let's go with this one.
Drink some tequila. I'll have the whole thing written here in about 20 minutes.
No, if you're doing that, you need moonshine.
I've got moonshine downstairs, although we're out of the good stuff.
There's good moonshine
over the Christmas trip every year when we're in Tennessee. I load up on Old Smoky Mountain Moonshine for the year.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if it makes sense.
Come and listen to my story about a man named Jed, a poor mountaineer, barely kept his family fed.
So far, pretty true.
Then one day he was shooting at some food, and up to the ground come a bubbling crude oil, that is, black gold, Texas
Black what?
tea.
Black gold.
Well, the first thing you know, old Jed's a millionaire. The kinfolk said, Jed, move away from there. Said, California is the place you ought to be. So they loaded up the truck and they moved to Beverly Hills, that is, swimming pools, movie stars. A Beverly Hillbilly.
See, that's Earl Scruggs.
Wow. That's
But yeah, that whole thing about loaded up the truck, the line that I had in there was, then he sold his truck. And took to Beverly. Yeah, I had it all. I did it all in the car while I was driving, but I didn't write it down, so you don't get to hear it.
oh man.
Although I do have a banjo over in the corner. I can't play like Earl, though.
We actually had 2 people text me over the last month asking me how they could get the atheist plate for their car
Highest bidder.
because it's going away.
Actually,
Well, it won't go away till his time expires.
Yeah.
I already checked.
yeah, someone else has already looked into it too.
Yeah.
I I'm only having a microphone in front of my face now, but I told Anthony the date it was going to expire, Anthony Magnabosco, because he was begging me for it for several months. He's like, I can take those plates off your hands. So yeah, I'm cool with it. I told him the date it was going to expire. I can't transfer it.
Right.
They won't let you.
Right.
You just have to let it expire, and the first person that gets it gets it. So I get to keep mine though, and I'm taking mine with me to LA. So I'll have Texas Atheist Place hanging up in my LA studio.
Yeah.
Hey, we need to give a shout out to Adam Reeks, who's coming up later. He's actually just tweeted out that he's listening right now. He's on at 4 a.m.
Central Standard Time.
Central Standard. Yeah.
All right,
Adam is someone, no BS, legitimately important to me, and I wish he lived in Austin, because he and Skag and Donovan and all them put together the Unholy Trinity Down Under. That was talks at the universities here in Austin, and I was going to tell them about this and what I do in debating. And so I said, okay, does anybody here know who Richard Dawkins is? Every hand goes up. Does anybody here know who William Lane Craig is? No hands go up.
Wow.
It is audience specific. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Matt, thank you so much, man. We really, really, really appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'll hit the social medias and beg for stuff. By the way, let me check the follower count, because I don't think we did not get anywhere near 50,000, but I might sneak back on later. Who knows?
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. We appreciate it.
Cheers, guys.
Matt
Raise a bunch
Dillahunty.
of money. Kick ass for Camp Quest.
We'll do it. Matt Dillahunty, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, Cara Santa Maria, right here on Dogma Debate.
There are tens of millions of non-believers in this country. The number has more than doubled in the past 2 decades. So little surprise, perhaps, that there is a new movement, the separation of church and summer camp, offering a God-free alternative to the traditional religious camps. ABC's Lindsay Davis brings us a look inside.
It's actually called Camp Quest, and it's where hundreds of non-believing parents send their often faithless offspring to reinforce their passionate lack of belief in the divine. For so many of these kids, it's a relief to spend time with people like themselves.
I don't have any atheist friends or anything, so I'd like to maybe make a couple of friends that live near me or whatever, that I can actually go to their house and have dinner, not have to pray before eating or whatever.
According to the 2008 census, more than 34 million Americans don't believe in God. And in just the last 2 decades, that number's more than doubled.
Some people might say, well, you guys are brainwashing these kids and they need to decide for themselves.
We would definitely encourage them to, go to church, whatever. The best way to become an atheist is to study the Bible. Study it very, very closely.
Camp Quest started in 1996 in Kentucky with just 20 campers. This is the 13th Camp Quest location, and this year they have more than 620 campers. Parents like Chandler's father, Matt, who was raised Jewish, and his mother, who was raised Christian, both now atheists.
We wanted to raise our kids to make their own decisions. If our children decided they wanted to be Jewish, fine, not a problem. We would love them just as much as if they were atheist or whatever, Buddhist. We didn't care. We just wanted them to be good, happy people.
And Elle says she was 3 when her family dropped out of the Mormon church.
When I was littler, I was very confused. The first 3 years of my life, I was raised as a Mormon, but then my parents decided that they didn't believe and they didn't want to go to church anymore, so we became atheists.
But Elle says she's thought a lot about why people believe in God.
I think that they're scared of the unknown. Like, what if something very, very terrible happens and they don't have someone to come in and like help things out and make things better. And I think they're scared of not having plan B.
For Nightline, I'm Lindsay Davis, Samish Island, Washington.
You're listening to the Dogma Debate 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. Visit dogmadebate.com to help more kids get to camp.
Here's an excerpt from Atheist Universe by David Mills.
Are we to believe that man's work week was 6 eons long rather than 6 literal days long before God permitted man a day of rest for the Sabbath? A non-literal interpretation of these passages is thoroughly dishonest and wholly disingenuous. Scholars additionally pointed out that in the original Hebrew text of Genesis, the word day is yom, which when used with an ordinal, e.g., first day, second day, third day, refers invariably to a literal 24-hour period throughout the entire Bible. So there was never any doubt voiced or even contemplated that day didn't mean day in the book of Genesis. Even Henry Morris and other creation science champions reaffirmed completely their belief that Genesis was literally true. Not so for the ID followers. They reject Genesis as being literally true, but can't seem to bring themselves to say that Genesis is literally false. They are torn schizophrenically between their emotional dependence on the local religion and their embarrassment at having to accept the serpent in the garden along with their Savior on the cross. The ID cultists want to be counted among the religious faithful, but long to be perceived as science-minded as well. ID evangelists are embarrassed by the content of their own Bible. Despite innumerable biblical references to the devil, ID's preachers never use the term publicly because they are ashamed of it. Despite chapter after morbid chapter in the Bible describing a literal fiery hell for non-Christians, ID never mentions the lake of fire because hell and the devil conflict with ID's highest goal, to appear rational and urbane.
Atheist Universe by David Mills is available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
Go to campquest.org and donate to help us reach our goal of $50,000 before the 24 hours runs out. Not only will it help us get more camps in more areas, but for every $5,000, another camper gets to go for free. And we'll call them right here on air to tell them the good news. How cool is that? In case you already forgot, it's campquest.org.
All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. Welcome to the room of people who have rooms of people that they love one day docked away. Just because we check the guns at the door doesn't mean our brains will change from hand grenades. You love another psychopath sitting next to you. You love another murderer sitting next to you. You think I'd get here sitting next to you. But after all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. We don't deal with outsiders very well. They say newcomers have a certain smell. Yeah, trust issues not to mention. They say they can smell your intentions. You laughing on the freak show sitting next to you. You laugh some weird people sitting next to you. You think how did I get here sitting next to you? But after all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse.
I get to reorganize and reinvigorate and refocus for the upcoming year. So I love December for that reason. I know I didn't really answer your question, but
no, it doesn't. No, because the thing that I wanted you to talk about was probably the thing you can't talk about. That's
yeah, I think so. And it's only because I just submitted all of the content for it, but none of it's gone live yet. And so once it goes live, I'll be able to, if you just follow, any of my social media stuff, you'll see it and it'll be really cool.
I'm the same way. And that's, I can't say why I'm going to LA yet because of the same thing. And just so everybody knows, it's not that we're being super secretive. The reality is we know that when you make an announcement, that's the most people that are looking at it. And the companies that want the content viewed or shared or whatever, they want with that announcement to be a link you can click on for instant gratification, right? And so
a lot of times it's in your contract that you're not allowed to say anything until kind of the prescribed time.
That's exactly right. And that's the case for both of us, I believe.
Yeah.
And so it's not that we're trying to hide anything. It's that we're honoring our contracts and we're honoring the fact that when we do make the announcement, we want to have an announcement with an action item to say, here's what's happening and here's what you can do to enjoy it, right? And
absolutely.
If you just say, here's what's happening, the vast majority of people hear it and go, oh, I'll check into that later, and then they never do. So that's
totally.
That's
and I can say, to be even more secretive, for this new thing that I've been working on, it's not just a thing where the action item is like, watch this thing. It's going to be interactive, which is even more exciting. So once I'm able to announce it, you'll be able to interact with it, which will be great.
Our doggy's in the studio now.
Oh, yay. I left my door cracked so that my dog could come into the studio in case he wanted to. It's so annoying. I built this beautiful studio in my new house in LA, and it's like, it's not soundproof, but it's, like, what do they say when things aren't quite waterproof? They're it's sound resistant.
It's sound resistant.
And it's, it's a great space where I have my little podcast rig and I've got the setup for 2 people. And then I have my separate office part where I can work on my computer and all my books are here. And it's so comfy, cozy. And I'm like, oh, finally, I can do something with the door closed. I can't leave the door closed. My dog howls outside the door to come in. And then the minute I let him in, he's like, oh, I'm bored. And he leaves.
It's scratching at the
so
door.
Frustrating.
Yeah. So
I think I need to put in a doggy door.
Yeah. Matt was telling me that you moved because I was like, yeah, I've been to Kara's place. So we did a show there. And he's like, no, she's moving. And I had no idea.
Yeah, I moved.
No idea
my boyfriend and I bought a house, which is like big time. Like I feel like a grown up. Super weird because we were living, I was living in an apartment. He had a house. We weren't living together when we first started dating, and he had a house and I had an apartment, and we ultimately decided that we wanted to move in together. And his house was really nice, but it was definitely like a bachelor house. It was just like a small 20s bungalow style house. And so we shopped around for quite a long time, and we finally found a place in Los Feliz, which we love. It's kind of east of LA, butted up right against Griffith Park. It's beautiful. I can, go on a hike in nature 5 minutes from my house, and we've got really beautiful views outside of the house. So it's a lot of fun. And we have our own studios. I have my own office, and he has a band room. It's awesome.
That is cool. We were looking in the Sherman Oaks area. What did you call it? Los Feliz?
Los Feliz, which is actually Los Feliz. But for some reason in LA, nobody pronounces anything with the Spanish accent. It's LOS, like Los, and then Feliz, like happy, Feliz. But everybody calls it Los or Los Feliz, which is super weird.
That is weird because I totally would have said Los
Feliz.
Los Feliz, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. You can call it that, and people don't look at you too weird. But it's kind of like there's a street called Sepulveda in LA, which is so wrong. It should be Sepulveda, but nobody pronounces anything with a Spanish accent, so whatever. It's Los Angeles. It's not Los Angeles. But yeah, Sherman Oaks is lovely. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's in the valley. It's pretty far west from where I live now. If you end up in Sherman Oaks, it'll be about in moderate traffic, maybe a 45-minute drive.
In LA traffic.
In LA traffic. In bad traffic, though, it could take like an hour and a half. You never know.
Wow.
Have you seen that video of all the traffic in LA? Like
on the 405, that recent video?
Yes.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yes.
Oh my God.
That was like Thanksgiving or something, right?
Yes.
I don't
Or somewhere
know.
around there.
Somebody shared it to my timeline and they're like, are you seriously moving to LA? Why would you do that? I'm like,
Well, from
obviously for the traffic. That's what I was
It's
hoping.
obviously, you know, it's that alone time. It's that meditative alone time. You know, from where I live, because I have a nice view, I can see the 5 below the house. And there'll be times when my boyfriend and I are standing in the kitchen or something and we look outside and we're like, it's 2 a.m. Like, how is the 5 bumper to bumper right now? But it
That's-
happens.
I'm telling
Very
you, that
strange.
was the one thing that almost made us not do this. And I'm
You
not
won't
kidding.
feel. I honestly, I don't think you'll notice a big difference because you're from Dallas. To me, LA was a very easy transition from Dallas because it's car culture.
I don't feel too
You're
bad.
already used to relying on your car. You already hop in your car to go everywhere. Like just to run to the store, you get in your car. It's not like New York. And there is bad traffic in Dallas.
Really
I don't
bad.
think people remember that, but there's pretty bad traffic in
Well,
Dallas. LA's
here's-
maybe a little worse, but it's not like that different.
Here's what I've always told people though. And when Brandy and I first went out there and we visited, it was like, we're sitting on the beach, we're at Santa Monica. I'm like, this is the life I want. This is my happy place. Brandy's like, she loves to run. And so she's running up and down. The furthest she ever ran was like 9 miles, and it was on accident because she just didn't want to stop running up and down Santa Monica Pier. Like, she loves it there. I love it there. The kids love it there. And then we got out to go to my event that I was booked there to do. And it was late at night. It was like 10 o'clock at night, and we were in standstill traffic. And I'm like, that's rough. And then we're coming back at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was in standstill traffic. And the one thing I've told people is Dallas has some bad traffic, but I'm pretty confident in most cases, unless there's a bad accident, if I leave my house at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, there's not going to be that much to deal with. In LA, it almost seems 24/7, no matter what time you leave.
Have to kind of allow for it to be 24. It's not always. I mean, there are definitely times when you're driving on the 101 at like, I don't know, 2 a.m. and it's crazy. You're like, oh my God, I've made so much progress. Like, but the thing is, you just adjust to it. In Dallas, it generally takes 60 minutes to go 60 miles. You know, that's pretty much how you would calculate like a mile a minute, because on the there are freeways pretty much everywhere. And if there's no traffic, or if the traffic's like only moderate, you can go the speed limit. Whereas in LA, I would say it takes about to go 1 mile, it takes at least 5 to 10 minutes. That's a pretty good way to calculate it. But the thing is, you never go 60 miles. That's crazy far in LA.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
usually you're only going 5 miles. Like from my house to Santa Monica is only like 8 miles, but it takes an hour. That's just how you have to calculate it, because you're always in the city. And like surface street traffic is the same as freeway traffic. It just takes the same amount of time.
We're going to look in that area, because what our only big requirement was to be close to Santa Monica. So we're going to look.
Well, then,
into
if you're in Sherman Oaks, you're great, because you're way closer than I am. You're way farther on the west side. So I think you would like it.
So my here's my workaround for the traffic. Brandy blessed me getting a motorcycle.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. And in LA, it's legal. Like it's not like you're breaking laws when you go in between cars.
Right.
You're supposed to do that in LA.
And I've seen several moto vloggers ride in between lanes. There are parts where there's like, of course you can get in the HOV lane, but there's like a line, like a thick, almost like it's like they've made almost like a bike lane in between the HOV lane and the left lane of the regular traffic. And you have like this 3.5-4 foot lane that's basically for motorcycles in between the HOV lane, and they're just cruising along like it's so.
Yeah,
cool.
I think LA is very conscientious about trying to improve the pollution problem and trying to reduce emissions. And so motorcycles, which have way better gas mileage than cars, I think are really promoted and allowed for. Same thing with bikes. There are bike lanes everywhere. And for me, I drive an electric car, which is awesome. And so I get to ride in the HOV lane for free, even if it's just me, because all the electric cars come with stickers that allow you HOV access.
So someone told me that because Brandy's Prius, they said she might get to do that too. Are hybrids the same way?
Hybrids have a sticker, but it has slightly different rules. Like there's different colored stickers. So I think it's a white sticker for a full electric vehicle and a yellow sticker for a hybrid, but they're always changing them. So I would just check when you come what the new rules are for that year. But I do see those stickers that say HOV access. It may just be that it's only certain times a day, or that you have to abide by different rules for it.
Okay.
Which is really cool. Yeah. And the truth is, if you ever wanted to upgrade to an electric car, LA has the infrastructure to allow it.
That's right.
It's very easy to drive electric in LA because, like I said, it might take you an hour, but you're only going 8 miles. It's very rare that you have to go 100 miles from home.
Well, that's what I was going to.
So yeah, it's easy.
That's my next question, because a lot of times in Dallas, it gets standstill traffic in the HOV lane if there's an accident, something like that.
Oh, yeah, that happens here too.
It happens. Okay. So it's not it's not an automatic free ticket, but
no,
it does help.
It definitely can help for sure.
Cool. So we need to look into the rules on the hybrid. So man, between your Prius and my bike, we might not have as much traffic issues as we thought we were going to have.
No, and sometimes it's just about, you have the kind of schedule, because in essence, you really are a freelancer too. You're your own boss.
Right.
Similar to me, generally speaking, I can sort of schedule things at the right time of day. I can schedule them in the right areas. I can be going against traffic a lot. So I actually don't get too frustrated.
So
my boyfriend, though, he has to go, he lives here in Los Feliz and works in Culver City. And so that's just like it's every day he has to allow for 45 to an hour there and back.
I did that for 3 years in Dallas.
Yeah, it's doable.
Driving from Dallas to Fort Worth, from Fort Worth to Dallas. Yeah. I hated it. It was 2 hours a day on the road. Sucked.
Yeah, it's hard, but it is doable. I think some people they figure out ways to cope. Like I was kind of joking before about it being your meditation time, but for some people it really can be. I personally have horrific road rage. And so I, as a general rule, only listen to classical music in my car because it calms me down.
No, listen to DMX and Eminem while you're
I would be a terror if I did that.
Please, you have got to get you one of those dash cam. Get you one of those dash cam mounted GoPros and turn it around facing you. That would be amazing YouTube. That'd be amazing YouTube content.
Wouldn't it? Yeah, I'd have so many subscribers so fast. I'd be like, look at this angry white lady.
She just ripped the steering wheel right out.
Yeah. That'd be greatness. So Amanda just messaged me from Camp Quest. She said we are $170 away from triggering the next $500 match that will go to Camp Quest Chesapeake.
Ooh,
so
cool.
Only one.
Okay, so tell me, how does that work?
So people are donating through campquest.org, and Neil Polzin has submitted a $10,500 match that he's breaking up to each individual location. And so the next one is going to be for Camp Quest Chesapeake. And there are 90 campers there. So once we hit the $170, he's going to drop in another $500 that's specifically going to go to Camp Quest Chesapeake. And he's giving to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different camps throughout the broadcast as we go all the way up to $10,500.
That's amazing. Wow. And so we're how many dollars away?
We're 170 away. Right.
$70. Okay, I'm tweeting. See, this is me trying to do double duty.
Yep.
$500 match once we hit another 170 for Camp Quest.
Yep, we're
awesome.
Up to $25.15 now. So we've gotten about $100, I think, since you've been on.
That's it?
That's it so far.
Jesus, you guys. What? Okay, let's see. Once we hit another. Yeah, I'm learning that. I'm really bad at asking for money. Like mostly, when I have to do it, it's for fundraising efforts for some of the things that I'm involved in, like SciComm Camp, or even just for the podcast, through Patreon and things like that. I got to figure out a better way to ask for money because I'm so bad at it. I'm like, I don't know, you could donate if you want to. I know it's hard.
I know.
mean, it's cool, you guys.
I know.
I'm the same way.
That's why I do it once a year for 24 hours straight. Get it all out of the way.
Get it all in
Yeah, like I'm sorry, I beg once a year. Please fill out the form. Yeah, because it's tough, especially with this year. And let's talk about that for a minute, because this year was the Reason Rally. This year was 2 massive elections. And I'm saying 2 massive elections because a lot of people in the secular community were for Bernie Sanders and gave hundreds and hundreds of dollars to Bernie Sanders. And then they felt like they lost that in the primary. And then so they were like reluctantly going, damn it, I guess I'll donate to Hillary. And then they donate hundreds and hundreds to Hillary, and we even lost that. And so between that and all the money people spent to go to Camp Quest, there have been a couple of conferences that started up and then didn't happen. There's donor fatigue, and I'm
it's true.
That's why it's scary.
It's a hard
right now.
time.
It is. Yeah,
but it's such a great thing to do for the holidays, because I definitely find that for a lot of individuals who I think are more like progressive thinkers and who are really conscientious about consumerism and things like that, it becomes difficult to know what to give people. What do we do around the holidays if we don't want to just like really buy into all the crazy Black Friday, crazy Cyber Monday, buying things that are made of plastic that can't ever biodegrade? And how do I give to people and still be conscientious. And a great way to do it is to make donations to the things that you really support in the name of the person that you want to give for. I think that's an awesome and really touching and meaningful way to give holiday gifts. So this is a really good opportunity for that.
That's a great point. And I think that, whenever I was volunteering this last year, one of the kids on the way back from the dance said, that's really distracting.
I was adjusting her microphone and she couldn't quite do it. Just go ahead.
Stop it.
I can't talk and you do this all at the same time. Okay. But anyways, we were on the way back from the dance and she said, Miss Brandy, this is the best week of my life. Aww. And it was so sweet. She's about 8 years old, and I still remember that little face as we were walking back. It's just, these kids really enjoy the time, with other kids and being able to be themselves and just, kind of hang out and have dances and all of those types of things. So it is a really great gift to be able to give, how many camperships are we giving away?
Well, for every time we hit $5,000, a new camper gets to go for free.
For free.
That's awesome.
And we're going to
That's
call
so
them.
great.
We're going to call them right here on air and say
that's so
we
fun.
We have a randomized list. We're going to call them and say you get to go to Camp Quest this year.
That is
awesome. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, what a great, how much cooler is that than buying somebody like a new video game? It's so, it's great. And the truth of the matter is, for a lot of people, especially if they're older, like this is the weird thing to me about Christmas, or I guess Hanukkah's a little bit different because you don't usually buy each other gifts on Hanukkah, but for Christmas especially, the older you get, the more it's like, your parents be like, what do you want for Christmas this year? And you're like, I don't know. If I want something, I just buy it.
Right.
Like, I don't need you to, I don't have a list. I would much rather you do something creative or handmade or something in my name. And so I think it's a great opportunity. Also, it makes me laugh that so far, did you guys know this? 72,000 people have donated to Planned Parenthood in Mike Pence's name. So you can also you can donate in the name of your super Christy relative to Camp Quest and really stick it to
Speaking of that, that's the great part about Camp Quest too, is that a lot of these kids are secular, but as far as religion and religious kids, they're welcome there as well.
Yeah,
so
which is great. It's just really opening up new ways of thinking to people, so that it's not, because a lot of people don't have that opportunity, do they? When you're growing up and you want to go to summer camp, you want to have an opportunity to go learn something, or your parents want to be able to kind of send you away for a little bit. A lot of them are super religious.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting. So to be able to have something secular where your kids aren't going to be indoctrinated while they're gone, regardless of what their belief systems are, they're going to be able to just learn in an open-minded way. I think that's great.
Well, and another thing too is that they actually do talk about religion to learn about them, so they can discuss these things and these ideas without actually, being indoctrinated. So it's really a cool way to learn about different world religions and stuff.
Very cool.
All right, so yes, giving money can be really difficult, and I've struggled with asking people for money. So I'm trying to teach my kids not to have this problem. So they come up to me all the time, and they're like, "Dad, can I?" So here, let's work on this. All right,
go ahead.
Say, please give us money.
Please give us money.
It wasn't that hard.
It
wasn't that hard. Okay, let's do it again. Do it one more time.
Please give us money.
Okay.
That is adorable. How old is that child?
She's a well-trained 10-year-old.
Yeah. she's 10 and does voice work for a living.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
She, that was Allie Jules, and she actually I had her in studio one night because she stayed the night with Talissa, and we all came in studio and we did basically a skit without Alex knowing where I went to my garage, found a time machine, went back in time, and talked to 12-year-old Alex or 10-year-old Alex.
It was 10-year-old.
10-year-old Alex. Yeah. We did a whole skit where I was talking, and Allie played the role of 10-year-old Alex.
That's amazing. Oh yeah, she's good.
A lot of fun. She's really good.
It's true though. It is a good thing to teach your kids to be okay with asking for money, because we have to be realistic in this world, and we have to be, we have to be able to be okay with reality. And reality is, it costs money to run these camps, and it costs money to feed these kids in order to even have it available. So, it's hard to ask for money, but reality is they have to have money in order to run these things. And all of the volunteers, I mean, it's strictly ran by volunteers that donate their time. They take vacations, their entire week of vacation for the year in order to be able to give back to these kids. So all the other money, is absolutely a necessity.
Wow, that's really great to know that all of the people who are there working are doing it kind of just out of the goodness of their heart. So that really, I think, helps to understand exactly what it is your money is going toward when you do make a donation, that you're really there to help these kids, and like 100% of your donation goes directly towards helping these kids.
Right. And I think that's why there's so many available camperships, is because we've been able to do that because of the volunteers too. So it's all a good thing.
And you volunteered the last couple of years too, right? With
Yeah,
Camp
the
Quest,
past
Texas.
3 years.
Also, Camp Quest did just tweet back to me and say that $500 match will count towards my total, people, and we are not doing that. so there's even more motivation to give right now.
Speaking of kids, let's talk a little bit about a project we did together, which is the first of the Tiny Thinkers series.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Do you know that these are like flying off the shelves?
Yes, they are.
I've been able to sell a few on my website so that they're inscribed. I can write them out to people, dedicate them or whatever on the forward page where I wrote the forward to the book, and I'm almost out. It's crazy.
Wow, we sent you a lot.
I know, a lot, and not that long ago. People are loving them. It's so sweet.
So we're having a blast with it, and our distributor, who by the way is in LA, another reason for me to go there, and the PR firm who's managing all the marketing behind it's in LA. So they are doing a huge Christmas push, and they're going to be processing all the orders on Amazon. They're going to get it into bookstores. And so we've got all the books here that we're about to ship out in the next 3 or 4 days, all of them out to the warehouse in Tennessee to get them all out. But,
awesome.
But I briefly told this story, and I should have saved it all for right here, because I had to call Kara and be like, I've got to get you on the phone to tell you this story.
Oh my gosh. I'm so excited that you're going to tell the story, because I have an update to it. So go ahead. Yeah.
Good. Okay, cool. So, okay, good, because I was going to apologize for missing some stuff.
No,
so,
I have an update to the story.
Sweet. So. Okay, so here's the thing. And if I get something wrong, because it's been a while, please stop me and correct me. So I basically heard from Andrew Seidel, who works for FFRF. He's one of the senior attorneys there. He just called me up one day and was like, man, I've got to tell you this story. He said, one of my coworkers has a daughter named Clara, and she wears glasses, and she was getting made fun of in school for wearing glasses. And I'm like, kids still do that? Like, really? That's a thing that you have to worry. I remember when I was a kid, it was 4 eyes, and people got made fun of. But I was hoping our kids were above that or grown out of that by now. Unfortunately, not the case. And do you remember how old Clara is? Seems like
me?
Yeah, 7 or 8.
Like 5. She was really young.
Oh,
yeah, I think she was super young, which is really sad.
Okay, yeah. So she spent a lot of time in her backyard, like digging and playing. And if you read Kara's forward in the Tiny Thinkers book called Charlie and the Tortoise, I'm going to hold it up for the camera. I don't know if many people are watching because they were having audio issues, but hopefully you're listening to the audio, watching the video.
And it's only slightly out of sync.
Yeah, it's only slightly out of sync. It's not that irritating. But in there, Kara talks about sort of being in the backyard. You say, when I dug holes in my backyard searching for dinosaur bones and caught lightning bugs in jars to see how they glow. And Clara was also doing a lot of this stuff. So when her mom bought this book, Clara read the foreword, saw the picture of Kara with the glasses on, started to see her glasses as something that was a sense of pride. And she was excited to wear her glasses to school And it completely changed the way she felt about herself and the way she was approaching these kids, and told people about this story and really connected with Kara on an awesome level. And so now she's excited to go to school with her glasses on, because she feels like her glasses, show people how smart she is and that she's like Kara. And she really connected with her. So I had to call Kara and let her know that story had happened. And then I was supposed to make a connection, but I was unable to get a hold of Andrew for a while. And then I lost track of everything. So what is your update?
Well, first of all, when you told me the story, I immediately the waterworks turned on, because it was so sweet, and it reminds me of why I do some of the things that I do, especially the things that sometimes are hard to prioritize when you're trying to do work that pays, and then you find these other things that are exciting or fun that maybe aren't quite the same as some big gig on television.
to tell them the good news. How cool is that? In case you already forgot, it's campquest.org.
You're listening to the Dogma Debate 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. Visit dogmadebate.com to help more kids get to camp.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, or brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate, folks. It's our 24-hour broadcast-a-thon. Please join me in welcoming Bobby C. and Ashley from No Religion Required. Ladies and gentlemen, right here on Dogma Debate. Hey, Bobby, how are you doing, sir?
Very well, very well. You know, you started the broadcast-a-thon with Matt Dillahunty, moved right into Cara Santa Maria, and now you're stuck with us.
Bobby C and Ashley.
Yeah, Ashley.
Yeah, that's her name.
Jeez, what is going on over there, Donovan? That is the loudest microphone edit you've ever made in your life. You're fired.
It was better than Old Man Breathe.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because I had to deflect.
How have you guys been, man? It's been a while. Hey, you guys can shut up. It's been a while since I've talked to either one of you folks. How you doing?
Yeah,
pretty good. I realize that there's something missing out of that studio, though.
What's that?
Me sitting in your chair this year.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. So bring it. You got 20-something hours to get here. 20, 21, 22.
If we left now, we'd be there just in time for cognitive dissonance.
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Nobody should have to go through that.
Nobody. I will tell you, though, in your honor, Ashley, are you watching the video?
I have been watching the video.
I'm drinking sweet tea just for you.
Look at there. That's okay. She is drinking sweet tea just for you, and she has said it. She's not giving up sweet tea this year.
So Ashley hates kids. That's what we just determined.
No.
We're
We
actually
got
going to
something
get,
bigger.
we got something bigger than that we're planning on giving up this year.
Oh, what's that?
We've got something bigger. Okay, so what we've done is the listeners of No Religion Required, we kind of made a deal with them. We have two going right now. We have a listener named Adam Hatch that has this magnificent giant beard that you can tell that he's been growing for quite a while. And he said if we reach $2,000 in our hour, he will shave that beard off and he will make a video of him doing it.
Ooh. Okay.
Secondly.
So, okay, now hold on. So let me ask you, Donovan, what was our ending note for Kara? Because I just saw a donation come in, and I don't know if it came in at her hour or theirs.
So they got to get to $46.55 for him to shave his beard.
$46.55. That's a big jump.
All right. Well, we are already at $27.55, so it has started. It has started. Also, the second thing. This is the huge one.
This is what I'm giving up this year.
Yes, this is what she's given up, and me. Of course.
Wait, she's giving up you too?
She's giving you get up something and you. That's
look. She would get a raise if she got rid of me.
Look, he almost got given up today already.
All
once.
right. Anyway, moving on along with the broadcast here. We promised our listeners that
This is dogma debate, not in our
Wait, hold on. Back up.
This is our damn.
Hold on. All the husbands just perked up and went, "Ooh, what'd he do? What happened?" Ashley, if you could talk to me for a second. Bobby.
I'm sorry,
Bobby.
Ashley's mic is all of a sudden turned off.
That happens there too?
Bobby,
Gee,
if you could just mute your mic, that'd be great.
Okay, look, I'll go ahead and throw myself under the bus.
Well,
okay,
first
look.
off, here's the story, because I got to back up and tell y'all the whole story. So normally when Bobby gets off work, because he works the midnight shift now, he's so tired he comes home and he just goes to bed. Well, yesterday, homeboy came home and took a shower before he got into bed. So I come home and I was
how
like,
dare I take a shower?
I was like, what in the heck? What in the world? I mean, did you like meet up with your girlfriend or something? You had to come home and take a shower?
Yeah.
So
I took a shower and all of a sudden I have a girlfriend.
So I call him this morning when I get up, tell him I love him and I miss him and all that. And he's like, well, I got something to tell you.
Uh-oh.
Apparently he lost his wedding band sometime last night.
And took a shower?
Well, hold on.
That's weird. That's weird.
Yeah. Hang on.
You come home. Hold on. You come home, hose yourself off, and can't find your wedding ring.
Yeah.
Wait, Bobby, you're on
mute.
mute.
What that means? You know what that means? That
Strip
means
club.
he was trying to get rid of. He was trying to get rid of the sparkles.
Exactly. Strip club.
Look in his hair, see if there's any extra glitter in there. Check it out now.
Look for the glitter.
Get rid of the glitter.
That wouldn't take long.
So no, I did. I took my ring off because I have.
Because he got some cream for some udders.
Bobby just passed out. He's done.
You know what? I appreciate you having us. It's been
Yep,
great
no
being here.
problem. Ladies and gentlemen, Bobby, he's done.
And our number hadn't moved. Y'all better get to work. I'm earning. Hey, look, we are earning this money for Camp Quest. Or at least I am, anyway. So the second deal that we made with the listeners of No Religion Required was if we hit $3,000, Miss Ashley and I are giving up smoking.
What?
Wow.
Like permanently?
Permanently.
We will give it up. Just cold turkey. Give it up now.
So if
I
you hit
figured if Bobby could give up a finger this year, we could give up Sarah.
Wow, that's a good way to look at it.
That's Bobby Hour on Dogma Debate.
You know it was going to happen.
Money, babe.
Yeah, treat me like crap so the money comes in.
Wow, that's big.
So yeah, we told our listeners that hey, if we make $3,000 in this hour, we will gladly give up smoking permanently.
So what is that number? What is that number, Donovan? What's the magic number they need to do?
The number needs to be.
He said Donovan, baby.
Oh, okay, because I'm watching too.
$29.55 to give up cigarettes.
No, wait, 29.
No, we're at $29.55.
No, we're not. We're at 27.
Oh, that's how
it
much.
started at $26.55. Oh, you're 3,000. Sorry.
Yeah, they got raised 3,000.
So 5,655 is the number. 56.55. We got to beat.
Okay,
So-
56.55.
Right. So they need to get to work.
Okay.
They need to get to work. We
Mike,
have a
do you want to
long
do this
way
as
to
part
get
of
there.
this?
Sure.
Okay, so we have a little add-on benefit to help make sure this happens. Last year,
of course we do.
Was it the first year was a T-shirt, or was it
First year was T-shirt.
First year you brought a Richard Dawkins signed T-shirt.
That's right.
And we auctioned that off. And who? And then last year it was the Christopher Hitchens signed book.
That's right. Yeah.
What do you have for us this year?
Okay. Well, I knew that with this tradition started, I had to keep bringing stuff up here to auction off. So, but I didn't know how I was going to top that. Last week, actually, Henry Rollins was in town, and for anybody who doesn't know in this audience who doesn't know who Henry Rollins is, he's had a long career. He used to be in a couple of punk bands. He was a singer for Black Flag and then later for the Rollins Band. He's also an actor. He's been in several things. You might have seen him on Sons of Anarchy and in a number of different things. But what he mostly does now is he writes books and he does spoken word performances. And that's what he was doing. And if you've he's somebody who he's famous and he has his own like niche audience, but I don't think he gets enough recognition amongst free thinkers and atheists.
But the people who are a fan of his are huge fans of his.
Right? Yeah. But he's admitted that he's technically an atheist, though he doesn't really like referring to himself as such. And he's definitely a humanist. And he talks about how to change the world and make it a better place. And his if you've never seen one of his or heard one of his spoken word performances, you really ought to see at least one of them. There's like 5,000 of them on YouTube. Each of them are about 2.5 hours long. None of them are exactly the same, and they're just very inspirational. Wow. And he's been to every single continent on the planet. He's been to the Antarctic with penguins mating him around him, and he said that if the president says that there's a place in the world that you shouldn't go to, he immediately goes there. And he's traveled the entire world. He's gone to the Middle East and given people terabyte drives full of Ramones songs because he's
like, this changed my life. Yeah. Maybe this can help yours. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I mean, his point of view is that if we know that there's people in the Middle East that are listening to Black Flag and Black Sabbath and P-Funk, that maybe we'll be less likely to want to go over there and bomb them.
Oh, wow.
But
that's a pretty cool mindset.
But he's a really great human being, and I was able to get 2 signed books from him. I didn't get to meet him, but I got these 2 books signed.
I'm showing the first one here on the video. It is Henry Rollins' Black Coffee Blues, and there is his signature right on the inside. Well, they can't see it. You go ahead and talk about the next one.
Okay, the next one is A Grim Detail.
A Grim Detail. Wow, he made it look like one of those
old school composition
books. Yeah, the old composition books. There you go.
Now, and
Philip's our wonderful hand model right now.
I'm aware that Rollins might have a big audience, but I don't know how much crossover there is with free thinkers and atheists and humanists, although there should be more than there is. But I've thought that because he might not be that well known amongst atheists, free thinkers, and skeptics and humanists, that I needed to add something more.
Okay.
So we need something else. So I brought somebody that everybody does know. And this is a signed DVD from Richard Dawkins.
Signed DVD from Richard Dawkins, appearances and events.
That's something I'm sure everybody knows about.
So Mike Keller shows up here every year and gives stuff away that he dearly, dearly does not want to get rid of.
Yes.
And all in the name of Camp Quest. And I will say that someone just provided a $1,500 donation.
Wow.
Just to stop you guys from smoking.
You know what? We'll take another one.
Well, whoever that was, thank you.
Yes,
You're definitely looking out for our health and helping out Camp Quest in the meantime.
This is definitely a person that loves Camp Quest and wants Ashley to mistreat me for weeks on end.
So I got to tell you guys as a quick tip, I quit about 10 years ago. For me, it was sunflower seeds. That kept me busy. That kept my mouth moving. It kept me munching on stuff. and it gave me something to go do outside. I would literally buy one of those little, those little slender packets of sunflower seeds at the convenience store for like 99 cents or 69 cents. I would take that and put it in my pocket at work. I would go outside and actually suck on seeds for 5 or 10 minutes and spit the seeds out and then go back in.
I always knew you were a seedy individual.
That is the dumbest thing you've ever said on this show.
Well, that's his humor.
Mine is sweet tarts, chewy miniature sweet tarts that me and Jerry DeWitt fight over.
My downside is I gained a bunch of weight when I did it, because you know why? Food started tasting so much better when my taste buds were working properly. And people would see me after 3 or 4 years after I quit smoking. They'd be like, damn, dude. I'd go, hey, I quit smoking and started eating people instead. Like, that's my new hobby. So then I think cutting the weight should be easier than stopping smoking. And that's what I'm working on now. But definitely, man, that's going to be huge. So, Mike, what do you want to do with these? Do you want to have a package deal with a set flat rate amount? You want to put some big price on these? Do you want to break them up into 3 different ones? What do you want to do? Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Helps if you can hear me. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. I think that the package deal would probably be the best idea.
What's the number?
What's the number to let go of all 3 of those?
What did we do last year?
That was a signed Hitchens book, and they ended up going for how much? Do you remember?
I heard rumors that it went for 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, because it lost me.
Do you want to go for the highest bid during the hour?
Oh yeah, whoever does the biggest amount during the hour will get all 3 of these. How's that?
We got to set a reserve though.
Well, we've already have someone did 1,500.
1,500, yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so
it's him. They couldn't figure out what that sound was. Okay. We put your headphones on. Oh, and destroy the studio in the process.
Hey,
okay.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, no joke. Mike Keller, you're fired. But leave your stuff here. Hold on. What was that?
I just got here.
Yeah. So is that how you want to do it?
Yeah.
So whoever does the biggest amount. So right now the winner is the $1,500 donation. So whoever that is, it's in the comments,
call
right?
That Jay.
Jay.
I don't know if they want their name said, right?
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
Jay's got it for 1,500.
Jay's got it right now for 1,500. If you make a donation larger than 1,500, you'll get all 3 of these items. And Jay can actually put some money with it and combine it to make his donation even larger. So, Mike, thank you so much for that. That's huge.
So let's go over those again. So we got the Richard Dawkins.
It's a Richard Dawkins signed DVD. It is Black Coffee Blues by Henry Rollins and A Grim Detail by Henry Rollins. Both of these books by Henry Rollins are signed. The Richard Dawkins DVD is also signed right there on the front of it. So all 3 of these will go to the person who makes the largest donation during this hour. Awesome. Thank you so much, Mike Keller. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty.
Neil Polson starts putting in his matches already.
Oh man, this is so much fun. What's that, Bobby?
I said yes, because our number is now up to 4,000. The number is now up to 4,755.
Which means we have hit our 2,000 mark.
We've hit our 2,000 mark.
The beard's gone.
That means that Mr. Adam Hatch is going to have to do some shaving tonight.
So is it that people really want to see Adam shave his beard, or do they really want us to quit smoking?
Hey, I want to see Adam shave his beard. Because I'm jealous. There's no way I could grow a beard like that. So,
and just for the record, last year we had a friendly competition between us and the Barroom Atheist.
We did.
And this year at ReasonCon, Bill has to wear a dress.
He does.
Oh,
yes.
I was going to ask for pictures, but I know it's going to happen anyway. So, yes, you're at 47.55. And what number do they need to get to, Donovan?
56.55.
56.55 in order
right.
to.
So we still got a little ways to go.
900. Come on, y'all.
So when does the quitting start? Is it something that today?
Immediately.
So are you chain smoking right?
Yes. Because we have that much confidence in our our family that we're chain smoking. We don't even have any cigarettes. We're on our last pack, which has like 4 cigarettes in it.
And we'll throw them in the trash.
No, they'll be smoked before they're
That's cool. That's what I did.
See, Ashley.
I remember what they did to my sweet tea last year.
How hard was that?
How long did you go without drinking sweet tea?
30 days.
A month.
Sure did. Look, I had gotten from one of our listeners, Todd. He sent me in honor of the 30th day of me being able to start drinking sweet tea again. He mailed me three huge family size packs of Lipton sweet tea.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
he did.
Bobby made sure there was a fresh gallon of sweet tea that morning.
If there's anyone from NRR listening, do not tempt us and send us cigarettes. We don't want cartons of them coming our way. So yes, we are going to give this up, man. We
That's gonna be so good for you guys. It's gonna save you tons of money too.
It's the least we could do, you know, because look, I like the idea. Now, who is it you said that is matching every, what is it, 500?
Yeah, no, Neil Polzin is matching a total of $10,500.
Right.
But he's doing it systematically to each individual group. So it's all going into different organizations.
Right. So how much does each show have to, or each guest have to raise for him to put toward whichever Camp Quest?
It just all depends. So this first one, let's see here. Oh, you know what? When we reach our first 5,000 though, we're going to get to make our first phone call to our first camper to let them know they're going to camp for free.
That would be awesome during this episode.
Yeah.
I mean, during this episode.
During this hour.
Let me try to find that.
Which now, if you remember right, David, with us being in studio last year, it was during our that we were kind of nervous about reaching some numbers.
Hey, I need a cigarette.
and we were kind of nervous about hitting numbers, and it was during our time that we reached, I think it was the $40,000 mark. I think it was. So it would be nice if we could just hit the $5,000 mark so that we can make a phone call to a young person.
That'd be really cool.
So guys, come on.
Ladies, come on.
People, go to campquest.org. It's right there on the front, and donate. Let's hit 5,000 so we can make that phone call.
Right now, we have a list of kids that have applied for or that can actually start. Oh, see, now Jerry's texting me saying if he gets 3,000, he may start smoking.
Look, I was about to say, Jerry's not here to defend himself. So look, if we get to the 5,000 mark, I'll donate Jerry for something.
Look,
and it'll have to do with something with his hair.
No, when Jerry comes on, you need to talk to him about the pictures that he's texting me right now.
Oh, what? Uh-oh.
Yes.
Now I know where the ring went.
They are not. they are not kind.
And that's why he was showering. That makes so much sense.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure David has his cell phone right there next to him, right?
I do. Yeah. How'd you know that?
Because
y'all do know we're on air, right?
Because you are attached to yours as I am to mine. You got a text message.
Wish you were attached to your wedding band like you are your phone.
That's one of the pictures Jerry is sending me. And yes, I am choosing to ignore her at the moment.
Let's see. Oh my God.
Yeah. Thanks, Jerry.
I thought that was Jerry for a second. I thought.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
I'm gonna put it up on the screen for everybody to enjoy here in studio.
It was the hair, wasn't it?
Oh man. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah. That's okay. You want to do that? I'll throw you under the bus, buddy. That's
I
how much I love you.
Did he send that to you on purpose to distract you during the broadcast?
Yes, to distract me.
Oh, okay.
That's one of several.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'd like this to backfire on Jerry. So let's do this. If you're planning on donating during Jerry's segment, just go ahead and do it now. So NRR gets the credit.
There you go. There you go.
And we were feeling bad about Jerry's 800 last year.
No, look, that ain't right.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. That picture I just showed you guys, Jerry just sent that to me, and I thought it was from Bobby. So that's not even the one he sent him. This is the one that that Bobby sent him.
Well, this guy's got better hair than Jerry.
Oh.
Did he send you the black and white one?
Yeah, he sent me the black and white one.
Yeah. We are at $5,000 even right now.
Sweet. We got our first free camper. Guys, the next $500 match by Neil Polzin is going to Camp Quest, Arizona.
Very good.
That's where it's going, in case you're wondering.
Do we get to make a call?
We do.
Awesome.
How are we going to pick? We have a random list
Pick a number.
7.
Well, number 7. Let's see. Hold on.
Got a random list.
Talk
So
about.
we got 655 to go before we quit smoking, right?
Yeah.
Y'all, come on.
All right.
Yeah, you better give me one of them too, because
Hold on. Let me count how many's left.
3.
2.
Oh hell.
It's dog debate. You can't say that on the show.
Sorry. Shoot.
Golly.
So Ashley had to do the suffering last year. So now you decided that the best thing you could do is just suffer with her. You couldn't
the
do.
best thing we can do is quit together, so we'll halfway kill each
Look,
other. For
I
next
know
month.
this is dogma debate, but let me tell y'all what Bobby really has to go through.
Okay.
Okay. So y'all know that thing that women go through when they get to be a certain age?
Sure.
Yeah, called menopause.
Well, not only does he have to put up with that, but he also has to put up with that with no cigarettes.
And y'all wonder why I'm about to get me a drinking problem.
Well, no, I was pushing it a little further. I mean, she gave up something last year. Now you're just giving something up together. Don't you have to put another stake in this game on your own?
I think we should. Because see, Brandy was supposed to paint his nails
Hang
last
on.
year.
What the hell am I
I mean,
supposed
he's
to do?
only got
Shave my
9 of them this year, so I mean, it'd be less to paint. But
Bobby, you're just easy target. I can't help myself.
What the hell are y'all doing to me? First of all, it ain't like I could shave my head.
But your eyebrows, you do have eyebrows, Bobby.
No, but I
C
do
has
have to go
eyebrows.
in public.
You got glasses?
when people go, dude, what happened to your eyebrows?
Look, I'm already a cancer patient. We don't want to make them think that I
Look,
am.
if people ask what happened to your eyebrows, there's 2 things that could happen. You can support dogma debate and say, well, I was on this show on dogma
We are
debate.
not. Look,
and then you can say, why?
Oh, see what happened to her, Mike? That's a shame.
Wow, that is beautiful.
Wow.
Bobby has that technique nailed.
So I
I'm
think you
so
should-
proud of you, Bobby. I am so proud of you.
I was about to say, he learned it from David.
So I think you should have to go get a pedicure and get your toenails painted blue with dogma debate written on all of your toes all the way across.
Oh my God, I would so take him to do that. I'd pay for it.
It's just going to be one toe would have to have 2 letters. That's it.
It'd only be dogma debate.
That works.
That works.
He can put the tiny E right underneath the last T.
He can get the E just tattooed on the side.
No, forget the E. So you got D and then BATE.
Yeah,
D bait. It works.
What in
my
the hell are
phonics
they
works,
doing?
man. Look at that.
What do you think,
First
Bobby?
of all,
DOGMA.
Okay, first off,
BATE. It works.
Oh, DB.
If we hit the 56, 55, we got to quit smoking. If we
That's
hit
bad enough.
Look, if it
I
hits
know,
6,000 in our hour, which we have we have like 33 minutes left in our hour, then I'm taking you to the spa tomorrow.
No, the hell, no, you ain't.
Yes, I am.
No, the hell, no, you ain't. No.
Yep.
Nope.
I sure am.
Hey, it's
Come
for
on,
Camp
baby.
Quest, Bobby. You
Yeah,
got to step up.
That
It's
I put
for
you
the
through in the
kids.
last
First of
couple
all,
of days, you deserve a pedicure.
After what you put me, yeah.
Yes.
No,
Let's just broadcast all their fights.
No, right.
I miss you guys so much.
That's why people love us.
5100.
5100. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. First of all, I wouldn't unleash these puppies on my worst enemy, but if that's what you're going to make me do, if we hit $6,000, hell, we ain't got the money for that.
Yeah, we do.
You know how much them damn things are?
Yes, I do. Why do you think I don't go get one? But
Excuse me, we got rent to pay.
I will take my mad money that you don't know nothing
David,
about,
you're supposed to be
and
helping me.
I will take my mad
I'll help
money
David.
that you don't know any.
You see how quick that mic dropped out again? Phew. I said help me.
Y'all just keep on talking.
Look, I hope Kara is listening because this is what Southerners sound like, darling. But no, hell no, we ain't doing that. No, the hell no.
What color? You gonna
It
do
might
the blue
only
color?
cost you
I think
twice
blue.
as much as your feet is as bad as you say they are.
Look,
they probably
gon-
give it to you for free.
No, they're gonna have to get the they're gonna say, sir, we got to go get the Dremel.
Don't doubt that.
They're gonna bring out power tools. No.
Then you'll feel right at home.
All right, you guys want to call our first?
Yes.
Please save me.
I've never done this like live on air. I was gonna
Save
work with a producer and get it working behind the scenes and all that. But let's just see if we can make it happen. You know what? No. Let me get that. Hold on. Let me get Braden to get the camper on the line first, because if I have to call, yeah. Go get Braden. Let's make a phone call right now. We're not going to say the name. I'm not going to say the name because if they're listening, I don't want to know. I don't want them to know they're about to get a phone call. So
Yes, I got the light. Yeah, it's supposed to be a surprise. Shh. Don't say nothing. Damn.
So while we're waiting, at where I work, someone asked me what our charity was this year, and I said it was Camp Quest, and they asked what that was. And I said, well, like sometimes you go to camp and you have to do all the praying and the things like that they do in the background. Yeah, they said, yeah, my daughter doesn't like doing all that. I said, do you think your daughter like doing like science experiments and going out exploring nature and not having to do any of those things? Yeah. And I go, that's what Camp Quest is going to give you.
That's
so
right.
Then I gave her the campquest.org and she was very excited. So even the people who might believe in things will still want to go to this camp because you don't have to be taught by something that you may not want to know about.
It's actually in Texas, we occasionally have Christians that do go to Camp Quest, Texas, and it's all about the different worldviews and critical thinking, etc. Campers and counselors. Thank you, Philip. Yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I just thought I'd share that story. It was a good moment since we had to delay for a phone call.
Yeah, no, that is a great moment.
And I'll tell you, here in Texas, I know it's in the South. I was surprised at how difficult it was to find camps that weren't religious until I started looking, and I couldn't find them. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we say we need one here.
We're only $170 away for the grant to go to Camp Quest, Arizona.
170,
and that should push us to the no smoking goal as well, wouldn't it?
I don't know what the numbers are. I don't have them in front of me.
5655 is what we're looking for.
And what are we at right now?
Refresh is still ticking.
5105. So we need.
Oh, okay.
I got scared and quit looking.
Oh yeah, I forgot to write down 6,000 for some colored toes.
That's right.
No.
And I will.
Yes, you said yes. You already said yes, Bobby.
Away from no smoking.
You already said yes, Bobby. It's too late.
She did.
Prove it.
It's on air. I'm quite sure David recorded it.
We can replay.
It took us a minute to edit. I mean, to replay it.
It took you a minute to edit.
Yeah, David does sound like a good Bobby C sometimes.
What? Look, no, he makes me sound like a damn hick.
Just FYI, we are $50 away from quitting smoking.
How much?
$50.
How much?
We're at 5605.
What the hell are y'all doing to me?
And
what
we
the
got
hell are y'all doing to me?
Oh, hang on. Give me that.
Oh, hang on. Give me that.
See, you ass.
See, you ass.
$50.
And all I know is that I just got a text that we're gonna have to quit smoking. I'll just tell you that much.
Oh, really?
Oh,
$50 and you'll quit smoking.
Yeah.
That means it's happening.
It's happening.
If I have to give my own 50, it's happening.
That is a promise we made, and we will stick to it. Y'all, look. I'll be completely honest with y'all. That's gonna probably be one of the hardest things that she and I have had to do.
Why you gotta say she and I?
Yeah, she did sweet tea.
Right. You didn't give up anything last year.
Yes, I did. I gave up my sanity for a month with you without sweet tea. I gave up my damn sanity.
Look, you done gave that up a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I didn't marry you, didn't I? What's Bobby?
No, that was this year, honey.
Oh, hey.
That was way after the broadcast of Fall last year.
Joe.
Better get ready because we about to have to quit.
Look, here's the bad thing, right? We start talking and David automatically thinks of dueling banjos.
Well, can you blame me?
He's not the only one.
Look, the only thing left to say is, boy, you sure got yourself a pretty mouth.
Do you blame me? Because that dog will hunt.
No, the hell no.
Look, we $100 away. I mean, well, let's just put it this way. We about to have to quit, so I might as well go ahead.
Not the last one. No, hell no. You got to share that.
You got one in your hand?
I want one in the other one.
Tough. You only got 4 fingers, so that won't work.
I so love our No Religion Required listeners. They love us. They want the best for us.
Yes, they do. They care about us. They love us.
Either that or they really want to torture the hell out of me. One of the two. He turned off the banjos.
Because he's looking for the other stuff.
Hey, we gonna make that phone call?
It's on an endless loop when you people start talking.
You are such an ass.
All right. So here's what we're gonna do.
Yes, sir.
We have the kid's dad on the line.
Oh, nice.
So we're
Hey,
we're gonna talk to him first.
Okay.
Oh wait.
Is he Southern?
Are you praying?
There's a lot going on right now, and I'm trying to manage all this with these two monkeys fighting in my ear. So
monkeys?
Wait, did he just call me?
He just called us both monkeys.
I don't recall that.
Now,
hit the replay button. Dave.
Now,
Hold on, we have to edit it.
Oh, that's okay. I'm recording on my side. We'll pull it. Had he said these two yahoos,
No objection to
Monkey
Yahoo.
sounded so much better.
5805. You have quit smoking, so put that cigarette down.
there's the ashtray.
You did it. Wow.
Out too.
What's that?
Okay, hang on one more.
No,
it was
it's
me.
over.
He's sucking on that cigarette as hard as he can.
$195 to dogma debate toes.
Oh gosh, no.
Look, how the
What's the
hell-
largest donation amount? Still the 1,500?
Yes, it is. There's been some 500 in there also, but 1,500 is still the highest.
How do we go into this spa place tomorrow and explain to them?
It's all about charity. Just say that. That's all you got to say.
Say, hey, ma'am, listen, I know this is the most weirdest thing you've ever heard, but we made a promise, and I need you to first get out the power tools, and I need you to paint my toes baby blue, and you need to put dogma debate on them.
No, you have to say, we made a promise to a whole bunch of kids.
There you go.
And if y'all would like to see what the 2,000 mark went to, you can go to No Religion Required family page on Facebook. The beard is being shaved.
What? He's doing it right now?
He's doing it right now? Oh, sweet.
Wow.
And then he posted a picture. At least he can still smoke.
6305. Get your toes painted, brother.
Oh,
6305. No way.
Oh, wow. He just did the... Wow.
And you're going to get a
Nice.
pedicure tomorrow morning. Ha 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 ha.
No the hell.
Be the first
Oh,
time
yes,
that
you
we
are
go in
now.
there and I don't get anything done.
Wow.
Oh, this
Look,
is so
and he
good.
shaved his beard and he's got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. You ain't
Oh,
right.
and by the way,
Is there a
I'm
video?
told to tell you that
A picture.
Hugh Man gets pedicures, so Bobby can too.
Is his baby blue with dogma debate on him? I bet they're not.
Oh, just hush. Quit your whining.
You know we got to pay rent.
Quit your whining. It goes for a good cause. And I told you I got mad money.
Look.
You ain't the only one with a girlfriend.
Well, we want to thank y'all for joining us. Me and Miss Ashley just have a conversation now.
No. Hold on. Have it now.
You got a girlfriend. Can I just say, hell yeah? Hell yeah. Oh, that's good. Boy, that's bad. Boy,
You can
Lord,
now
that-
mute me.
That is better than a pig and slop, boy. I tell you, that's good.
I know, baby.
You know what's funny right now? Our next guest is Michael Shermer.
I know, right?
And he's probably listening to this show for the first time ever, going, I've never heard this show, but let's give it a shot. And this is his introduction to Dogma Debate.
You man says
Well-
you're man enough to handle
Well,
Baby Blue.
well, I have a message for Mr. Michael Shermer.
Uh-oh.
Nice
Hold
to
on.
meet you, sir.
The
And I
music-
can tell you how to get your dollar amount up. Quit smoking and paint your toenails.
Yeah.
And find out your wife has a girlfriend. What?
Nice. So, so we didn't get the camper on the line. So,
They heard we're here.
what I'd like to do is I'd like to leave the studio and go work on this. Can you talk amongst yourselves?
Yeah, sure.
And figure this out?
Oh, yeah. You did it last year when, you got sick. So we can do it
That's
again.
true. We did it for
Yeah.
like 2 hours. You guys did it for like 2 hours, I think.
We had a blast.
You did.
Yes.
Was it fun having no teacher in the room? You could just do whatever you
You
want.
totally got
Entirely.
that. I was trying not to say it out loud, but
Yeah.
since you said it,
Alex took his shirt off and everything. It was kind of nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing nice about that. It's so weird.
Brandy too. Where's Brandy?
What? She needs to keep her shirt on. Okay.
Well, hey, it depends on how desperate we get for money.
Wait, is that the girlfriend?
Hey, can I
You know how excited he sounded? You know how excited he was? Just
I was waiting for him to say it. I was waiting.
wait, is that the girlfriend? Calm down, Bobby. Somebody hose him off.
Look, I just want to point out
I
something.
need a cigarette.
Do you know that we doubled the earnings that Matt, Dillahunty, and Gary Santa
Oh, shots fired.
Just-
No religion Lakaya just stepped it up. All right, I'm going to step out of the studio. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Or toenails.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
Yeah.
Toenails.
Toenails. Your
Toenails.
nails. Your nails.
So now,
Your nail
David-
toenails.
Your nails.
Toenail. So now that David's gone, how y'all doing?
Bobby, it's been a while, man. It's been forever since we've been on the phone.
I know. See, I think the last time you and I talked, I just called you out of the blue. We were doing a live show, and I saw that your Skype was up, and we just kind of called you.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the last time.
Yeah. So that was the last time. And Donovan, he just disappeared.
I can honestly say I never had more fun in Dog Debate Studios when David wasn't here. It was
I can understand that, when the boss man goes away.
we could bang the microphones, kick the table, and he didn't react. It's pretty good.
Lean way back so the audio's terrible.
Yeah, we had the squeaky chair and everything. It was, oh no.
Yeah, those were the days, man. No, look.
More than doubled.
I hate the fact that we couldn't that we couldn't be there in studio. I'm trying my best to ignore my wife. I'm still waiting to find out what her girlfriend's name is. But it really did break a heart that we weren't able to be there this year. Nothing else, just to give David a break somewhere around the middle of the night. So do me a favor, keep him away from the coffee around 2 a.m.
Yeah.
No coffee for David Smalley after 2 a.m.
No milk products.
All right,
No milk products.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, because that will put him
No
in.
gummy bears.
So let me ask. So what else you guys been up to? I mean, I know the marriage and everything else, but what else you guys at NR been up to lately?
Well, I took up knitting, and
knitting to everybody else.
I was trying to get her to take up sex, but
we got married. He lost a finger and sex.
Ain't that some stuff?
Wait a minute, that didn't come out right.
Look, it's true. When you get married, you don't get none no more.
But see, we have the scheduling conflict.
Honey, are you good for Thursday at 8? You're like, no, you got hope after faith. Well, damn.
Now, if the wedding ring pops up right about then you have a problem.
And she wonders why I got a girlfriend. I understand. But no, things are going good, man. I didn't start a new job, but I started a new schedule. So I go to work at midnight and I get off at noon. So
and y'all wonder why he gets no sex.
Normally when I get home, I usually crash to about 7 or 8 o'clock, and then I get to spend about 2 hours with Ashley, and then I'm back to work. So we actually only see each other, I would probably say, no more than 48 hours in a week.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like our relationships become our job, and our jobs have become our relationships.
Yeah, because we spend so much time. I put in well over 60 hours. Ashley puts in well over 60 hours.
We actually talk about this on the show because we sit in our R on Sunday nights, and he'll say, "Oh, how you doing?" And I just think it's funny that it takes the show for us to find out what we've been up to.
That's about right.
Yeah. So what'd you do, honey, this week?
Well, I went and got my toenails painted.
Quit smoking.
Quit smoking. Good God.
Lost my wedding band.
Lost my wedding band.
Took a shower.
Found out my wife's got a girlfriend.
Took a shower.
And got accused of having a girlfriend because I got a shower. Try that one on, guys.
Wait, how long were you married before you lost this ring?
Well, I don't know. It depends on which time you're talking about.
Which time?
Wait. Which time? What do you mean, which time?
Hang on.
Because we've been married twice in the last year.
Yeah, we got married twice in the last year.
Wait, I can't reach the button for the music. Darn it.
And
go ahead, Bobby. Tell us all about it.
I have it, but I refuse to play it. No, when we found out that I was diagnosed with cancer,
No, we were trying to figure out what was
figuring out
wrong.
what was going on.
Yeah.
And the VA kept telling him that, oh, it's just a hangnail.
Yeah. We decided that I really needed some very good insurance because of what I was about to go
Leave it
through.
to the woman to take care of it.
And so we went ahead and got married just for insurance purposes. And so
You shouldn't put that out on the air.
we
That
got married
you
for
could go to jail
insurance
for that.
purposes, you know.
It's called insurance fraud.
No, we're actually married. They can come talk to me. I know everything about you. That's scary. Mr. Carey, do you know her? Yeah. What you want to know?
She's got a girlfriend.
She's got a girlfriend.
They gonna
But-
come in and you're gonna
but-
have blue painted nails, and I got a girlfriend.
So
And no band. And still no band. So you might have a hole in that story, Bobby.
So we originally had planned on getting married October 1st, but you know, we kind of pushed it up. So we got married in May, but we had the actual ceremony itself in October.
The ceremony in May, this is literally how it went. Hey baby, you know it's Friday the 13th on May the 13th. Yep. Okay, let's go get married.
All right.
And Mr. Jim Dobler came down
He did.
and he was the one who signed the marriage certificate. And he did the whole, do you promise to give him insurance? And
Yep.
he said, I do. Well, I said, I do.
Yeah.
And he said, do you accept the insurance?
I
And
do.
he said, I do.
He said, well, hell, you are now insured.
Yep.
There you go. How's that for a secular wedding?
It was rather romantic. I think,
Yeah.
I
And he
think,
ain't
I
had
think
sex
you are
since?
very thankful
He
for
didn't
this.
have sex. Nothing.
Killing me over here, honey. Killing me. But no, it's just we've just been busy, man.
And then on
Just-
October the 1st, we decided that
Yeah.
we wanted to have, we had a couple of our close chosen family and part of our birth family that we actually probably only had 6 people from our birth family that was at that wedding.
We just got a text from Jerry DeWitt. Y'all would stop smoking. Y'all would stop smoking the week you're coming to see us. Get ready.
Get ready.
Jerry.
Yeah.
We're now at 6310. Just think if we could get to 65,
Will
then
you hush?
what I would do to Jerry's hair next weekend.
Wait. 65. What would you do to Jerry's hair for 65?
Yeah,
I don't know. Let's get to 65 and we'll find out.
Yeah, baby. What would you do to Jerry's
No,
hair?
I
baby?
mean,
What's the number?
There's a lot of us who'd like to mess up his hair.
I just you know what?
In his
I'm gonna
hair.
say this.
That
I
doesn't
just
sound-
exactly. I just want a picture of anyone touching Jerry's hair and just
Oh,
and keeping
Honey,
and
we've
keeping
got
their
that.
and
Alex,
keeping their
do I
hand.
have your cell phone number? Go and give it to me.
Yeah, I'll tell it to you right on there.
He almost did.
Yeah.
He almost did it. All right, guys, listen. So what are we at right now?
6310.
6310.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, we're at 6310. You know
So
what?
We have now put you over.
We have
You said you needed, in order to meet your goal for the broadcast-a-thon,
to catch up.
you need to have $2,000 per hour, right?
Yep.
So
Well, you're at 6310, and it's the 3rd hour.
That's amazing. You guys are
You're
awesome.
welcome.
So here's what we're doing.
the hell are you gonna say? You're welcome.
No, thank you. You've done an awesome job. She's right. So here's the thing. We're gonna get one of the campers on, but it's gonna have to be at a different time. We're
That's all
gonna
right.
have to call because we tried to call several just now down the line and we couldn't get anyone to answer. So if you're on the list, answer your phone. Okay, that'd be great.
Just don't call them during cognitive dissonance.
No, that's too scary. So what I want to do is spend this last few minutes doing something else. We've had a good time, and I want to bring the room down a little if we can, but also bring the room up in a weird way. Okay, if that's all right. You guys all heard. I think everyone here heard when I did John Carf's memorial service.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was a big deal to me and to a lot of us. I'd never dealt with anything like that, someone that close to me as a secular person, losing someone like that. So the only way I could think to make it positive is to connect with John Carf's memory, John Carf's name, the level of dedication he showed over the years,
Right.
being the first person to come in and build our whole program. And he was just so impactful. And so when we lost him in July, and I did my very emotional memorial service online, I pledged that I would make sure that someone that's a part of the Dogma Debate family got recognized as someone who had put a lot of time in and had been really special to the organization. And so I have here for the first time ever, I know it's our third annual broadcast-a-thon, but I have here an award to recognize someone. It's called the 2016 John Carf Dedication Award for your unwavering desire to change the world. And I'd like to present this right now to Donovan Baker.
Wow. Yeah.
Woohoo!
Absolutely. Congratulations.
And he's silent.
Well, that don't take a lot. Oh, he can need a minute.
Donovan, take a look at it. I know you need a minute. Take a look at it. It's engraved. It's got a picture of it's got the globe on it, because we know how much you want to change the world, and I want to thank you so much for your dedication. I hope to do this every year to recognize someone who's given so much of themselves to the organization. Philip is holding it up in front of the camera now. It's can't really see it. It's a mirrored situation, but oh, cool. Look how the Dogma Debate logo is upside down. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. So thank you so much, Donovan, for everything you've done for us. I know when we go to LA, that's going to end your reign here at Dogma Debate. So thank you for everything that you've done. Seriously.
You're welcome.
Donovan needs tissues.
He's a little bit of a mess. Look, I anticipated that. Tissues. Bobby and Ashley, thank you guys so much for being a part of this and for doing this, guys. I know how hard it is to quit smoking.
It's for a good cause.
Right.
And you know what? I would say I'd do it again, but if I quit this time, I'm not gonna start back up.
That's right.
I know how hard it is. I know for the first couple of years after I quit, I would have nightmares that I accidentally smoked. Like I would be at a party, someone would hand me a cigarette, and I would hold it for them to be like, hold this, and they ran inside, and I would accidentally puff on it. And then I'd be like, oh no, I'm addicted all over again. And I would wake up in the middle of the night thinking that had actually happened to me. So it's a very powerful thing to overcome. So you can do it. Lots of sunflower seeds and sweet tarts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And before we go, I want to thank everyone that has given during this hour.
Once again, you showed.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you have stood up for us, and you have let your support and your love and all that shine through on this hour. So thank you very, very much for that. We will gladly put them down. Just thank you. I mean, it means the world to us, and we are so glad that our listeners were able to do such an amazing thing for Camp Quest. And I have very much confidence that you guys will not only meet the $50,000 goal, but surpass it.
Awesome. Well, I hope so. I'm nervous about it as always, but thank you so much. Thank you to all the NRR listeners who showed up and made this happen. You guys rock. So that's for you, the old-fashioned cheesy Dogma Debate applause. Bobby and Ashley, thank you guys so much for doing this. We're going to take a break and do what we can to get Michael Shermer on the line. He's never been on Dogma Debate before, so this will mark the first time.
Michael, toenails. Good night, guys. Thank you very much. Remember, we love you, and
be kind to yourself and to others.
Thank you so much.
There are tens of millions of non-believers in this country. The number has more than doubled in the past 2 decades. So little surprise, perhaps, that there is a new movement, the separation of church and summer camp, offering a God-free alternative to the traditional religious camps. ABC's Lindsay Davis brings us a look inside.
It's actually called Camp Quest, and it's where hundreds of non-believing parents send their often faithless offspring to reinforce their passionate lack of belief in the divine. For so many of these kids, it's a relief to spend time with people like themselves.
I don't have any atheist friends or anything, so I'd like to maybe make a couple of friends that live near me or whatever, that I can actually go to their house and have dinner, not have to pray before eating or whatever.
According to the 2008 census, more than 34 million Americans don't believe in God. And in just the last 2 decades, that number's more than doubled.
Some people might say, well, you guys are brainwashing these kids, and they need to decide for themselves.
We would definitely encourage them to, go to church, whatever. The best way to become an atheist is to study the Bible. Study it very, very closely.
Camp Quest started in 1996 in Kentucky with just 20 campers. This is the 13th Camp Quest location, and this year they have more than 620 campers. Parents like Chandler's father, Matt, who was raised Jewish, and his mother, who was raised Christian, both now atheists.
We wanted to raise our kids to make their own decisions. If our children decided they wanted to be Jewish, fine, not a problem. We would love them just as much as if they were atheist or whatever, Buddhist. We didn't care. We just wanted them to be good, happy people.
And Elle says she was 3 when her family dropped out of the Mormon church.
When I was littler, I was very confused. The first 3 years of my life, I was raised as a Mormon, but then my parents decided that they didn't believe and they didn't want to go to church anymore, so we became atheists.
But Elle says she's thought a lot about why people believe in God.
I think that they're scared of the unknown. Like, what if something very, very terrible happens and they don't have someone to come in and, like, help things out and make things better? And I think they're scared of not having plan B.
For Nightline, I'm Lindsay Davis, Samish Island, Washington.
You're listening to the Dogman Debate 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. Visit dogmandebate.com to help more kids get to camp. Here's an excerpt from Fear of Physics by Lawrence Krauss.
A physicist, an engineer, and a psychologist are called in as consultants to a dairy farm whose production has been below par. Each is given time to inspect the details of the operation before making a report. The first to be called is the engineer, who states,
"The size of the stalls for the cattle should be decreased. Efficiency could be improved if the cows were more closely packed, with a net allotment of 275 cubic feet per cow. Also, the diameter of the milking tubes should be increased by 4% to allow for a greater average flow rate during the milking periods."
The next to report is the psychologist, who proposes the inside of the barn should be painted green. This is a more mellow color than brown and should help induce greater milk flow. Also, more trees should be planted in the fields to add diversity to the scenery for the cattle during grazing to reduce boredom. Finally, the physicist is called upon. He asks for a blackboard and then draws a circle. He begins.
"Assume the cow is a sphere."
This old joke, if not very funny, does illustrate how, at least metaphorically, physicists picture the world. The set of tools physicists have to describe nature is limited. Most of the modern theories you read about began life as simple models by physicists who didn't know how else to start to solve a problem. These simple little models are usually based on simpler little models, and so on, because the class of things that we do know how to solve exactly can be counted on the fingers of one, maybe 2 hands. For the most part, physicists follow the same guidelines that have helped keep Hollywood movie producers rich. If it works, exploit it. If it still works, copy it. I like the cow joke because it provides an allegory for thinking simply about the world, and it allows me to jump right into an idea that doesn't get written about too much, but that is essential for the everyday workings of science. Before doing anything else, abstract out all irrelevant details. There are 2 operatives here, abstract and irrelevant. Getting rid of irrelevant details is the first step in building any model of the world, and we do it subconsciously from the moment we are born. Doing it consciously is another matter. Overcoming the natural desire not to throw out unnecessary information is probably the hardest and most important part of learning physics. In addition, what may be irrelevant in a given situation is not universal, but depends in most cases on what interests you. This leads us to the second operative word, abstraction. Of all the abstract thinking required in physics, probably the most challenging lies in choosing how to approach a problem. The mere description of movement along a straight line, the first major development in modern physics, required enough abstraction that it largely eluded some pretty impressive intellects until Galileo.
Fear of Physics by Lawrence Krauss. Find this audiobook and many more at atheistaudiobooks.com. The facts you won't hear in church.
Go to campquest.org and donate to help us reach our goal of $50,000 before the 24 hours runs out. Not only will it help us get more camps in more areas, but for every 5,000, another camper gets to go for free. And we'll call them right here on air and tell them the good news. How cool is that? In case you already forgot, it's campquest.org.
On the first morning of camp, a handful of young teenagers psyched themselves up to take on a high ropes course 30 feet off the ground.
I want to do that because I'm a daredevil, but everyone's so kind of scared. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's a little bit.
One by one, the campers climb up to reach the ropes. Some race across the obstacles while others freeze up, scared by the heights.
I am class A, terrified for my life.
Some conquer the course in 15 minutes, others take an hour. But in the end, they all scream with exhilaration as they race down the long zip line at the end. In early July, 20 campers came out for 5 days and 4 nights to the first ever Camp Quest, Kansas City. They canoed in a lake, swam in the pool, went fishing, basically doing everything kids do at camps everywhere. But Camp Quest, Kansas City isn't a YMCA or scout camp. It's designed for kids from atheist, agnostic, or free thought backgrounds. Parent and volunteer David Spake says that too often, even non-religious camps make assumptions about religion by leading prayers or non-denominational worship services.
So you think, well, that's no big deal, but it is for some people.
Spake says he was excited that Camp Quest could provide an alternative experience for his daughter Avery.
Being just a child in school and having parents who are atheists or humanists, and the children tend to grow up more critically, asking questions about a religion. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of kids who feel threatened by that. And as a result, like my daughter, she's been ostracized a bit at school where we live at because she's asking hard questions.
Camp Quest is a national organization that's helped organize secular camps around the country since 1996. But this is the first year for a camp in Kansas City. It's for kids ages 8 to 17. Like all Camp Quests, the Kansas City version focuses on science and problem solving, and it offers campers a chance to think about big issues and ask tough questions in a daily discussion called the Socrates Cafe.
So the first day we did what is knowledge, and then we had Frank, our special
It's early in the afternoon, and the 20 campers sit in a big circle along with counselors in the air-conditioned main lodge building. Pool time is next, so the kids are wearing swimsuits under their t-shirts. One camper wears a goatee made out of black electrical tape. Camp Quest's National Executive Director, Amanda Metzges, runs a poll to decide on the day's discussion topic.
What is life? What is nature? What is the mind?
Typical topics include separation of church and state, or what is knowledge. Today's nominations include aliens and time travel. After the young campers vote, Metzges announces the winning topic.
All right, I think pretty clearly we have 9 votes for death. It's a weird sentence. And pretty low votes for everything else. So I think that our topic today is going to be what is death.
So for the next hour, the campers talk unflinchingly about the meaning and significance of death.
The thought of living forever is more scary than dying to me, because living forever is you will see all of your friends die, and then your next friends, and then your next friends. It will never end. You'll always wonder what's next.
It's an intense discussion. Several campers cry talking about the death of pets or grandparents. One young camper says it's hard for him to understand why life is like this. But once the hour's over, the kids get up, wipe away the tears, and head out for the pool. While the campers do cannonballs, Amanda Metzges stays behind to talk a little about Camp Quest. As the executive director of the national organization, Metzges spends a lot of time at summer camp. She says activities like the Socrates Cafe are designed to teach thinking skills.
It's not the case that the adults know the answers and that they're trying to get the kids to come up with some answer that the adults already have in mind. It's a place where everyone becomes better questioners and better thinkers together.
Metzges studied political science and psychology in college, and she's co-written a book about free-thinking parenting. But she says she learned camp counseling on the job during her 10 years with Camp Quest. According to Metzges, death is not one of the more common Socrates Cafe topics, but it does come up from time to time. And part of Camp Quest is creating a safe space for this kind of discussion.
No one wants to talk to kids about this in a serious way because it's scary. It's scary for adults to talk about it because, we lose our cool a little bit. And it's also, there's a sense that, nobody wants to to kind of bring up a topic that's difficult, but not talking about it is worse. Then kids are left sort of dealing with these issues by themselves and getting the sense that it's not okay to ask questions, or it's not okay to say anything about the stuff that's going on in their lives.
Out by the pool, camper Amelia ranks the philosophical discussions among her favorite camp activities.
Well, I think they're a really nice time to see and hear what other people think when you don't normally get to see or hear them a lot. Because they're boys and girls and boys are separated in the cabins and stuff, and so you get to hear their opinions more. So it's really fun to hear what they have to say.
Camp Quest has occasionally drawn controversy. Back in April, Joe Davidson, the founder of Oklahoma Joe's barbecue chain, stopped a Camp Quest fundraiser while it was taking place at his Tulsa restaurant. He says he hadn't been informed that the fundraiser was for a secular camp. Camp Quest Oklahoma says it had been clear with the restaurant about its mission statement. Amanda Metzges says that more frequently, Camp Quest has problems finding places to host camp. Local groups typically rent space at campgrounds, but they're sometimes denied permission when they tell campground owners what the camp is all about. Local President Lindsay Burns says she had trouble finding a welcoming campsite in Kansas City.
I did have one person who he asked me if I was an atheist, and when I told him that I was an atheist, he actually told me that he wouldn't have any animals sacrificing in his land and hung up on me.
Ultimately, Camp Quest found a home at Wildwood Education Center, about an hour south of Kansas City. Each day at Camp Quest ends around the campfire. The fire pit overlooks a small lake which shimmers with an orange light in the setting sun. As the temperature drops a few degrees, volunteer Sarah Hargreaves leads the campers through camp songs.
Thumbs up, elbows up, elbows up.
After the sun sets and the singing ends, parent David Spake tells the story of the emperor's new clothes to the curious campers.
And he's completely naked.
No underwear?
No underwear, no nothing.
Oh my God! Put the pants on him!
Spake hopes that campers like his daughter will leave Camp Quest with the feeling that they're not the only ones asking tough questions about the world around them.
Having a camp where she can come and ask those questions and know that she's not going to get ostracized, that everybody else is asking those questions and more, really gives her a chance to expand, to grow, to feel comfortable with who she is.
Campers Jacob and Anna Sophia say Camp Quest has introduced them to like-minded kids.
Just meeting people that are so similar but look like everybody else out in the world. I mean, they at least are willing to open up themselves once you get to know them, and then they're willing to help you out.
The biggest surprise is probably how open a lot of the people here are. You wouldn't think you'd get so close to people you've only known for a few days, but I knew I would come and make some friends, but I didn't think that everybody here would become my friend, or at least it feels like it.
For Casey Currents, I'm Alex Smith.
You're listening to the Dogma Debate 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. Visit dogmadebate.com to help more kids get to camp.
She comes on like a rose, but everybody knows she'll get you in touch. You can look, but you better not touch. Poison ivy, poison ivy. Late at night while you're sleeping, poison ivy comes a creeping around. She's pretty as a daisy, but look how man she's crazy. She'll really do you in if you let her get under your skin. Poison ivy, poison ivy. Late at night while you're sleeping, poison ivy comes a creeping around. Measles will make you bumpy, and mumps will make you lumpy, and chicken pox will make you jump and switch. A common cold will fool you, and whooping cough can cool you, but poison ivy, Lord, will make you itch. You're gonna need an ocean of calamine lotion. You'll be scratching like a hound the minute to mess around. Poison ivy, poison ivy. Late at night while you're sleeping, poison ivy comes a creeping around. Measles make you bumpy, and mumps will make you lumpy, and chicken pox will make you jump and switch. A common cold will fool you, and whooping cough and cool you. But poison ivy, Lord, will make you itch. You're gonna need an ocean of calamine lotion. You'll be scratching like a hound the minute you start to mess around. Poison ivy, poison ivy.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. I'm just going to keep singing.
Nice smile.
Sometimes I forget I'm on video.
You look like Chris Farley when you went.
You ever say I look like Chris Farley again, I'm going to punch you in the throat.
That's all right, Chris
No,
Farley.
you won't. That is ridiculous.
The way you did that little cute smile.
You know what Chris Farley looks like?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay, well, let's pause a moment.
It's okay.
No,
it was the reaction.
Let's pause a moment.
This is for the kids. You're not going to punch anybody in the throat.
I might. Kids will like that. They'll think it's funny.
No, they won't. That is not okay.
It's the way you did that move. He does that in the movie once where he goes. Like
Oh,
that. That's what
yeah.
that's what I was referring to. Not that you.
Okay. Whatever. That's cute. Here's Chris Farley.
See, it looks exactly like David.
Yeah,
See, that was the second time.
Donovan, that is not okay.
Oh, okay.
That's throat punch worthy. If anything's throat punch worthy.
No.
No, I love Chris Farley.
He's amazing.
I dearly miss the man. He's
How could it? That's how good you
Freaking
were at it.
amazing.
It made me think of him right
Yeah,
away.
but
Like
that should be a compliment.
It
right?
is.
But you still don't look like him.
No, I didn't mean look like him. I said he looked
Donovan
like
is
him.
so offensive. Donovan is so offensive. He just doesn't care about anything. Okay, so unfortunately, we were unable to get Michael Shermer on the line. Well, the good news is that gives us an opportunity to try to call a camper and let them know that we've hit our first goal and they get to go to camp for free, which is probably going to be a bigger surprise for the parent than for the kids. The kids like I get to go, right? As long as I get to go again, I'm cool. So let's do that.
Let's do it.
Brandy, as I'm getting that ready, no pressure, but say something interesting for a few minutes.
Something interesting.
Go.
I knew you were going to do that. Okay, so this last year was my first year to actually be with the campers because typically I would do like special needs. So it was interesting to change things up a little bit and get to have that one-on-one time with the kids 24 hours a day. And so it was really kind of cool being able to, be responsible for showers and getting in bed and bedtime and waking up and
It sounds like a
breakfast.
whole lot of work and very little sleep for the adults.
It is. And I was very, very tired. But by the end of it, I was like, I'm so ready to go home, but I can't wait to come back. And it's such an awkward feeling because all the time that I'm tired and exhausted from just, keeping up with 10 8-year-olds, it was all so worth it. And, the times where the kids would be like, this was the best week of my life, and the way they would say it and look at me and just, you could just tell they were enjoying themselves. It was all so worth the time.
That's cool. I'm glad you had that experience for a couple times. And this most recent one, like you said, actually a Camp Quest, an actual cabin counselor being with the kids. All right, let's make this phone call. Any prayers you'd like to say right now would be good. But we're going to do this one live on air. We're not going to have a producer do it. I'm just going to make the call.
What is that? Hickety bee hi, honey ho.
Mecca lecca hi, Mecca hiney ho.
Oh, yeah.
Hickety bee. Come
Well,
on now.
whatever.
Let's see. Hold on.
You knew what I was talking about.
Live
There's a
ringing on
ring.
air.
Hello?
Hello, Tracy.
Yeah?
Hi, this is David Smalley with Dogma Debate. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I am fantastic. Are you familiar with Dogma Debate? We're a radio show and podcast for the secular community.
I've heard of it. I haven't actually listened to it yet.
Don't bother. It's horrible.
Okay.
You're live on air right now, and I wanted to know if Zane was around you right now.
Actually, he's not. I'm actually on my way to a play. So.
Ah, okay. Ooh, what play are you gonna go see?
We're gonna go see Octoroon.
Ooh, nice. I was hoping for Book of Mormon, but that'll do.
Well, I think it's probably as much. Gonna have some. Someone told me there's blackface in it, so that's gonna be interesting.
Oh no, how does that work? Okay, we'll talk about that's a whole other episode.
I don't know.
That's a whole other episode.
I've never experienced this,
Oh,
so
wow.
you know.
Okay. Hopefully, it's ironically done to show exactly how racist that actually is.
I hope so.
That's my hope. So anyway,
something good out of it.
right now we are doing a 24-hour broadcast where we're staying in studio doing a nonstop radio show for 24 hours straight. And we're doing that to benefit Camp Quest. And so they've made a promise that every time we get to $5,000, a random campership gets approved and another camper gets to go for free. And I'm calling you right now to let you know that Zane has been randomly selected and will go for free in 2017.
Oh, this is awesome. He's going to be so happy.
So I was hoping to be able to say hi to him and give him the good news, but it's probably better news for you thinking about it, right? Because I know I send Brandy and I send our daughter to Camp Quest, Texas every year, and I know how stressful that can be. So it's really cool that we were able to make this phone call and let you know that you're not going to have to worry about it this year. He gets to go.
This is awesome. Well, last year was his first time, and he was so mad at me that I signed him up for camp.
Aww.
And when he left camp, he was so excited. He said, I didn't want to leave. So,
you know, I think we hear that often. It's just like, you know, it's such a good experience for the kids, and they get so close to each other in just 1 week, you know. What camp does Zane go to?
The Kansas City.
Kansas City. Okay.
Yeah.
So is he near a phone? Can he call us?
He could. If you could text me the number, I could text it to him, and he could call you.
I'll get our producers on that. I think what I'll do is I'll have a producer call you with the phone number, and then you can have him call in to that number.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna disconnect with you, and you're gonna get a phone call back from a producer with the phone number he needs to call. All right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, and hopefully I'll get a chance to talk to him. But if I don't, let him know we want him to have a blast at Camp Quest, Kansas City this year.
Oh, he will. He's still talking to people from there. So
that's so cool. Awesome.
Been awesome.
All right, Tracy. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
So exciting. Hey, Braden, did you hear that? Did you hear that? There we go. I'm just gonna type to him. I don't know if he can hear me or not. Half the time he's doing sound check with people.
It must be awkward to have a response like live on air. I've always wondered how I would respond. I wouldn't know what to say.
You can't really like
how do you jump on the phone? Like, yay, you know.
Well, a lot of these kids, you know, they're on this list and they want to be able to go, and they probably know, you know, it's tight and things are tough, and so, you know, a lot of times without the campership, kids won't get to go. And so being able to go is going to be a big deal. That's why she said he's going to be really excited, because that might not be in the cards, you know what I mean, next year. So
at the end of the day, you know, the parents do have to come up with the money in order to provide the camp, and that can be, you know, I know that Camp Quest tries to keep the money part of it down as low as it can be, but at the end of the day, you know, you've got to feed all the kids breakfast, lunch, and dinner 3 times a day for a whole week, and just that alone can be very expensive. So, you know, they do have to charge, and so this thing here where we're able to give away free camperships is just a great thing for everyone.
We will get to Alyssa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I can.
It doesn't matter. I don't care who goes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Donovan got an award. He's trying to work it off.
Whatever. He's already earned that.
Of course he has. Yeah, it was a pleasure being able to give that to him too. So, so I want to find out from. Is she coming?
Yep.
I'll have her sit right here.
Over there.
Over here.
Right over there. Have a seat. Talissa Smalley is live in studio, ladies and gentlemen. So we're live on air. So anything you say can and will be used against you, and you could possibly be grounded for if you're, if you reveal any secret information I didn't know. Okay, as long as you know that.
Okay.
All right. Just kidding. So I wanted to just talk to you for a minute about your experiences at Camp Quest. Like, tell me real quick, when you first heard that you were going to go to Camp Quest before you ever went for the first time, what were you thinking? Were you kind of bummed out, like, oh man, I got to go to camp? Or what were you thinking before you got there?
Well, I actually was quite nervous at first because, I mean, it's a week away from everybody I know and it's really far away. So I was like, I'm not sure about this, but I mean, I have an open mind, so I'll do it. So I did it, and then I got there. I was like, eh. And then I got about a day or two into it, and I was like, I do not want to leave this place. Like, I love it. And I was like, no, I don't want to leave. Like, who wouldn't want to leave? Like,
Why did you not want to leave?
well, all of the kids and like all of the kids that were there were like acting like family. Like, we were just like, everybody supported each other. Like, whenever one cabin with all the friends, one of them would be upset and crying. Everybody would stop what they're doing, no matter what activity it was, and go to that one kid and just like not make them cry anymore, make them feel happy. And it's mostly because they like miss them, and they're just all like a whole family.
Like they were homesick or something.
Yeah.
By the way, for this segment, it's going to go to Talissa Smalley. So if you want her to win, you're going to have to file in your donations. Philip, I know you're listening out there. If you could go change the schedule right now, remove Michael Shermer from the list and put on there Talissa Smalley. She's the one that's going to be credited with this hour. So
lots of pressure, Talissa.
Yeah, lots of pressure because No Religion Required just raised how much in their hour, Donovan?
$37.05.
$3,705. So Talissa, you don't have that much time. You've only got 40 minutes left in your segment. I need you to go post on Instagram.
You need to get started right now.
Post on Instagram.
Okay.
It was last minute. We thought Michael Shermer was going to be able to be on the show, and then he wasn't. So you're going to have to
do your
step this one up.
best asking people for money.
Right. Give them the best pitch you can to let them donate. Because if we get another 5,000, we get to call another camper, tell them they're going for free, and they also gets to help open more camps in more areas that right now don't have Camp Quest in their area. So give them the pitch for why they should donate right now at campquest.org.
Well, not only does it help your kid with, like, if your kid has anxiety or something away from your parents, and they go there, it's okay. Like, it'll be fine. They'll figure out that once they go there, that it's just a bunch of other families. They're not strangers. It's just a family you don't know yet. And then once you get to know them,
that. It's not a
great point.
That is awesome.
Yeah, like once you go there, it's
so sweet. That should be a meme. Say that again. It's not a stranger. How did you word it?
It's just a bunch of family that you don't know.
It's a bunch of family that you don't know.
They're not
yet.
strangers.
They're not strangers.
That is awesome.
That is great to listen. That's going to be a meme. Somebody's going to put your face on it, and that's going to be a meme.
Uh-oh.
I see it coming.
You know, that's a great point, Talissa, because, you know, I was thinking about that too. Like, why is it that before I go, I'm hesitant to go because it's a week long of, you know, volunteering your time and, you know, being tired and just all the effort it takes, you know? Why is it that I feel that way before I get there? And then once I'm there for a couple days or even at the end of the week, I feel like I don't want to go home. And every single time, it never fails. When it's time to leave and we're all in the gym, what do? The tears start coming, and it will not stop until every last kid is picked up. And it's because I think I feel like you do. I think I feel like this is family. This is, you know, kids that and adults even, that I've gained a relationship with, that I've built a relationship with over this past week and even the past years. If you've, you know, encountered the same people from the prior years. And I think that's what it is. I think it's, you feel like they are family.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, they're working on the $1,000 match for Camp Quest, and that will count toward Talissa's hour. So, and yes, I'm coughing. I know people are going to be confused. And, God, stop coughing. I'm sorry. I have a throat drop in, and I'm coughing. But if we reach $1,000, Neil Paulson is going to donate $1,000 to Camp Quest, South Carolina. So that's going to go to, and then Talissa will have $2,000 to her hour. Okay. So let's get those donations in. You can do it at campquest.org or you can do it at dogmadebate.com. So did you want her to answer a question? Like why do you think that is?
I was just responding to what she said about that it's really just family that you don't know yet. And I think that that's a great point. I think that really drives it home. And that's why before we go, we're hesitant. And I don't think it's just with campers. I think it's with volunteers as well. You're kind of hesitant. Too. Yeah.
It's already enough money to get a kid to go there, but also the gas and the drive and everything. Yeah. But it's all worth it. It's all worth it once you get there.
Exactly.
What's your favorite part about camp?
My favorite part, okay, it's all fun and it's amazing with all the activities, but it's more fun when you have people around you who actually care and want to be there for you, and it just makes it a whole nother experience that I would never even think about. Like it's.
So I remember as I was putting together some of the audio clips for this show, the breaks that I'm doing, a girl says in there, you wouldn't think you would get that close to people in just a matter of days. But she's like, you do. You feel so close to the people you're with. Why do you think that is?
Well, it's just that I don't really know, actually. It's just sort of, they kind of connect.
Maybe it's the fact that you are both far away from home.
Yeah.
Well, I think that, too, a part of it is that Camp Quest does a really great job of making sure that there's activities where you have to rely on someone else. So like at the beginning, we do a lot of interactive games where I don't know if you've probably heard of the game where, two people stand with their hands together and someone stands in front of them and they fall back. And you
the trust fall.
Yeah, the trust fall. It's several games like that require trust and team building and really just effort from everyone to participate in order to make it happen. And if you don't have everyone's participation, right, the game fails or it just doesn't work.
I saw some really cool, I don't know if it was a picture or video or something, of you guys all working together to try to cross a set of logs or something.
Yes.
And people have to walk across a log, but if only one person goes by themselves, the log will fall. And so other kids have to stand on one side, and it's not high. You're talking 4 or 5 inches off the ground. Because people are thinking, what? You just fall? And sorry, my friends weren't there for me. No, it wasn't. It's not like
sorry,
that.
John.
Yeah. It's that it's pretty low to the ground, but the whole concept is you have to make it across without falling off the log. And they have to come up with their own ways of getting everybody across. If not just one person can cross it, how do you do it? And so you all have to work together. And you just met these people. And so you end up getting really close really fast.
Yeah. So all it is basically is a square, like 4 foot, 5 foot square with like 8 people on it. And the guy gives you these little panels. They're like 10 feet wide. And then across.
10 feet wide?
I mean, 10 feet long.
Oh 10
Not
feet.
wide.
Okay. I'm thinking I can cross anything with that. What do you?
So there's big platforms.
Yeah.
And then in between, they give them like
a short log and then a really long log.
Well, it's not really logs, I wouldn't say. Would you? Like,
it's
it would be more
a
like
fence
a fence
panel.
panel.
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, you can't
Or
tell these
plank.
two. You can't tell these two are related at all, can you? Okay, well, hold on real quick because we do have.
Well, we were right in the middle.
I know we have a
Yeah.
caller. We have a caller on the line that we need to get on.
That's awesome.
So I want to go ahead and welcome. Let's see. Yeah, let's welcome Zane to Dogma Debate. Hello, Zane. How are you?
I'm good.
You doing all right, man? So my name's David. I host a show called Dogma Debate. Have you ever heard of it?
To be honest, no.
That's all right. It's a horrible show. You should never listen. However, we are right now doing a 24-hour broadcast, meaning it's a nonstop 24-hour radio show. You're live on air right now. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you any hard questions. But we're doing it to benefit Camp Quest. And I understand you went to Camp Quest last year, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, you were randomly selected. And so I'm just calling to let you know that you will be attending Camp Quest, Kansas City next year for free.
Nice.
You're going for free. So just calling to let you know that. Did you enjoy Camp Quest last year?
I did quite a lot.
That's cool. Met a lot of cool people there that mean a lot to you?
Yeah.
I was just talking with my daughter, who's only 12, and she was saying that she met some people there and got really, really close. And I understand you were unsure if you were going to get to go back this year or not, right? Right? Zane?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why I'm calling, to let you know the good news. You are going to get to go. How does that sound?
It sounds great.
Awesome. Can you tell me what you like most about Camp Quest?
Really the people there.
Like the other campers there, the counselors, or what? What do you?
Really all of them, because it's a great experience. Like people wise, because there's a lot of free thinkers there.
A lot of free thinkers there.
Yeah,
So do you not have a lot of secular friends where you live?
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, I said, do you not have a lot of secular friends where you live?
Oh no, I've got a few, but
That's awesome. So it's a way for you to connect with some people that kind of have
Similar views.
thinking.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting to go. Thanks for calling in and making that happen.
I'm so excited for you.
Yeah. By the way, your mom did this to you, so she gave us the number. She wanted you to call in, so totally her fault. But yeah, we have a list of people who were unsure if they were going to get to go or not. And Camp Quest said that every time we hit $5,000 as part of our donations, that another camper will get to go for free, and you were the first one selected. So congratulations, Zane.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good time at Camp Quest next year. We'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
All
right. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, Zane. Super excited teenager who gets to go back to Camp Quest.
That's awesome.
So anyway, Talissa, y'all were talking about the whole fence situation.
Yeah. So she was explaining the platform. So there's like 3 platforms, and they're spread out a little ways from each other in a row. And then you're given like a plank, like it looks like a fence panel sort of thing. And basically what you have to do is
you have to work together, and you have, like, what we did was one person stood on like on part of the log. That way some of it would have leverage on the outside, and then put the short log, somehow throw it over.
But what was
until
the goal?
Everybody walks across. The goal was to get to the other panel
without
falling on
dying.
Without falling on the ground.
I don't know. I've never been.
So it's a few inches tall, but the goal is to not touch the grass. So you have to use the planks to go from plank to plank, or from platform to platform, without anybody falling. And so the most difficult part, would you say, was the end, right?
Because it was all different. It wasn't with your cabin people. It was with all different kinds of people. So we had a 15-year-old dude that weighed like 200 pounds. Well, it was so hard because what we did was we asked everybody how much they weighed. So the heaviest person would stand on the plank and let the lightest people, and then a bunch of lighter people would stand on the other end and let the person walk by.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So you had to really, really think about the method in which you were going to get all the way to the end, because
Right.
it's not just about getting across. You had to use kind of a lot of thinking in order to make it happen.
Well, Talissa wasn't prepared for this. She wasn't planned for this. She didn't tweet to her followers or her Instagram followers that this was going to happen. And
Talissa,
we're at $125 for Talissa's hour.
oh,
And you've raised $125.
Oh no.
awesome.
That's good. I mean, you made
That is?
$125.
Oh.
Well, you raised $125. The
And
record
12.
is $3,700.
Well.
So,
See.
so make another plea into the microphone.
Oh, and Jason says Talissa rocks.
Oh, sweet.
Jason says Talissa rocks.
Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
that's something.
It's not money, but it's something.
No,
Oh,
that was a
gosh.
donation. That was someone who donated. They
Oh,
put
really?
they put a comment in their donation to let
Oh.
you know that's why they're
Oh.
donating.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you should have said that.
Wow,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm
She was trying to
terrible.
encourage Jason.
More information.
I'm so unprofessional.
Yeah.
Fire him, Talissa. Tell him he's fired. Go ahead.
No.
Uh,
I like Donovan.
We accept kind comments, but we also accept kind comments with donations.
yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Well, I mean, I don't mind asking for money because the money's not coming to me.
right.
It doesn't, like, if I, you know what I mean? I'm that same way. People come on like, oh, it's so awkward asking for money. I agree.
Yes, it is.
But when it's for a charity and we're sitting here for 24 straight hours doing a broadcast, all the planning that this required, all of the staying up and the man.
Don't forget the hours after it shuts off that you guys put in.
Right.
Well,
This is a big deal.
and
And all the hours that all the volunteers are doing at Camp Quest,
Oh, yeah.
keeping track of all of this stuff. By the way, that name that you gave us that's going to get the books, I need
Yes.
you to send that to Amanda. Or give it to me during a break and I'll send it to Amanda.
Okay.
It's hard to ask for money, but like we talked about before, it's necessary because this camp cannot run without money. It just can't. And of all times that we need to be able to support our free thinking kids, it is right now, whenever we have someone called Trump that's going to be our president, right? Now's the time. We've got to be able to support our children and let them go to these summer camps where they're not indoctrinated, where they're not, forced to do certain things. This is a place where they're accepted. This is a place where they may not feel accepted anywhere else. So this is the time to donate.
All right, Talissa, make the pitch. Here you go. It's $125. All you got to do is close the gap. You need about $3,000 between now and about 10 minutes. That's all you got to hit. You know what's funny? The 8 o'clock slot is designated for local
Donate.
Camp Questers. Donate.
Just do it.
Just do it.
That's
Okay.
Nike. And I think you're going to get a suit for that one.
That's okay.
It's okay to get sued.
So
Well, no, not sued.
she's always ruining that stuff. She brings it down to reality every time. I'm trying to mess with the kids. She's like, David, that's not nice. Like, come on. Let them struggle for a few minutes wondering about reality.
She's trying.
Well, she did give us a great quote. They're not strangers. They're just family you haven't met yet.
Exactly.
That is great. That's gonna be a wonderful meme. Somebody's gonna jump on that. They're not strangers. They're just family you haven't met
So,
yet.
Talissa, what else is your favorite part about camp? I mean, I know that you've talked about the team activities like the planks, but what other activities did you really enjoy? I mean,
I loved the rope swing. So there was
The
this
rope
one rope swing where it was a gigantic wooden sort of platform. It was
Uh-huh.
about 6 feet off the ground, and there was a rope that was hanging from the top. So like here's the platform, and then it had this wood that went out, and then a rope that was hanging down, and you would swing on the rope, and as soon as you're about to hit the water, the coach who swung you asks you a question, and you have to answer it before you hit the water.
oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that's hard.
So
So, what kind of questions would they ask?
like they'll say, "What's your favorite animal?" You go, "Porky," and then you'd immediately hit the water, or just like, or you would ask a question, and they would have to answer before you hit the water.
That's awesome.
Yeah, there's a gigantic slide. I loved all of it.
So
was,
with Camp Quest Texas, they have some volunteer or not volunteers, but they have some staff with the what is it called? The YMCA staff. They have some of the staff that mans those activities, and they do a really good job, I think, of interacting with you guys. I mean,
they do. I love their accent.
Yeah. So all of them are from different parts of the world, and it's really cool to see,
England and all that.
Yeah.
England was one of the main ones.
England. Where else do you?
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know. That doesn't matter.
Either.
Anyway,
yeah, it doesn't matter. But it's really cool though.
Yeah, they're from different places. It's a conversation starter.
And they come here just to do work with the YMCA.
Yeah.
And then I guess they go back. I'm not really sure on that, but it's really interesting to hear their stories and to talk to them and to hear their accents. And
did you do any discovery or experiments?
We did. I actually they did slime, which like borax and water and glue, like Elmer's glue and all that. And that was really cool. We also did I don't know how to explain that.
We're up to $266.
Oh, good.
For your segment.
Please.
Amanda told me to tell you to check the comment on that. What are the comments coming in on the donation?
Let's see. There was another one from Neil who said, "Thanks for helping out Camp Quest at Reason Rally."
Oh yeah, you went up on stage and helped helped at the Reason Rally.
That was fun. I love that.
It was you got a ball, you got a beach ball, and walked around in the VIP tent. She came up to me in the VIP tent. I walk in the tent thinking, okay, I'm in here. I see my daughter already in there. I'm like, what are you doing in here? She's like, I'm about to go on stage. Excuse me? I don't get to go on stage at the Reason Rally, and Talissa is about to go on stage. And so, because my comedy show thing was at another venue. It wasn't like it was at a hotel. It wasn't at the actual Reason Rally itself. It was part of the events, but it wasn't there. So I never actually got to go do anything on stage at the Reason Rally, and Talissa did. And I was like, oh man, what are you going to do? She's like, oh, they were announcing a campership, I think, right? And then Talissa was like, I have an idea. When I go out there, I'm going to have a beach ball and I want to get it signed by a bunch of people in here. So she's running up to people in the VIP tent to get it signed.
And the funny thing is that beach ball was actually from a different thing. Like I had they were just throwing some out and I caught it and I blew it up. I was like, this is cool. I got people to sign it and then I decorated it with suns and stuff. And I'm like, hey, we can just throw this out. Like, okay.
She came up to me first, I think. Didn't you come up to me first?
Well, no, because people were like, you're going to say this? I'm like, sure.
No, I mean, as far as signing it.
Oh, yeah.
She came up to me and she's like, will you sign this beach ball? I want to throw it out. And I was like, cool. So I signed it. Then she's looking around. She's like, so you think these other people will sign it? And I'm like, let's see. And so I walk her over to Dan Barker and he was eating. And I'm like, hey, Dan, sorry to bother you. He's like, what's going on? What's up? I was like, she wants you to sign this. He's like, sure, yeah, no problem. And he writes his name on it. And so we walked around. We got Kara was in there. She signed it. You remember who else? There were several people who signed it.
Yeah, there were a lot of
Bill Nye. Did he sign
Bill Nye?
Did he sign it? I don't think he signed it.
I don't think he signed it.
No.
Oh, okay.
Wait, maybe.
I don't think we asked him to sign it.
Oh, okay.
I think we were both too scared of him.
was in there.
He wasn't in there at the time she came in.
Oh, okay.
So she goes out on stage
Lawrence
and
Krauss.
No.
I don't know. We listed all the ones we wanted to list. And so she goes out on stage and I'm thinking, I don't think she realizes how much space is in between like where she's standing plus the end of the stage plus a big gap. There's a big gap.
Like where the orchestra normally is? That
Yeah,
kind of thing?
like the orchestra pit type thing, and then the big metal fence, and then the chairs. And then I'm looking at the crowd and I'm like, there's no kids out there. Like it's almost all adults. And she's like, in her fantasy, she's like, I'm going to hit it. It's going to go out there. Some kid's going to catch the beach ball with all these signatures on it. And I'm thinking, oh, I don't want her to be disappointed, but I'm afraid she's going to hit it and it's going to blow right back on the stage, or she's not going to be, or throw it. I mean, I thought she was going to throw it and she's going to throw it out and it's going to fall somewhere in the orchestra pit type situation. I was like, oh no, but I'm sitting there front row waiting to see this happen. And I'm not kidding you. She realized how far it was, I think, when she got up there.
Yes.
And instead of throwing it, she hit it like a volleyball. And this thing went flying damn near to the back row. I'm not kidding. And it like a 10-year-old boy caught it.
Wow.
And I was like,
that's impressive.
I was like, this worked out exactly how she had it planned in her head. And I did not have faith in this process. So I was really impressed with that. That was awesome.
She probably didn't know all the answers, but she probably didn't care.
She's like, screw it. I'm just going to hit it and see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't care what happened as long as somebody got it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here.
Let's see where we
All right,
are.
we're at 200. How much? 266?
Oh, you want the actual number. Remember, I have to do math.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
266 still, I think.
You what do you mean? No. I want to know our total number. What's our
66, 76.
6,000? I'd rather you say it like that.
$6,676.
Let's do that. From now on, let's do that.
6,000.
67 sounds like $67.
$676.
How much am I up to?
You're up to 266, I think.
Not bad, guys.
All right, not bad.
Not bad.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break.
Okay.
You're going to go do more Tiny Thinkers books.
Mhm.
You're out there working, putting stickers on stuff. We're going to spend the next 10 to 15 minutes trying to get other people to donate. So go out there and tell those people out in the other room, tell them they need to donate during your hour.
Okay.
Tell people on Instagram, tell people on Twitter, on Facebook.
I'm gonna try.
Go post, see what else you can do by the end of the hour. Okay?
Be your little sales girl self.
Yeah, you go do your thing. Okay?
She's such a good salesperson. I'm so jealous
She's
of how
awesome.
she just approaches people.
$316. You're doing it.
You're up to 316.
Come on, guys. We're almost there.
We're almost there.
And I appreciate you doing this. You're coming in the last minute. Actually, the segment was like already 20 minutes over by the time we brought you in. So
Yeah, no preparation, nothing.
yeah,
just
you just winged it.
You just winged it.
You might have
I know somebody like that. That's weird.
You might have a future in radio.
Maybe.
Maybe. Just like, yeah, I'd rather be riding horses and
No.
flipping around as a
Taking care of
sparkling.
I mean,
animal.
it depends on which one is gonna I want to change somebody's life. Like I want to help instead of just do it. I just want to.
Aw. Well, maybe you could be a CIT for Camp Quest one year.
Well, I think that's what she's meaning is if the radio show changed lives, like Dogma Debate does, it might be
Right.
worth it.
Yeah.
And that's how I felt when I was first doing, when I was doing the other show that I did. We were talking about stuff. It was fun to set up. It was fun to communicate and have opinions and hear the voices through the headphones and do the whole radio thing. But it wasn't meaning anything. And so this actually became, having a positive effect in people's lives. So I know what you mean. I get you, homie.
That's awesome.
All right, cool. Well, thank you once again for coming in and doing this.
You're welcome.
It's been fun. I was talking to Talissa.
I know.
All right, guys, you've got
Thank you,
about
Talissa.
13 more minutes to get your donations in, and we'll have the final number for Talissa. Now, all of these results are going to be posted. So Talissa's name is going to be somewhere on the list when this is all over. Don't make Talissa be at the bottom.
Yeah.
Can you see this face? Look in that camera. Look at this face. You may have to go get closer to it. It's a little blurry.
no.
Yeah.
Let me do it on the picture.
Okay, post a picture, but you got to hurry up and post it on Facebook because it's only going to be 13 more minutes
Okay, hold on.
before the donations don't count anymore. Sad face, and it's done. Now she's adjusting her shirt. Wow, it's a photo shoot now, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, nice glamour shot. Very good.
Coming up next, it's going to be all Camp Quest
Puppy eyes.
related.
Yes.
We have a lot of stuff from Camp Quest. We have the Camp Quest Texas program director is going to be right here in studio. And Amanda Metzkes, the executive director of Camp Quest National, will be calling in. All of that is happening up next. You've got 12 more minutes to make this happen for Talissa.
Not just for me. It's for other people. I want to do it for other people.
It's
not
okay,
for
David.
me.
Just say yes.
Don't think about me. Think about the other campers. How that could change their lives.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. If you don't donate now, you have a black heart.
Oh, that's not fair.
Mom. No, you have to let it. There needs to be silence afterwards so they can think about it.
Wow. The
She's
radio
right.
in her.
She's right. Thank you. Get some fist bump on that one. You have to let it soak in. Let the awkward
Right,
happen.
Say it again. Say it again.
And then you gonna try it again? It never works twice on radio. I'll try it. Let's see. Well, no, because you set it up with your awesome.
Just go. Just go.
But you said.
Just do
She's
it.
putting somebody else on
Set
the
an example
spot.
for
Look at
everybody
that.
else.
Okay.
Just
Oh.
do it.
Here we go. Well, if you don't donate now, you just have a black heart.
Okay, that's good.
All right, you can donate
All
at
right.
campquest.org or dogmadebate.com. Go do it now. Donovan, you're going to keep track until the end of the hour.
Yes.
Coming up next, it's an all Camp Quest segment. Stick around. More Dogma Debates coming up next.
Every week, we try to explore issues of faith in our weekly Faith Matters conversation. This week, summer camp for non-believers. If you went to summer camp, you might remember jumping in the lake, heading to arts and crafts, s'mores by the fire, maybe even singing a little kumbaya. Well, there will be no singing about God at Camp Quest. It's a summer camp for children of atheists held in 6 locations around the country and in Canada. Amanda Metzkes is president of the board of Camp Quest Incorporated. She joins us from member station WANC in Albany, New York. Ms. Metzkes, welcome. Thanks for talking with us.
Thank you, Michelle.
How did the idea for the camp come about? Tell me a bit about the founders, Edwin and Helen Kagan.
Edwin is a lawyer from Kentucky, and he actually was an Eagle Scout. And he wanted a place where kids from free-thinking families could get together and do all the traditional camp activities that are so much fun, like s'mores around the campfire and canoeing and swimming and those kinds of things, but also learn a little bit about famous freethinkers throughout history, learn about critical thinking skills. We have a kind of a focus on science education. In 1996, they had their first session with 20 campers, and now we've got about 150 campers across our 6 sessions.
What types of activities make this camp different from other summer camps?
A couple things. Around mealtimes, we do famous freethinkers, which are little kind of 5-minute things on a couple famous people throughout history who, and also from the present day, who either didn't believe in God or had kind of more skeptical attitudes towards religion. So some examples would be Thomas Jefferson, who was a deist, Lance Armstrong, Tour de France winner several years in a row, who's not a religious person. Also Alice Walker, the author of The Color Purple.
Is the point of Camp Quest to discourage religious belief?
No, I wouldn't say that at all. We don't tell kids that they have to be atheists. We tell them to kind of be skeptical of claims that don't have evidence and to ask questions. We also do presentations at camp about different world religions that kids may not know very much about, being raised in a non-religious family. And we sort of encourage kids to kind of think for themselves, to explore the world around them, and to learn about all sorts of different ideas and to come to their own conclusions.
Talk to me about the kind of experience kids have when they come to Camp Quest. Is it a very important thing for a lot of the kids to be around other kids whose parents don't embrace religious belief?
I think so. I think especially for some of our campers from rural areas, we get campers kind of from all around the country. And one family that I remember, they started sending their daughters to Camp Quest because they came home crying from school one day and said, are we the only family that doesn't believe in God? And so I think that some of our campers do feel isolated or are teased at school or just otherwise kind of have to deal with this as a controversy in their lives. And this gives them kind of a week where this isn't a controversy, where they can just be comfortable with, who they are, who their families are, and explore these ideas with people who might be more likely to think like them.
Do most of the campers or the families that the campers come from feel that they have to defend their beliefs?
That's a good question. I think that some of them feel that way kind of more than others. Some of them are maybe less public about their non-belief in their kind of ordinary lives, and they send their kids to camp, but throughout the rest of their lives, you wouldn't be able to pick them out of a lineup and say, oh, those are the atheists, right? But I think others of them, are more involved in sort of either local humanist or atheist groups where they come from.
Well, I read an article about describing the camp, and it obviously in a lot of ways it sounds like, any other fun camp for kids in the summer, canoeing and, fun stuff. But there also seems to be practice being given in ways to stand up for one's beliefs. But there was one thing that was described where, one of the founders, Edwin, was giving a skit where he seemed to be impersonating a kind of evangelical preacher saying, who isn't faith enough? Who needs proof? And of course, every hand goes up. But that made me wonder, how is this any different from proselytizing for non-belief? To say, well, our side, our team is the right team and the other team is the wrong team.
I'm actually really glad you asked that, because I think that that's a misconception that a lot of people have about what we do at camp. What Edwin was doing was part of an activity we do called the Invisible Unicorns. And there are 2 invisible unicorns that live at Camp Quest, and you can't see them, touch them, taste them, hear them, et cetera, but they're there. And, we tell the campers, if you can prove that they're not there, you'll win a $100 bill from prior to 1954, when In God We Trust wasn't on the money. And so campers were kind of presenting their proofs to Edwin for why these invisible unicorns didn't exist. And he was saying, well, I have faith in the invisible unicorns. I know that they're there. So it's kind of a way for campers to engage an issue that is similar to debates they may have about religion with people, but kind of outside of its normal context. But we try really hard not to denigrate anyone's belief system. We have a PhD candidate in religious studies who teaches kind of little talks about religions, about Hinduism, about why people pray, about baptism, all kinds of different religious beliefs and practices. And she does those from a very objective, sort of scholarly, but, age appropriate for kids perspective.
And finally, we are often told that we are undergoing a religious revival in the United States. So I wonder, where do you and those who share your views fit into that in this country?
What I see happening is that I think a lot of kind of the old mainline Protestant denominations are sort of losing membership, but membership is growing at more kind of evangelical churches, mega churches. And then you also see growth in non-religious populations who don't go to church at all. And I think that maybe people in America today are really thinking about these kinds of questions. Why am I here? What is my purpose? What is the meaning of life? And they're really grappling with those questions, maybe more than they did 25, 30 years ago, when kind of people may have been more content to just go to the church they were raised in and not think about these issues as much. I think we really feel, especially my generation, I think, compelled to understand what life is about.
Amanda Metzges is president of the board of Camp Quest Incorporated. She joined us from member station WAMC in Albany, New York. Ms. Metzges, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
You're listening to the Dogma Debate 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. Visit dogmadebate.com to help more kids get to camp.
Y'all know what it is. Katy Perry. Juicy J. Let's rage.
And here you were gonna come to me. And here you are, but you better choose carefully. 'Cause I'm capable of anything, and everything. Make me your Aphrodite, make me your one and only. Don't make me your enemy, your enemy, your enemy. So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? 'Cause what's your mind, what's your mind? There's no going back. Mark my words, this love will make you levitate like a bird without a cage. Down to earth, if you choose to walk away, don't walk away. It's in the palm of your hand now, baby. It's a yes or no, no, maybe. So just be sure before you give it all to me, all to me. Give it all to me. So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? 'Cause what's your mind, what's your mind? There's no going back.
She's a beast. I call her karma. She eats your heart out like Jeffrey Dahmer. Be careful, try not to lead her on. Shorty heart is on steroids cause her love is so strong. You may fall in love when you meet her. If you get the chance, you better keep her. She's sweet as pie, but if you break her heart, she turns cold as a freezer. That fairy tale ending with a knight in shiny armor. She can be my sleeping beauty. I'm gonna put her in a coma. Damn, I think I love her. Shot it so bad, I sprung and I don't care. She ride me like a roller coaster, turn the bedroom into a fair. Her love is like a drug. I was trying to hit it and quit it, but little mama so dope, I messed around and got addicted.
So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you got to know. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. All right, time starts now. Brandy, what is our current donation?
6,681.
6,681. Fantastic. Well, I'd like to welcome Jamie Carr in studio, the camp director, program director for Camp Quest. You get that special applause just for you. You have to get really close to that microphone, though.
All right. Hello, hello.
It's actually way more important than that thing. So if we could slide that way, and that, oh, lovely.
There we go. Okay.
And another wonderful applause to the executive director of Camp Quest Incorporated, Amanda Metzges, is on the line. Hello, Amanda. How are you?
Hey, David. How are you doing?
We are fantastic. How are you feeling so far about what's going on? We're about 4 hours in, and we've raised just over $6,700. Is that what you said, Brandy?
$6,681.
$6,681. How you feeling, Amanda?
I am having so much fun. It's just so cool to see people come together to support the kids. And I'm just really glad that lots of other people get to be on the radio, because in case you can't tell, I lost my voice this week, and all week I've been drinking tea trying to get my voice back. So donate during my hour and help me save my voice.
That's so funny. So I'll start, because we'll give your voice a couple of more minutes to rest, and I'll talk with Jamie about Camp Quest Texas for just a moment. So I understand each year at Camp Quest there's a certain theme. Yes. Do all the different locations do that, or is it just Texas that does the themes?
I do believe that there are other camps that do themes. It's not like a national requirement that we have a theme, but like this last year we did the theme of death, and we didn't want to call it death camp because, that would cause people to not
that make a lot of Republicans correct about stuff.
But what we did was we really wanted to focus on the theme of how our culture deals with death, and how as secular people we deal with grief, and the fact that our culture has kind of separated us from the death of people. We kind of have cleansed it and removed it from our everyday life experience. Mm-hmm. And so our Socrates cafes were about death and how we deal with death.
Explain Socrates Cafe for those who don't know.
Okay, so Socrates Cafe is an opportunity for the kids to really get down and dirty with some of the big unanswerable questions of the universe. And so one of our Socrates Cafe questions is, what is life, right? One of them was, what is grief, right? And everybody has a different answer to that question. There's not a right or wrong answer. It's not a yes or no question. And so it really impels the students, or sorry, I'm a teacher, so they're all students. It impels the campers to really think about these great unanswerable questions of the universe.
Yeah, they've had it here before. We actually had a group of kids come over and do that. Socrates Cafe.
It is absolutely amazing, especially if you're trying to facilitate it, because what you're doing is, as an adult, you're not really supposed to interject any or inject any of your opinions. You're just trying to facilitate.
Is so hard.
It is. So you're trying to facilitate it, and you're just trying to draw more questions out. So you're asking more probing questions, and the way to listen to these kids.
The way it worked here is they would give their answer, but they had to end it with a question.
Yeah.
Yep. And I guess Socrates Cafe is one of my most favorite parts about it. And the first time I attended one, I was like, wow, these kids are so freaking smart. They're so smart. I mean, one of the questions they asked is, what is time? And their answers were just like so incredibly like intelligent, which is, I mean, of course I expected them to be smart, but for their age and their intelligence, I was really, really impressed.
Well, and I think that one of the things is that all kids have the ability to blow us away with the depth at which they think about things.
Right.
And if offered the opportunity to ask questions and to probe deeper, because I think the public school system does a really awful job of teaching kids not to ask questions.
Right.
And so we spend a lot of time from the time they're by the time they're toddlers, we're telling them, don't do this because I said so. And we're discouraging them from asking questions. And then when you start to encourage them to ask questions, at first, they're a little reluctant to do so. And so you have to explain to them, like, there's no bad answer. There's no bad way to think about this question. There's no right answer to the question, what is grief? Right? There's no right answer to, and we did a Socrates Cafe among the counselors during our training, which is, what is Camp Quest? And that answer was amazing. That led us on like a 4-hour journey of what Camp Quest is.
And a lot of tears.
Oh.
let me ask you, Amanda, is there anything on the national level like this where there's sort of a national scope of questions to ask, programs developed, things like this? Is there a national program director that kind of hands down these sorts of ideas?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've developed over the years is what we call our Camp Quest signature programs. And these are programs that we think are kind of core to the mission of who we are at Camp Quest. And Jamie just did a fantastic job describing what Socrates Cafe is like, and that is one of our signature programs. And so we share with all of our camps around the country suggested topics for Socrates Cafe, hints for how to lead it better. And we even do our own Socrates Cafes at our National Training Weekend conference, so that all volunteers who come to that conference from all over the country, they get to actually take part in a Socrates Cafe so they can learn by doing. And then our other signature programs include things like our famous freethinkers and our world religions programs that listeners probably just heard on the audio that David played from the NPR interview I did several years ago. So those are some more of our signature programs. The Invisible Unicorns is one of our signature programs. And so those are things that make Camp Quest feel like Camp Quest no matter where you go in the United States.
Well, and one of the great things about having so many local camps with that database of national stuff to pull from is that we're able to take those national programs and kind of develop them into something in our local camps to give our local camps that culture and those traditions. For example, with the famous freethinkers, we get a list of famous freethinkers from national each year to focus on letting the kids get to know them. And this last year, the counselors in training actually took these famous freethinkers and we made epic rap battles of history with each of the freethinkers. So I got to be Marie Curie and I epic rap battled against Bruce Lee. Pretty awesome.
That is so cool.
And
that
so
is amazing.
That
is amazing work, you guys in Texas. You rock.
I'm gonna have to. I wish I could remember my epic rap battle lyrics because it was a little badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Is this on video or audio anywhere?
Yes.
It is.
But I'm not going to tell you where.
You have to. It's got to be on YouTube. It's got to be on YouTube somewhere.
I'm sure it is.
All
we
right.
should set a donation goal for this hour, and if we reach the goal, we'll share the video.
Then I have to do the Marie Curie.
Well, no. You have to do it. I'll just play the audio.
Play the audio.
Yeah. So let's set a goal. Let's set a goal for like, what do you say, like $500? If we get $500, I'll play the video.
Okay. If we can find the video, if we can't, I'll perform it.
Oh gosh. Okay. What is?
And I'll get Alex to be my Bruce Lee.
That's awesome. You know what?
What do I type into YouTube here?
Oh goodness.
Never mind. Don't tell me yet. We'll write it down.
Yeah.
See if you can find it.
Yeah.
But it was just really great to be able to take those programs, the national programs, and develop them into something that's a little unique to each local camp. And it has actually created kind of a culture where we have volunteers that travel around the country and volunteer at multiple Camp Quests every summer.
Oh, wow.
We have one young man and one young lady who come to Camp Quest, Texas, and volunteer, and then they get on a plane and go to the next Camp Quest, and then go to the next Camp Quest,
That is so awesome.
in order to participate in all of the different types of cultures that we create locally. So that's
Sounds like a lot of work, though.
super cool.
I wanted to say back on the rap battle, I think that watching that is really, really a great thing for the kids, because I think it shows that, you know, everybody can participate, and maybe I can do something like this too. And it kind of gives them that push to do like things like the talent show and maybe go out of their comfort zone. I know for me, seeing you guys participate in things like this, I'm very introverted and very shy, and I don't like people looking at me, especially large crowds. So doing stuff like this is very nerve-wracking, to say the least. So it's opened even me up to doing things that I typically wouldn't do otherwise. So I take my hat off to you for, you know, first of all, coming up with the lyrics and then performing it in front of the kids. I mean, it's just so inspiring.
Yeah, definitely.
It wasn't nearly as nerve-wracking as karaokeing to White and Nerdy in front of everyone.
Oh, that's one of my favorite songs ever. Gonna catch me white and
It's
nerdy.
really hard to karaoke to. Like, you think you know all the lyrics, and then you get up there and try to do them at speed.
Oh,
and
no,
that
he
is
is so fast. No, that's ridiculous.
Um,
By the way, if any campers want to call in and share their stories of being a camp, the phone number is 214-377-1166. 214-377-1166.
I want to share my story about being at camp.
All right, you're gonna have to step out and call the number.
Okay.
214-377-1166.
Okay, so the president of Camp Quest, Texas, his name is Don Llewellyn, and he is Santa at the local Fellowship of Free Thought group, and he's been trying to get me to do Camp Quest for years. Since the Camp Quest Texas kind of got started, he knew I was a teacher. He knew I like working with people, but he didn't realize that I hate 8 to 12-year-olds. Like, really, like I have nothing against them as people, but I'm really not a child person, and that's kind of odd. And so I was like, the last thing I want to do as a teacher is spend my summers volunteering to work with kids.
You work with older kids.
Right. And so I work with teenagers, and teenagers are my thing. And so I'm like, no, Don, I can't do this. I'm not going to do this. It's not my thing. And he wanted me to be a counselor. Then he wanted me to like lead, you know, programs with the kids. And like, there's not really a place for me in Camp Quest. And the thing I love most about Camp Quest and volunteering with Camp Quest is they called me up and they said, we have a position for you. And it doesn't involve working with kids. We want you to develop programs that the kids will enjoy doing, and you're behind the scenes, you're doing all the organization, you're working with Excel spreadsheets, which I friggin' love because it's organized, unlike 8 to 12-year-old boys. And so the thing that I love most about Camp Quest was something that Talissa actually said earlier, which is that we're not strangers, we're family. And you might not always love what your family does, but it was great because there was a spot for me. There was a spot for people to and there's a space for people to volunteer. Like, if you can't call in and donate your money, call in and donate your time.
Exactly.
Become a volunteer for Camp Quest. We are always looking for people. We're looking for a registrar right now. We're looking for somebody who can do computer stuff, right? And you have to be behind a computer, and all of your work is done throughout the year without ever actually having to be at camp. If you're like, camp sounds like miserable, you know, heat and mosquitoes and poison ivy, and that just doesn't sound fun to me, there's still a place for you at Camp Quest. And
yeah, Jamie's absolutely right about that. And that's something I hear from volunteers all over the country, that camp is a place where they feel like they belong. And so, you know, we build a place where kids feel safe and like they belong, so they can push themselves and challenge themselves and grow. But one of my favorite experiences a couple summers ago, it was my first summer at Camp Quest, Oklahoma. We had a brand new counselor, and he had grown up in an evangelical church that had been really supportive to him, and his youth group had been really important to him. But then he came out as gay. And all of a sudden, he didn't have a home anymore at his church. He didn't feel comfortable there. And he came to Camp Quest as a volunteer, and he's like, I found my people again. I found people that I belong with and who accept me. And he's an amazing counselor. He connected so well with our campers. And so seeing our counselors all over the country learn and grow and belong and develop as people, the same thing that our counselors are helping our kids do, camp is helping our counselors do.
I would back that statement 100% as well. I think that I'm kind of the opposite of Jamie. Like I love little kids, and that's kind of my thing, but I hate being in front of crowds. And so, camp is like, at first it was kind of terrifying to me because I'm like, I want to be involved, but what if they hate me? What if I'm not good enough? Like, what if, I'm not nice enough, or maybe I'm too mean, or, there's all these things running through my head, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. And then getting there and experiencing kind of the same things they would experience, like a little 4-year-old, or no, she wasn't 4, she was like 8, but she was tiny. She didn't want to get into the water, and I was like,
see, I would push that kid into the water.
Stop it,
And so-
Jamie. No, you would not.
No,
No, Amanda, you have to keep this woman away from children.
Jamie.
Well, no, seriously, I love my job, and I love what I'm able to do, and the fact that I'm able to do it with minimal contact with the kids.
So Brandy,
and
back
that's
to
great.
Brandy, back to your heartwarming story, please.
Helps this child.
So this little girl, she's so tiny, and bless her heart, she wanted to get in the water, but she was just terrified to get in the water, and she was terrified to take the swimming test. And I saw her go from terrified to, next thing you know, a day later, just in the water playing, and she had her little wristband on for passing the swimming test. And I took that information and I was like, you know what? I'm terrified of heights, and I'm going to do the high ropes. I'm going to go outside of my comfort zone, because if she can do it, then by golly, I can do it too. And so, I think that goes along with everyone. I think it's not just something that, it helped me. I think it helps a lot of the other kids. They see these other kids going through this struggle, and they're like, you know what? If they can do it, I can do it too. And that's why you see these kids get up there at the talent show and just do things that, they're not even sure if they can do it or not whenever they get out there. They're just like, I've heard a girl this past summer say, I've never sang before, but I want to try it. And she did. She got up there, and she wasn't that great, but by the end of the thing,
Everybody was singing with her.
She
It
had a
was
crowd singing with her and clapping her through the whole thing, and it was awesome.
That is so cool.
Yeah, I love that. We, at Camp Quest, Ohio, this was years ago, we had this camper who was so shy and quiet all week, and we were just really worried he wasn't having a good time. And then the talent show night came along, and he got up in front of the camp and just belted out this amazing song. And like, everybody's like crowding around him and like congratulating him, and he's got the biggest smile on his face. And like, who knew that kid had that in him, And like, it turned out he'd been having a great time all week, just kind of quietly doing his thing. And then you give him his moment to shine, and he was right there. So those are the kinds of amazing things that just make camp a special place. Also, I want to thank Danielle, who donated $30 this hour. Thank you, Danielle, saving my voice. And also, we have, it looks like $644 left to reach the $1,000 matching grant for Camp Quest, South Carolina.
Awesome. As soon as we hit that, 1,000 goes to Camp Quest, Arizona. That's huge.
South Carolina.
South Carolina. Sorry, I thought you said
we
Arizona.
already raised Arizona's money.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Oh, when does
Whoop, whoop,
Texas come
Arizona.
up anyway?
When does Texas come up?
It's on there. It's on the list.
That's up to David, I guess, or me.
No,
I take
it's,
bribes.
Yeah, it's on the list.
Well, and I wanted to share something that was very special to me for this hour, which is that we are going to be releasing publicly for the first time the theme for Camp Quest Texas 2017.
Awesome.
So for anybody who is looking to enroll their camper for 2017. Our theme last year was, like I said, it was the circle of life. We focused on death with Dia de los Muertos. But our theme for Camp Quest Texas 2017 is actually going to be Take to the Skies. We're going to have a focus on aeronautics. And we have a number of programs that are already lined up and good to go. We're going to be teaching the kids how to fly drones. We're going to be doing, we have a visit from 2 pilots that are going to talk about the process of becoming a pilot and learning how to fly. We've got someone who has donated a tornado machine. We're going to build a wind tunnel and look at aerodynamics. And there's a lot of physics this year, and that's not really my strong suit. So I'm looking for more volunteers who are strong in the physics and engineering side of this. We always have a themed dance, and our theme last year was Dia de los Muertos, and we had zombies as well. And
that explains those pictures of Talissa. I just now got it. I just now clicked.
But this year, our dance theme is going to be winged creatures. So everything from, flying robots, planes, fairies, dragons, anything with wings that fly. We're also going to be looking at the evolution of wings, how different animals have evolved wings over time, and the difference between those wings, because bird wings have, of course, evolved differently from bat wings and insect wings. We're also going to be doing a design a dragon competition to teach the students or the campers genetics using Punnett squares. We're going to be doing disc golf and competitive disc golf throughout the week.
Oh, Donovan. Where's Donovan? Somebody go get Donovan. He's like a disc golf champion.
So one of our biology topics is going to be, of course, ornithology, so that the kids are going to be doing bird watching out at the campsite. We're going to be doing rockets, where the kids design, build, and shoot off rockets if the burn bans aren't in place in Texas. So parachute design, and every year we have a week-long activity where each of the cabins competes with the other cabins to complete a task, and it's kind of a team building activity. This last year it was survive the zombie apocalypse, and all of the cabins had to build a structure to protect all of these zombie apocalypse themed provisions that they had earned throughout the week.
That is so cool.
Don't you want to be a kid again?
I want to be a kid.
Serious.
Can we do a Camp Quest for grown-ups?
Well, I have
please,
had the request, and we are actually looking into it and into the logistics of it, of a pirate versus ninjas Camp Quest for adults.
Oh
wow,
So-
Jamie, you're
I'm a
going to
ninja.
get people from all over the
I'm a
country on
ninja.
that, because we
Yeah.
get requests from all over the country on that.
I'm a ninja.
So
I'm calling
we
ninja.
are looking into it. But for our week long,
Ninjas would destroy in that fight, right? You got to
Yeah.
know that.
I'm all pirates.
Come on.
I don't
Yeah, I
know.
think
I mean,
you're
look.
pirates,
I mean,
man.
look. I mean, look. If the ninjas can make it to the boat, the pirates are dead.
Hey guys, we should let people vote with their donations. Donate $5 and put in the comments pirates or ninjas. Who
Pirates
would win?
versus ninjas,
I
right?
love
Pirates
that
versus
idea.
ninjas.
I love that idea. Yeah,
So-
because you can add comments to your donation. So yeah, I like that
Yep.
idea.
Now,
$5 and let's
thank
vote.
you,
Pirates. all around.
thank you, Rudolph, for $5 donation, and Henry for $50 donation.
Ooh,
Awesome.
$50. Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, and the other thing is, for any of the parents of campers, if you could keep this on the down low for us, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
Our big competition. Don't tell anybody. How many people am I telling right now?
Yeah,
a
couple. Three.
Just a few.
Three,
Three,
yeah.
Both of
three,
them. Yeah.
four.
Yep, three.
Four.
Oh, the fourth listener might be listening.
The fourth listener.
Yeah, so there might be a fourth. Yeah.
So, our big week-long competition this year is going to be a kite design. And the cabins are each going to design a kite. They're going to build a model of their kite, and we're going to test it on Wednesday. Then they're going to build the final version of their kite post-test. And we're going to have a competition on Friday, and there are going to be rewards for who can fly the kite the longest, who has the most creative kite, who has the most aerodynamic kite. So we're going to have a number of different competitions that the campers can win. So we're really excited about having that that aeronautics competition.
That's so cool. And so that's what you designed, is that program.
That's my job.
And so you have to contact like the pilots and stuff and get people to come out and give talks, and that's what you're.
Yep, and that's what I'm good at. It's definitely not
children.
Not
we've learned.
children.
We've learned
Right?
that.
Yeah,
So-
we got that part.
Well, and I was a youth director for a brief time until I caught a kid on fire. So
What?
yeah.
Wait.
No, we don't talk about that.
No, that
we're
wasn't
not
at
gonna talk
camp. Don't worry, Amanda. It wasn't at
Okay.
camp.
No,
All
that was
right.
something else, but we don't
Want
talk about.
to let
that,
everyone
Jamie.
listening know we do background check everybody who works at campus for Conquest. We are
I
very
have-
serious about your children's safety. Don't let
God.
Jamie scare you.
I have passed my background check, but
no.
what the great thing was, even with my personality and everything, I love seeing how happy the kids are, and I do see them, like, despite my dislike of them, I do see them.
Stop saying you don't like kids. You have to stop saying that. We're on a fundraiser for Camp Quest.
No,
Stop
but
saying that.
the greatest part is
you're volunteering in the best way you can with the
well,
program.
and that's part of what I want to. The word I want to get out there is, even for people like me, there is a place. Right.
Absolutely.
Even for people like me. And so there are people out there that are just not cut out to be counselors. Right. We don't necessarily need you to be a counselor. We need you to help make an experience for these kids that they really need. And they need this experience more than we can ever express to you, because I have had kids that have pulled me aside and said, this is something that I'm going to lose it.
Yep, I cry on these things all
I
the
don't
time.
lose it. Right. I don't do that. But I have had kids tell me, like, this has been more meaningful than anything in my whole life. Right. I've had a kid, and this is kind of a funny story. I got to be a judge for a s'mores competition where the kids had to build the best s'more. And we had a judge panel, and I got to be the Simon Cowell of the judge panel. Naturally, I kind of fit that position
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
of being the Simon Cowell of you suck. And
You're a child, you suck.
Like, but I had a young camper that came to me and said, plating is everything. I've been watching the Food Network my whole life for this moment. And I was like, I love you. You're awesome. Like, and I see these kids, and I get emotional when they leave camp, because I love that they have experienced something with the programs that I've designed. It makes me feel good when I go home that they've enjoyed what they did. And I've had kids that dissected brains during our zombie thing last year that said this dissecting brains was the coolest thing they'd ever done. And I was like, I love you, little kid. Like, I don't even know you.
What kind of
and I
brain
love
was
you.
it? What animal? Did
It was a
belong to?
sheep brain, and we got enough donations for Camp Quest Texas last year that every student that wanted to, or every camper that wanted to, got to dissect a sheep's brain. And we actually
love to do that.
We had a visiting neurologist that came and went through and dissected the brains with the kids, so they were able to explain what each part of the brain.
God, that is so
did.
amazing.
Yeah.
It was.
That means
amazing,
there
yeah.
are 10-year-olds that know way more about the brain than I do.
They do, yeah.
And that makes me jealous.
They do.
I want to do that.
And it's great because we have some of these pictures of them dissecting the brains, and you have this whole variety of different reactions to the kids dissecting the brains. And we've actually done something at Camp Quest Texas that I'm not sure has ever been done before, because of the sheer volume of work that it meant for all of my counselors. And I apologize to my counselors for this, because I loaded them with a huge task, which was, for the first time ever, we allowed full camper choice in the programs that they participated in. So rather than having the parents sign up the campers for, we want our kid to do chemistry, we allowed the campers each day to select what programs they were going to participate in the next day.
Meaning, if somebody didn't want to do the high ropes, they didn't have to do that.
Right. So they were not forced to or even necessarily encouraged to do something that they didn't feel comfortable doing. And we made sure that there were a variety of different types of programs for each of the campers, so that for each time block we had a creative activity, we had a kinetic activity, we had a thought-provoking activity, and we had an engineering physics type activity.
Let me stop you there. Brandy, where are we on donations? Is this doing anything for our cause right now?
6,766.
We're not moving very much right now, people.
What do we need to do?
That worries
I
me.
will cut a dreadlock off of Alex's head.
What?
Oh,
I will.
Excuse me.
Let's see.
You said
do I get the?
What?
Can I pick the dreadlock?
No, you do not. Just no.
How
Flat out
much?
no.
How much, Alex? How much for us to cut off one
lock of my hair?
One lock of dread.
Dude, I'm telling you, Samson. You know the story about Samson and Delilah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just
One
saying
lock.
it's gonna take a lot.
He already told me how much.
It's gonna take
$10.
a lot.
No.
15.
25.
No.
100.
How much?
Keep going.
Oh my gosh.
This is my main.
It's just one little.
This no,
500.
it is not. No, none of this is extension. I grew it all, and there was a lot of personal cost that came with this.
Okay, what if we go from the back?
It would have to be
Is
from the back.
Is the back worth less than the front? What if we were to go for that one right there?
gray?
That one has some gray in it. We could
Is that
take that out.
gray?
This is.
Yeah, there's some.
That's David Gray. I can no. I can tell you what episode I got this one in. I can tell you the 3 episodes these came from.
700.
Huh?
800.
Keep going.
Just for one lock?
900.
For one lock, dude.
Wow.
$1,000.
$1,000.
1,000 for one lock.
For one lock.
1,000.
Could we mail them the lock?
Oh God,
That's
weird.
creepy. That's just creepy.
Well, based on the emails I've gotten, someone would like that. There's got to be.
We can do this because we're going to get $1,000 match if we raise $589.
Does the match count?
No.
The match doesn't count.
No.
Okay.
No way.
Okay.
It's got to be.
That's fair.
It's got to be 1,000.
Okay. What if the match counts for a back lock,
No.
but doesn't
No,
count for a
no,
front
no,
lock?
Nope. I don't.
One of the
discount.
grays.
No,
We'll take the gray.
No, you
There's
won't.
no
It
discounts.
will be no discounts. No discounts and no. And this is as close as you get to a 2-for-1 special
This is
right
not
here.
Ross.
Me
This
being
is
here.
Macy's, guys.
Yeah.
Neiman Marcus.
Oh, high dollar.
Oh, Marcus.
You know, we've already had a donor who gave because of Alex's biceps.
No, it was my pet.
So-
It was my pet.
Can I offer to
Well,
quit
Alex's-
smoking?
Sorry, I'm corrected.
Well, you-
Alex
That
It was my pet.
worked.
It was my pet.
I would actually quit smoking.
I
Would
I
you?
still need to work on
I
my
would.
biceps.
For what?
For how much?
Anything more than we've got.
No, you can't say that. You have to have an
500.
amount.
Will $500 do it for you?
$500 and I'll quit smoking today.
Ooh, let's make Jamie quit smoking,
She
guys.
just got really nervous.
That's a good.
I did just get really nervous.
And we've only
I'm
got.
like, do I have any cigarettes in the Jeep? Can I smoke one real quick?
and we've only got.
Does
20
somebody have a
we've-
vape?
We've only got 29 minutes to get there.
29 minutes.
So,
$500
$500.
to quit smoking. $1,000 for one of those locks.
How much have we raised so far in this segment?
Oh, geez, put me on the spot.
Well,
$30.
$30.
Donovan,
85.
$85.
Man,
My
Yeah.
locks
So we
are
have to get to
safe.
500 total.
My
Is that
locks are
right?
safe.
500 total.
If we get to 500, then you'll quit smoking.
I'll quit
Man,
smoking.
And if we get to 1,000, we're cutting a lock of.
Yeah, that's not happening this hour.
It might.
No, it's not happening this
It
hour.
might.
It is not happening.
We'll
How
do
do
it
you
on
know?
camera.
We'll do it on camera, but it's not happening this hour.
Why not?
Oh, we'll do
Everyone's
it on
asleep.
camera.
So is it
You don't-
$1,000 total? Because we're definitely getting $1,000 before the end of the night.
You think so?
I'll stay
oh, no,
here
No,
until
it's not
we
the
get
end of the
up.
night.
No, it's got to be
He's
this
saying-
This
hour.
hour.
It's got to
This
be this
hour.
hour.
This
Amanda, I want to come to you now. I know you're
Yeah.
coughing stuff like I am right now.
Yeah.
It's great. The host of the show and the executive director of Camp Quest both have are coughing up lungs during the broadcast. That's wonderful. But it's better than canceling, folks. We're doing it. So talk a little bit about what the money's going to go to. I know people are always curious what happens if you give to Camp Quest right now during this 24-hour broadcast. What is Camp Quest going to do?
Sure. Well, a big thing that we're excited about is launching new camp locations. And when we raise $24,500 in this broadcast, we're going to commit to you that we're going to start a new camp location. We already have a location on deck that is getting started for sure in northern Mississippi in summer of 2017. And, you want to talk about a place where families who are not religious are in the closet, don't feel like they can talk about what they believe. Their kids are maybe afraid to talk about their questions and their ideas with their friends from school. Northern Mississippi is about the most lonely place I would think in America right now to be a free thinker. So that camp's already getting started, but the next camp that we start, the next location that we start, that's coming from funds we raise on this broadcast. And we're targeting specifically starting camps in places where it's a really, really far drive right now to get to a Camp Quest. We're looking at Florida. We're looking at Pennsylvania.
Oh my gosh, that was loud.
Sorry.
Dear God.
And, we want to bring Camp Quest to more campers. And that means more locations around the country and helping our current camps grow.
That's beautiful. All right, so we're at $80-something now, $84. We've got to get to 500, and Jamie quit smoking. That's great. We're not just helping kids; we're saving lives on this show. This is huge.
Literally, yeah.
This is.
I'll stop smoking at 750.
Hey, you don't even smoke.
I do. I smoke way too much. I'm just gonna.
Have you ever tried to quit before?
I have. I quit when I was pregnant with my children, but then I had children.
So why is Jamie the one smoking and I'm the one coughing? This
I
is
don't
really
know.
unfair.
Something's not right. Something's not right.
So,
well, Amanda, thanks for joining us. I do appreciate it.
And thank you guys so much for doing this, for putting this on. It's just so cool to see people come out and share the love about Camp Quest. And it was really fun having Zane and his mom on, getting their camperships. And look forward to giving away some more of those camperships throughout the broadcast.
Definitely. Yep, me too. All right, very cool. Well, thanks so much for stopping by. Be sure when you hang up to go tweet and Facebook and share during this hour because we're putting this down as Jamie Carr and Amanda Metzges.
I've been so excited to be on, and then I've made like $87, and I'm like, I don't know if I want any.
Yeah, right now.
We can do it. Facebook, Jamie, Facebook. Call on
Right
those
now,
friends.
right now, Talissa kicking y'all's butts. Okay.
She is. I know, but Talissa, right? Like Talissa
campers
is
are
one of
beating
our
us.
campers.
Yeah.
So I've known Talissa since she asked me to French braid her hair at camp a couple of years ago, and I was actually interacting with campers. It was awesome. I was doing henna tattoos on campers. We have something called HONAB, which is House of Nails and Beauty, where the campers get to come and during their free time, they get their hair done and they get henna tattoos and they get their nails painted. And it's amazing, but we have about 90% guys come to HONAB and like 10% girls. And all the girls are doing the HONAB.
We just got a $250 donation.
Woohoo!
So it's coming on.
Was it
through.
from my husband?
Henry? from Henry. Henry donated.
Henry,
$250.
thank you, Henry.
Yeah, that's huge.
You know,
Let's keep it going.
I gotta say it's.
What's that?
He did 50 15 minutes ago.
Oh, he did 50 15 minutes ago and then came back and did 250.
My lungs, thank you.
Yeah, Henry is the MVP this hour.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
know,
So we
it's
just
actually
need 250 more.
250 more for.
Nope,
She'll quit smoking?
200 total.
Oh.
No, we have 300. Okay.
Brandy, I need our total. Do I need to get Donovan back in here?
We have. Oh, I'm sorry.
He is on top of it. He's like, here's how much we've got. He's always doing the math.
Well, that's not very nice.
Look, I'm not saying you're bad. I'm just saying step it up.
Okay, $7,016.
Can I put a call out for more than simply monetary donations and say that we are always looking for volunteers?
That's a great point. And when you said that earlier, I was going to jump in and ask Amanda a question, and then you moved on to something else, and I lost. So thank you for bringing that back up. Amanda, if people want to be a volunteer, do they contact the local Camp Quest they are closest to, or is there a way they can volunteer on the national level, and then that you can direct them to their local camp?
Yes.
So the quickest way to do it is go to campquest.org/volunteer. And that takes you to a list of all of our camp locations around the country. Right now, we're kind of in the fall off season, but in January, you'll see the volunteer application forms go up for all the different locations around the country. So you can find out what camp is closest to you and you can apply to volunteer there, or our camps will pick you up at the airport. So maybe you're like, hey, I really want to spend my week at Camp Quest on Puget Sound. Gee, maybe I'll go to Camp Quest Northwest. They'll pick you up at the airport. So either pick a camp that's close to you or pick a camp that's in a part of the country you've always wanted to go visit. And it is, I think, the most tiring and the most rewarding week you'll have all year. We had more than 400 volunteers last summer who made our camps happen for 1,200 plus campers. And so, we couldn't do this without you.
I got to tell you, what's really cool is, as a parent, with a lot of friends that volunteer, and I've also been a counselor at Camp Quest, is, you get to see your kids doing things. You get to see a lot of kids doing things. And one of the things that I absolutely loved was what I saw, and this is actually the reason why I decided to volunteer myself, was some of the stories that you don't get to see about your kids. Right. So your kids doing things and their experiences that they won't come back home and talk about because, it's not important to them. But being able to see, being able to hear and talk to, other parents or other volunteers and say, this is what your kid did this summer. Some of those are absolutely amazing. When I was a counselor, I had, I think it was the 8 to 12-year-old boys. That was nice and fun.
Wait, 8 to 12 is one group?
I think it was 8 to 12.
The 8 to 12 boys.
8 to 12 boys. It was the orange cabin. It was orange.
The orange cabin.
Yeah, I had the orange.
How many times did you go, dude? Hey,
dude.
That would have been every 5 minutes. Hey, don't eat that. Hey.
It takes a special counselor to handle the orange cabin in Texas. It is. Yeah. And
it's gotta be fun, though.
I cannot.
That's not the word for it. That's really not the word for it.
It's hard work, but it's so rewarding.
I had children. I had children that just would just almost growl at me in the morning. I'm like, we're not going to be friends. We're just not going to be friends, right? And by the end of that week, they were crying and asking, "Are you going to be back next year? And you're going to be back next year?"
Wow.
Like, and
I'm sensing a theme going on here. Everybody's kind of tense and anxious going into it. The first day, maybe even the first 2 days, people are resistant, and then something happens on that day 3 and day 4 where it just all the walls come down and the kids be themselves.
And
we do, though, have a special announcement from Brandy.
Yeah, so we just hit the 500 mark. We've raised 585 so far.
So now it's not even up to you anymore. The decision's been made.
I'm done.
So it's not even up to you. It's not. It's not a.
Well, and honestly, I think that's going to make it a little easier.
It's got to.
I'm happy. I'm happy to give that up for Camp Quest.
Man.
Yeah, Jamie.
So
thank you, Jamie, for doing that.
I can't. I can't think of a better reason to give up smoking.
That's awesome.
And thank you to Adam Waller from Camp Quest, South Carolina, who gave that $250 that pushed us over the 500.
Thank you. Adam.
We only have $89 left to go to meet that $1,000 matching grant for Camp Quest, South Carolina. So $89, and we'll hit that match.
$89.
And then the total will jump another 1,000.
Oh, so if we get to that, that's right. Our total will be added in. Okay.
$89. Come on, guys.
$89. You trigger the next 1,000.
If you get 89, you trigger the next 1,000. I love that. That's going to be great. And we've got 18 minutes left in this segment to make it happen. So I'm going to sit here and wait for $89.
And we're only $415 away from lovely Locke. Lovely Locke.
Ooh. Those dreadlocks of Alex's, they're getting endangered over
now,
there.
Okay, and
now you can choose. Now hold on.
We have 18 minutes for a lock.
Hold on. When you donate though for the lock, I think it would be fair to say you get to choose whether you would have the lock cut off or a picture of Alex in his underwear.
I have one of those.
I do. Not get saying that.
No.
Because Because I already
that's why
have
he's-
them. I'm donating that.
That's why he's.
I'll
staring
donate.
a hole through you.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Would you like to tell him the story? 'Cause,
Okay,
is
I
that the day
absolutely
they're-
can.
they're-
I not only have a picture of Alex in his underwear, I have a picture of Alex in My Little Pony underwear. But I think that's worth more than $1,000.
I'm an underwear model, and
you're an underwear
I'm an underwear model, and she designed underwear, and I don't know.
And after publishing the underwear for sale, I promptly received 30 orders of the underwear and 57 orders for Alex.
That's funny. Oh my god. Uh-oh. We just got a big one.
So tell us about the modeling session, Alex.
Oh, it was me. It was me. It's always just me. I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, I turned the lights down and set up
this is for kids, right?
Yeah, totally. Turn the lights down and
Oh, we got another
had the
one, I
lights
think.
going. Put up the camera, about 5 mirrors, and just looked at myself and said, "Damn."
Oh god.
And then the first click went, and I looked and I was like, "That's really good." But then I laid down, and I think this is the one that got me in trouble. I laid down and then took that picture, and I was like, "I think I'm hot."
Oh my god.
I love that we're leveraging Alex's sex appeal for the children.
And there were, I mean,
how often can you leverage sex appeal for children?
Hey, we got a big one.
You gotta be careful now.
There were only 5.
No, you
Wait,
have
hold on.
to
You said we got
stop.
a big one.
Yeah, we have to stop. Hold on.
What do you mean? What happened?
So
you talking about Alex in his underwear?
Stop it. This is for
She
children.
she said the big
This
one,
is
not
for
me.
children.
Oh, you talking about? Oh,
Stop,
I
everybody.
didn't say anything.
Brandy, I'm about to start muting microphones. You bad children.
Okay, so it jumped a lot. So wait, just
What
1
happened?
second.
So first, I'm not allowed to talk about how I don't like kids. And then I'm not allowed to
Yeah.
talk about Alex being the big one.
Right. It's a charity
Okay,
for kids.
so
What
we're
happened?
so we went well over the 1,000, and we're at 1884.
Oh.
We triggered the match.
So did one person
I have no
do
idea.
$1,000?
That's Amanda question.
So we got $89
$1,000?
from Shelly to get that match.
Oh,
And then
okay,
we
that's what
triggered the
happened.
match, so that's 1,000. And then we got 100 from Victoria Para. We got 100 from Christina Hill, and we got $10 from Brad Perryman. So yeah, our hour is getting a lot better, guys. I'm really glad that I'm not going to have to be embarrassed as the executive
So
director.
then
in
I
the
think-
first hour.
So I think then what we need to do is have all those people who donated just write in and tell us if you'd like, Alex to do the hair
or the
picture.
I have multiple pictures.
And you can make copies of it too, right?
$25 more from Todd.
Yeah, this is working.
We're at $8,590.
Oh my!
$8,590. So that's with Neil's match, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. So So Neil did $1,000 match. So whoever, I'm sorry, Amanda, tell me who did the 89,
Oh, so we're not.
$89 from Shelly, and that triggered the match.
and that triggered the match, and then Neil did the 1,000 for the match.
Yep.
So,
They should
so
all get
then
a
we're not
picture
at
of Alex.
$1,000 then.
Not natural,
Not
not
quite.
1,000 natural dollars.
No,
not
it
1,000
had to
match
be.
dollars.
But then we're
it had to
almost
be
there.
$1,000
We are
natural dollars.
almost there.
If we had 1,800, we're $200 away from
Yeah.
1,000, right?
Yeah. Well, you got to hit the 200 for one of these,
Or the picture.
or the or the picture.
Okay,
Which
so we're
already
at
exists,
We're at
but-
19.
Yeah, I was like, I've already published that picture.
I'll print it out and I'll sign it.
There you go.
Ooh,
Go ahead.
Signed picture.
We're at 1909.
I
So-
bet we
Why
have a
is
good printer in
Donovan
here
standing
somewhere.
there salivating? That's what.
So $81 before we hit the 1,000.
91.
91? I thought you said. Oh, $91.
Yeah,
We're $91 away from hitting the 1,000 for Alex,
$91.
and then we're done. And we have 12 minutes left.
We can do that $91,
How did that happen
guys.
just like that?
Yeah. Well, something's very important to them. It's probably your hair. I'm guessing.
I think so. I mean, have you seen Alex's hair? It's pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
Are you sure it didn't have anything to do with the fact that I was reading from like what our programs
Yeah,
for
totally.
the kids are going to be?
Yes,
maybe that
that's
was it.
I think
it.
that's what pushed it over. And like we're doing meteorology, which I was always disappointed to find out wasn't the study of meteors. Right? Like, isn't that disappointing?
I can't play the
that,
music under
you
this
know?
conversation anymore. You can't. No one in the history of time has ever played Barry White while saying the word meteorology. That just never happened.
Well, there we go. We have done something that has never been done before.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so we need $91.
$91
for Alex to cut a lock.
To cut a lock off his hair.
That's a pretty big deal. I don't know that I would cut my hair. That's a pretty big deal.
I'll shave my head.
Oh, come on.
I will.
That
I'll do
is
it.
not.
I'll do it. Damn it! I'll do it for charity. I'll do it for camp. I'll do it for the kids.
What will you do for the kids?
I'll stay up for 24 hours straight hosting a show.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty big deal, isn't it?
How's that?
I'll make Excel spreadsheets. I'll do inventory. What else does my job entail? Carrying a U-Haul full of stuff.
Just
to
carrying
camp.
it? Wow.
Well, driving.
You ma'am are a badass. That. All right, we're 11 minutes away.
We hit it.
We hit it?
Yeah.
Hit it?
Oh.
Oh.
Let's
All right.
see.
Now we have to find out. Is it for a lock or is it for the pictures?
Well, if it was one person donating, they were going to get to decide.
Oh, no. We're
Wait.
not there yet. Sorry.
Wait.
Oh, no.
False alarm. False alarm. I'm sorry.
Why did you do that?
$50 from Nathaniel.
Donovan, you're fired.
Okay, so we need $41.
41 away.
$41.
In 10 minutes. Now, I'm supposed to, at this point, stop and take our 10-minute break.
No.
That's what I have
Not
to do.
yet.
I have to get ready. I have to bring Noah on. Noah, no illusions from
But we
Scathing
need
Atheist is up next.
$41. We're almost there.
Well, I mean, it'll still count in the last 10 minutes, but we're not going to be on air when it happens unless it happens right this second.
Cut it off on air.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're going to cut it off. Right,
Yeah.
right here, right now,
Yeah, right there.
right in front of the camera.
Right in front of the camera. Oh my goodness, that's a big deal.
Are you going to make me go home?
What do you mean? Make you go home
Are you going to make me go home?
and do what?
Because I have to see this. Like, I have to stick around for this.
No, you can stick around.
You're not going home.
I'm not going home.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I've had a few.
Oh yeah. The last two. Thank you to Todd and Nathaniel both for getting us so much closer. We're $41 away and only 9 minutes to do it.
Do it on camera.
Donovan, will you tell Talissa to grab the scissors? Sure. I have faith that this is happening.
I'm sorry. I came in and told Alex I was going to do this, and he looked at me like I had grown a second head.
Well, because you
And
talked
he went,
about
"What?"
a personal cost.
Oh yeah.
This was something that actually means something.
This was actually huge. Me growing out my locks ensured that I wasn't going to get promotions in my corporate day job. It was done. It's like as soon as you did it, I was told, I was like, you know, it's done now, right? Yeah, I know.
Wow, that's dumb. You've had hair situations too.
Yes, actually,
I remember that story.
Yeah, I dyed my hair peacock colored. I had it gold, teal, and blue. And I was a substitute teacher, and I was actually sent home because I was told that I had to cover it, get rid of it, or go away.
When is our society going to grow up? Tattoos, piercings, hair color. What? I think we're doing a better job of it. I mean, 15, 20 years ago, you would have never seen a barista or a waiter with a nose ring. Now you see it all the time. It's not a big deal. Hopefully, in another 20 years, this hair color thing will be done and over with.
Well, I was just thinking because the principal that
Hold on.
told me to go home.
Casey Brescia of Secular Coalition for America just donated $41 to make it happen.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Oh man.
Well, ask the person who made it.
Thank you so much,
happen.
Casey.
That means that she gets to choose,
He.
right? He. That means he gets to choose.
Oh.
Because he's the one that made it happen.
So now we have to call Casey.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just call Casey.
So we have to decide whether it's the
Now
lock
wait,
or the
now hold on,
picture.
No. I said if one person gave the 1,000, they would get to decide what they got.
But this person made the 1,000.
Yeah, but other people.
Like it was very specifically $41.
Yeah, it's true.
So I asked Alyssa to get the scissors, and Alex's daughter goes, "Is my dad cutting off one of his dreads?"
Here are the scissors. Thank you. Can you go roll them around in the dirt?
Aw, that's not very nice.
Let me be funny without bringing the room down once. Well,
nice.
that's inappropriate. Just you're like my constant heckler, just following me everywhere. That joke is in poor taste. Just stop it.
Well,
Well, see, I always used to
let's
think you had a lot of hecklers here. When I watched the show, I always thought you had like a live studio audience of like
We do. There are hundreds.
25 people.
Who do you think's doing all that clapping?
Right.
Hey, everybody, clap. Look at that. See?
Exactly.
We're at 8,777.
8,777. I have to take a break right now. So you want to do the lock, or should we send everybody who's donating an inappropriate picture of Alex? I'm not sure how we should do this.
I don't know. Inappropriate pictures, though. It's pretty good.
I don't know what to do here, guys.
I hate to make him cut his hair.
Yeah, but
Well, that was the.
But if we go from
that was the original
That was
deal.
the original deal. I think we should do the original.
How about we cut the hair to show the dedication, and then anybody who donated during this hour who wants a picture of Alex
No.
can email Jamie and
There
she can
you
get a
go.
copy of it.
That seems fair.
Jamie Jamie
That
Carr at
seems fair.
campquesttexas.org.
How did that seem fair?
Come have a seat. Let's do it.
I'm doing
I'll
it.
get everybody
Let's
on
do
the
it.
list.
We're gonna cut the hair right now,
I'm gonna cut.
and then we're taking a break.
You're gonna cut the hair?
All right, here we go.
All right.
All right, enjoy
Get
it.
in front of
Here
the
we go.
camera.
Jamie, do you want to do it? Are you gonna cut it?
Can you show me
have to
the
cut it?
lock? And
Hold on, we're gonna do this on camera.
show me the lock. I want to cut it though.
No, he's gonna cut it. We're doing it on video for all those watching.
There's something wrong with me.
You gotta turn your head.
But I can
Every time I'm alone with you,
Come on, I gotta get Noah on the line.
loving me.
You gotta turn your head, Alex, so everybody can see it.
Your foreplay just blows my
No. They can see. They know it's you.
So why don't we stop all the talking, girl? Why don't we stop wasting time?
He's resisting.
I've had my share of love.
Oh,
man.
God.
And if you think you can turn me out, baby, I wish that
my God.
Show it to him.
telling me this and telling me that.
Nice. Thank you to everybody who donated.
Say there's a lesson.
And how long have those dreads taken you to grow?
You got to hook the microphone. Wow, Alex, that is dedication.
That's dedication.
Because you've been growing those dreads since I've known you.
Yeah, this
which is
is
at least 6 years.
Yeah, actually, these are year 4. I think. These are 4 years.
4 years.
4 years? My God.
Which is longer than I've been with Camp Quest.
Wow.
I'm kind of a little bit sick to my stomach right now. Is that normal?
A little sad.
A little bit.
Like for him,
Like, oh man.
it's one. He has easily 300 of them.
No, I have 87.
Really?
Gosh,
87.
wow.
Have you counted
80
or did somebody else count?
86 now?
86.
86. When it was being, when we were working on it, you count them when they're done.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's cool.
Wow. Thank you to everyone who donated to make that happen, I think.
You think?
I don't think anybody thought that was going to happen.
No,
including
me.
Alex, thank you so much for your dedication.
Because that's not the number I started with.
I needed to sacrifice you, man, because I got like $87.
All right, Amanda
Thank you,
Metzges.
Alex. Thank you,
Amanda
Jamie.
Metzges, thank you so much. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Alex, all so much. We'll be right back with No Illusions from the Scathing Atheist. More Dogma Debates coming up. Just so you know, you have 3 more minutes to donate during this hour, and that will go toward Jamie and Amanda. And anything you donate after 9 p.m. Central Standard Time will go toward Noah. Keep that in mind, because Noah and the guys with cognitive dissonance are in a they want to beat each other really bad. So if you want to help out, No Illusions, start your donations at 9 p.m. or after. Anything before that will go toward this segment. All right?
It sounds
we
like
clear?
you're discouraging people from donating right now.
No, I'm just telling them.
Don't discourage
I don't want them to think they have.
right now.
I don't want them to think they have to wait until we're back on air. If you do it during the break and it rolls over, then that's what happens. I am taking a really super short break for this one, though. So we'll be right back. More Dogma Debates coming up.
Download Dogma Debate with no commercials by signing up at login.dogmadebate.com.
Here's an excerpt from God and the Folly of Faith by Dr. Vic Stenger.
Faith is a folly. It requires belief in a world beyond the senses, with no basis in evidence for such a world, and no reason to believe in it other than the vain hope that something else is out there. While a false belief may be comforting or even temporarily useful, it is a dubious guide to life or for the foundation of a successful society. While not all believers have an uncompromising faith, and many recognize the power and value of science, we will see that an influential minority of American Christians see materialist science as an enemy that needs to be renewed so that God is restored to his rightful place in the scheme of things.
Find this audiobook and many more at atheistaudiobooks.com. The facts you won't hear in church.
Hi, I'm Lawrence Krauss, and I'm looking around the room, and I don't see anybody. So I must be the fourth listener to Dogma Debate.
It's a beautiful picture from the Hubble Space Telescope of a distant galaxy, far, far away and long, long ago. And there's a whole galaxy. It's about 1 billion light years away. We're looking at it as it looked 1 billion years ago. So many of those stars no longer exist. And here's an object that's just as bright as the whole center of the galaxy. You'd think it's a star that's near in our galaxy that just got caught in the picture frame. It's not. It's a star on the edge of that galaxy that has exploded. And exploding stars shine with a brightness of 10 billion stars. They're the brightest fireworks in the universe, supernovae. And because it is the most poetic thing I know about the universe, the amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today. Okay? And anyway.
If you've been missing Dogma Debate, man, it sucks to be you. You're listening to Dogma Debate.
Hi, my name is Penn Gillette. I'm a Penn and Teller, and I am the fourth listener.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. So far, the shortest break we've taken. We're doing this 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. You can go to campquest.org. You can go to dogmadebate.com. The widget is on both sites. So wherever you're comfortable donating, give that money. It's all going directly to Camp Quest. Hey, get out. And for anybody who's wondering, I was talking to my dog.
He treats me so bad.
People just hear me go from this professional radio intro to be like, get out. Yeah. All right. So we're already 1 minute in, and I know our next guest is wanting to be brought on immediately. But trust me, the clock has already started. Please join me in welcoming No Illusions from the Scathing Atheist podcast. Hello, Noah. It's a pleasure to have you back on, sir. How have you been?
I've been doing pretty good right there, David. How you doing,
That
fellas?
is not, I haven't been to my dad's recently. Let's not go there.
Now, you see, I was watching y'all on YouTube and listening on occasion when it would work, but I seen this fella Bobby C on there, and he done pretty good. He made about $3,700 from them kids, and
He did.
I figure I want to do things like he did.
Okay.
I just don't know which variables matter, which variables don't, so I figure I'd talk like this.
You got to talk like that, and you've also got to do the toenail thing and promise to quit smoking.
Oh, I see. All right. So what I'll do is I'll just talk like this until somebody gives about $400 or something like that.
Oh, no.
Maybe that would work.
Let me see if I've got $400 handy. I want this to stop immediately.
But imagine that though. Imagine, okay, so Bobby C. Miss actually giving up smoking. That's greater. But imagine how much more money he could have made if instead of smoking, it was giving up talking like he's a bit player in a Coen Brothers movie, right? I personally would have gave an extra $2,000 just to hear him doing his No Illusions impression.
Oh, that would
Would've been
be
great.
good.
Too late now. No,
2
but I did
minutes
want to make
and
some promises though,
47
'cause
bucks.
Hold on. Go ahead. What?
I said I did want to make a couple of, because they did a good job. They made a couple of deals with you, you know, like things that they would do. So I wanted to do some similar stuff. I heard that they had a listener who had a big old beard, and he was going to shave off his beard if they reached $2,000. And as soon as I heard that, I started growing a beard.
Oh,
which I will shave off if we reach $2,000. I'm not going to count on one of my listeners to do it, Bobby. I'll do it myself. And then as well, if we reach $3,000, I too will quit smoking crack. And that's harder than cigarettes, really, from what I understand. Now, I don't smoke crack, but what I'm saying is I'm willing to try it and then quit, right? Like to do it once for the children and then quit if we reach 3,000. Because not everybody who comes on your show before the last hour tomorrow is willing to smoke crack for the children. And I want to make it clear that I am, you know, giving up a lock of your hair, that whatever. I'm kidding. There's no way. There's no way sisters would touch my hair at any dollar amount. I commend you, sir. But yeah, that's what, and also I thought maybe the sympathy thing was working on Bobby C's side, right? Because he lost a finger to cancer this year.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is if we reach $4,000, I will chop off a finger in solidarity with Bobby C.
Now, wait a minute. You didn't say it was your finger.
I didn't mean to say that either. I apologize if I implied as much. No, but it won't be somebody who donates during my hour. So if you don't donate during my hour, you're on the list.
Donovan, is this what you do while you're listening to his podcast in your car?
Can't stop.
Just
man.
can't
They are
stop
so
laughing
funny.
nonstop.
Oh. Does Eli still have a restraining order against him for Cara Santa Maria?
They've started issuing a thing that's just, it's a list of people who don't have restraining orders against him. It's saves paper that way.
Is Smalley on that short list?
Nope. I can't imagine.
Nope. Not on the list. Not on the list. Not after that neocon comment. I'm out.
Okay, keeping the math on
I
his
will never
donations
forget.
is going to be tough.
Why is that?
Because they're just popping in.
Are
It's
they?
going to
They're
take
already
me a while
popping
to
in?
do this. Yeah.
All right. Well, you know what we ended the last hour at? What did we end the last hour at?
$8,777.
Well, that'll be an easy one to remember and a tough one to do math around. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. I wrote it down.
777.
So yeah, we're just going to keep track. Okay. Do you have any actual promises, Noah? Anything you can actually keep?
I mean, I am saddened that you doubt all of these commitments that I've already made here today. I was planning on shaving tomorrow, and I was not planning on smoking crack, and it really wasn't. I don't think it was your place to imply that I was. You know, I got to tell you, this is a lot harder for me than it usually is, because usually by the time I come on, Tom and Cecil have already come on and broke that quote unquote accidental F-bomb barrier for me. You know, they've done it accidentally 11 times and on purpose 5. And I don't have to guess, but whatever I say, you guys are going to be like, yeah, Tom and Cecil were on earlier. Don't worry about it. But now I have to be sandwiched between cute little kids and the teddy bear of atheism. You guys got Jerry DeWitt on after me?
Yeah.
So I feel inappropriate in this time slot.
Well, you are. I'll tell you that. And I'll tell you, you're right about that, because I don't recall you making me uncomfortable before, but I'm slightly uncomfortable already now, just 6 minutes into your segment. So I think you're right about that. Having those guys on last is going to be quite a challenge. But you know, they specifically requested to be on last to make sure they beat you.
Yes. I that's what I understand. But I also heard you say to Matt Dillahunty that going first and last is kind of like cheating. And I agree that Cecil is a cheater. I've played fantasy football against him. So I've seen it firsthand, and I just want to commend you for making that accusation publicly.
All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I do what I can, man. I do what I can.
So I understand you're up to 11 or 12 podcasts you're hosting now?
We're at 3 at the moment. We've got the Scathing Atheist, Old Faithful there. The Skeptocrat, which is a political podcast that we somehow managed to put on hiatus right at the critical part of the election where we could have swung it for Hillary. I blame myself, and you can blame me too, but don't do it until after this hour. Otherwise, people won't want to donate during it.
Gotcha.
All your
They
listeners
think they can blame me for Trump. They're not going to be feeling super generous.
Gotcha. And the third one?
And then, of course, the third one is God Awful Movies. And that really, honestly, that was just an attempt to have more fun podcasting, because we always talk about these serious subjects. You have the same thing on Dogma Debate, right? You end up with these very serious subjects and these laws that are like just egregious, and these things that you hear about from all over the world, and you got to talk about them. And then you got to wrap something around them to try to make them entertaining and palpable to your audience.
Right.
So we started God Awful Movies for the express purpose of making fun of Christian cinema. And boy, I'll tell you what, there has never been a straw man so in need of a chop. I mean, that is the easiest job you could imagine. Watching the movies is tough, obviously, but making fun of them just flows right out.
So how do you guys do that? Do you sit around actually like once a week and watch a movie together, or is it like book club? You just go, hey, watch this movie sometime this week, and everyone grabs Netflix or iTunes or whatever and watches it, and then comes to the table with conversation?
Yeah, it's more the latter, because honestly, I don't know about the other guys, but I can't make it through any of these things in one sitting. You know, very often I have to come back to it several times, and and I'm stopping it to make notes the whole time. We're all in different places too. Eli lives in the city. Heath and I are about an hour and a half away from it, so that would be a big pain. But eventually we're gonna make that happen. We're all gonna get together and have a viewing party one of these days.
Okay, that makes sense. I noticed you guys kind of do it the opposite that I do, and what I mean by that is one of the biggest struggles I have with Dogma Debate is that we cover such a broad range of topics on one show that people will tune in, or not really tune in, but they'll just read the description. And if it's about politics, they'll be like, I don't want to listen to that. I like it when Smalley talks to Christians. And they just flat out won't listen if it's a politics focused show. And then people will do it the other way around. They'll look at the thing and they'll be like, if it's, Christian whatever versus David Smalley, they're like, oh yeah, there's no way I'm listening to you talk to a Christian. I just tune in for the political episodes. And so I've often wondered if I should split this off into different shows and have a political based show and a religious based show. But that's kind of something that I've thought about, and we're kind of going two different ways. Do you find it easy to do it this way, or do you think it would make more sense, since it's all basically the same people, if you consolidate it into one show and said, okay, this version, this episode of Scathing Atheist is about this god-awful movie, or it's a segment rather than a show? You know what I mean?
Well, that's actually how God Awful Movies started originally. It was a segment of Scathing Atheist that we did about once a month. We'd bring Eli on and do a review, and it was just so popular. We were getting, plenty of calls for it. And it also just so happened at the same time that Eli was losing his day job. So we said, hey, maybe we can, by putting out another podcast in the world, generate enough income to allow him to do this full time along with us. And, and so it came from that. But as far as like the split between politics and religion that you see between like Scathing Atheist and Skeptocrat, I feel like, I looked at the same thing that you did, because we very clearly staked our flag on religion with a name like Scathing Atheist. Obviously, that's what the show's about. And over again, Heath would come to me with a story, or I would come to Heath with a story, and we'd have to look at the other guy and say, yeah, I'd love to do this story, but it has nothing whatsoever to do with religion. Some of our listeners on Scathing Atheist are most of them are liberals, but some of them are far left, some of them are center left, some of them are libertarians, some of them are conservatives. And, we don't want to close doors to those listeners on that platform. So it just sort of became a thing like, okay, we can either never talk about this kind of stuff, or we have to create another platform to do so.
Gotcha. Okay.
I wouldn't say it's less work though.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a lot more work. It sounds like, do you have different bumpers and different audio and different opening and closing? And
No, he has to work with Eli, Heath, Lucinda. You only have to work with me and Alex.
Only.
Yeah, that's so much easier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Have you ever had to work with you?
Have you ever had to work with Eli?
No. I'll take that.
Well, you can't possibly even imagine from your chair, having never done it, that it's more difficult than working with Donovan.
No, you're right. I would rather work with Donovan. I would take 5 Donovans over Eli any day of the week.
Okay, this is the actual literal truth here. We have had multiple conversations with lawyers about what it is and is not legal for Eli to say on the air, to try to drill it home to him that, like, no, there are certain things that like are federal crimes just because you say them, even if you were kidding. So no, it's a lot of fun to work with the guy, but it is quite stressful.
And you ought to see the way he dances around that particular line of law to just breach the point and just stop barely.
So what I need to do, okay, so if we reach out to the federal government, can we add calling David Smalley a neocon to that list? because I will never forget that.
I want to make it very clear that he did not say that on one of our shows. I don't know where he said it, but
He said it on my show.
Oh well, in that case, then that's
Yeah.
wow, a neocon. So you were pro Iraq, huh? You like the
Exactly.
spreading of democracy idea?
Yeah, voted for Trump. I believe I'm part of the alt-right now, according to that as well. It's just lumped me in with everything. I think because what I said was I'm all in favor of safe spaces. I just am not in favor of the safe space being abused. And Eli's position was, no, you must be okay with them being abused. Otherwise, you're a neocon. I'm assuming it was something like that.
Yeah, that sounds like Eli. Though.
Yeah,
He's
I'm pretty
pro-abuse.
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Just as a general thing.
Wow. All right. So what are we going to talk about this segment? Donovan, what are we at so far?
He's already at $627, and it's been what? 10 minutes?
13 minutes.
13 minutes.
We're 13 minutes in. Nice job, man. You're doing it. So are you tweeting it out? Did you tell your listeners ahead of time? How did you plan for all this?
Yeah. We mentioned it on 2 shows, and I set up a bunch of, so like I'm tweeting actively as we go. I went to TweetDeck and set up a couple of tweets to go while we're going. Put it on the Facebook page there. I mean, obviously we did. We're not on pace to match what we did last year. Last year we did $7,000 during our hour,
Yes,
and
you did.
so we need folks to step it up over these next 45 minutes. So yeah, like I feel like I'm just running to keep up. Expectations are high.
Well, I got to tell you, and this whole thing is like that for us. And last year we set the bar so freaking high. We're not even going to try to go there. And Todd Stiefel's already told me, he's not doing some massive match this time. He's going to come in, he's going to help. He's going to maybe do a match, but it's going to be something a little more conservative, which Eli would probably call him a neocon for that. But overall, what I'm getting at is that, there's a lot of donor fatigue. A lot of people, spent money on Reason Rally, on traveling, on conferences, and then a lot with the elections, donating to Bernie Sanders, as a lot of us did, and then donating to Hillary Clinton, as a lot of people did, and then losing that. People are really pissed off about donating, and we don't want the kids to suffer for that. You know what I mean? We don't want that to suffer. So we set the bar at 50,000, but I think we're behind on it again, aren't we? So Donovan, if you were to do the math, don't count the stuff this hour. Just count it from 4 to 8. So that's
we're about $1,300 behind.
$1,300 total on
behind,
pace.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Behind
so we have
pace.
to. So then we would have to do 2,300 plus 1,300 just to get caught back up to be on pace.
Correct.
Yeah, and then we've got like 4 hours throughout the middle of the night where nobody is scheduled.
Well,
And so
there's
we're
somebody
gonna-
scheduled, but we don't count him as a real person.
What? Who?
Adam Reeks.
No, I mean after him. He's a real person. At least he's not in the right
he's
hemisphere.
in Australia.
Oh, they don't count?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Do you count him?
I never thought about it that
He's
way.
clear at the bottom of the list or country or whatever. He's down there.
Yeah, wrong hemisphere and everything. Yeah,
Wrong hemisphere. Yeah. Okay. All right.
No, I do want
I
to say
wasn't
though,
aware.
like
I wasn't
for
aware.
the listeners at home, if ever you were planning on staying up till 4 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, I would recommend doing it, or whatever, 3 o'clock in the morning if you're in Texas, I guess. I would recommend doing it for Adam Reeks' hour, because there is a rumor going around that he did one of his famous splinter views, and there is a rumor that the splinterviewee rather, is David Smalley. And there is a rumor that it's the exact kind of innuendo that you sort of want at 4 o'clock in the morning. And there's a rumor that I've heard it, and it was pretty darn funny. So just I don't expect anybody to stay up till 4 in the AM just based on that. But if you were almost there, I just want to add that little straw to the camel's back.
God, I can't imagine.
I love our movement and our people.
These people are awesome. They're pretty damn funny. Most of them. Some of them. A few.
He's talking about you, Tom and Cecil. I know you guys are listening.
Yeah, they're tweeting at us right now.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to give away all your secrets. So Tom and Cecil had a few hours to put those secrets to you.
And what? And they're actually using the hashtag podcastathon. These guys. I don't. Why? Why even ruin the name of the show? Like.
See, I was expecting Glory Hour. That was the hashtag I was expecting.
It was actually they actually already started that one too.
Oh, awesome!
All because Alex started that one. So, I don't know why I agreed to let them go last.
And they did it. They told you it was about the money, but it's really because that's when you're going to be at your weakest. That's when you will be least able to fight them off. You know that was what the original reasoning was.
You know,
they had to come up with a plausible excuse.
Okay, Noah, can we partner up, and from now on, can I just do all of my communications with them through you? I think I need your representation when it comes to that. I don't trust myself because I was in Chicago when we were talking, and they kept feeding me pizza and telling stupid jokes. And I had a blast, and we had a lot of fun. And then later they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna go last, right?" And I was like, "Sure, yeah, whatever." They buttered me up and then slipped that in, and it was, I shouldn't have said that just now.
And ever since then, on their show, you are the butt of their jokes.
Good of you to give Adam a little more material for his Splinter review if he did that.
No joke. Oh man. Anyway,
they constantly. Oh, did you just sigh? That sounded Smalley sigh. That's
Jeez.
Yeah, you're a butt of their jokes a lot on their show.
But you're a good butt.
Yes, a good butt.
You could really take it.
So campquest.org is a national organization for children to go to science camp. Please go donate now at campquest.org or dogmadebate.com. We have $90 left to hit a $500 match for Camp Quest Northwest. Amanda, I know you're listening to me. Where is Camp Quest Northwest? Tell me where that's located so I can tell the listeners where that's at. $90 left, and Neil is going to match $500 for Camp Quest.
And you're
Northwest.
at $792 right now.
$792, Noah. What's your pitch, man? What's your sales pitch to the listener?
Well, my sales pitch is that last year there was this incredibly generous listener that donated $5,000 during my hour, and sure would be nice to hear from him again. Sure do miss him. Oh yeah, okay. So what can we do here? Let's see. I'm certainly not cutting my hair. I don't think I could. I could lie to you about the smoking thing, but I would be lying to you. I love the kids, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if I like them that much. My wife's put up with an awful lot from me, but there's only so much she's willing to do.
Camp Quest Northwest is located in Washington State.
There you go.
Can you do a vulgarity for charity against David for a certain amount of money?
Oh, that would be awesome. You can't do it here. I know what it is. And you'll hear about it more when Tom and Cecil come on, but I'll just put this little bug in your ear. Apparently they wanted me to do a roast.
Yes.
And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I don't mind roasting somebody. That'd be great. And then they sent me a script, and I was like, I'm not reading that.
All right, so there is another layer to this story, David, because we wrote the first script and we sent it to Tom and Cecil to send along to you, and Tom says there's no way he's going to read that. let me write something a little more tame, and that's what you saw.
Oh my God! All right, well, I don't want to ruin the story for those guys. I want to let them tell it tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. But I cannot believe that was the tame version. Donovan, I'll tell you off air. I'll tell you during our next break what they wanted me to say, and then I will say it, a part of it when they're on. I'll give you the reason. I cannot believe anybody would say this into a microphone.
I heard some pretty pristine people read some pretty heavy stuff during vulgarity for charity.
Yeah, and I don't mind being vulgar. Like I'm not a prude. I'll do it. Anyone who's ever seen my talks are nothing like this show. My talks are R-rated. I do the stuff there, but I won't do this. What they wanted me to do, I will not do. I will not.
All right, so how's this sound? If we can get to $2,000 during our hour, because we're actually going to be doing, we did our vulgarity for charity fundraiser a little while back, and we haven't actually gotten all the insults done because it was a bit bigger of a response than we expected. So we were actually planning on doing another segment on this coming Thursday show for vulgarity for charity. So if we can get to over $2,000, we'll do a special roast of David Smalley at the end of that segment on our upcoming show. I know Donovan's like getting his checkbook out right now.
I just reached in my pocket. Darn it, if it's not my backpack right now.
Oh, all right. So $2,000. you'll add that to the, is it the next episode?
Yeah, that'll be our upcoming episode on December, whatever that would be.
You're so good at promotions. December, whatever the
8th,
hell.
December 8th
Okay.
at 7 a.m. Eastern time, that would be out.
Wow, you put the podcast out at 7 a.m.?
Yes,
Oh,
that I do.
is that for people going to work type thing?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, it was 8 a.m. up until just a couple of weeks ago, but we've brought on a little bit more help. I don't have quite as much of the edit to worry about myself anymore, so we were able to push that back for an hour. But yeah, we give it to our patrons a little bit before that. We give it to them as soon as it's ready, and then we just schedule everything for release at 7 a.m.
Oh, that's cool.
$2,000 for a Smalley Slamathon. Can't wait.
Slamathon. What's he up to so far? Every time I have to ask him that, he has to do math. So that's why there's always the delay, for those wondering.
And of course, I have to wait for refreshing.
Well, so how are you liking the show so far? No, have you been listening? You've been spot checking the show?
Oh yeah, no, I've been having a blast. Like I said, I was on YouTube, so I haven't been listening so much as watching and trying to kind of interpret from body language what was going on. But no, I really enjoyed your talk with Cara Santa Maria. I mean this as a compliment, as only one could, but you guys can actually make traffic discussions pretty darn interesting. But I gotta say, I was really stoked when I found out that this year you guys were raising money for Camp Quest, because I'm a huge fan. I mean, not that I'm not a huge fan of the other charities that you guys have raised money for through the 24-hour broadcast-a-thons.
Thank you, Noah.
I'm sucking up at this point.
You are, and I think all the fourth listeners should donate right now. You know what? There's only $5 left to match. Someone donate in honor of Noah saying broadcast-a-thon.
Yeah, hey, I'm trying to butter you up and slip it in for next year. You know,
Tell the truth, Noah. You slipped up.
No, he didn't. He didn't slip up. And let me go ahead and ask you now: what slot would you like next year?
Yeah,
you want to go first and promote it the week ahead of time?
I want to go immediately after Tom and Cecil.
Oh, okay.
Unless they go last, in which case I guess I would have to go first. It would be like a wrapper, and I want to go the next year. I want to go first. So yeah, that would make sense. Then I would be right after them this time too. But no, like I said, a huge fan of Camp Quest. I was. This sounds really weird to people who only know me from my podcasting work, but myself and all my co-hosts, Heath, Lucinda, and Eli, we all met when we were children's entertainers. We were actually just, children's entertainers that were being driven nuts by the fact that we had to constantly play it clean. And that was a lot of like the birth of the podcast. But while I was doing that, I worked at a lot of camps and occasionally in religious camps. The company I would work for would like rent me out to teach juggling at these camps. And, so I feel like by raising money for Camp Quest, I'm kind of paying the penance for all the kids who are getting indoctrinated, and I was like making it a little easier for them by making it fun in between the indoctrination. So, if nothing else, maybe that'll inspire a few people to donate. The fact that you'll be, buying back all the horrible things that I've done in my life.
Wow. Okay. Now, as part of your money, as part of your hour, that $500 is going to come in as the match for Camp Quest Northwest. Now, are we going to count that $500 toward your roast money? Meaning your people only have to come up with $1,500?
I am perfectly willing to do that, David. I mean, I know that like it's asking a lot to make fun of you, for myself and my co-hosts, but we're willing to do it for the children. And
tell me why now, in your own special way, why it would exactly be so difficult to make fun of me, Noah.
Well, what is there to make fun of, David? That lustrous head of hair that you've got, that physique, that stature of yours. I just, there's only so much that we can do. You got to give me raw material.
Gotcha.
If you want me to build you a home.
Gotcha. It's so limited.
Exactly.
I get it.
Also, nobody's making you say glory hole 52 times this time around. So that's like a lot of my shtick from last year. So
yeah, I don't even know what that word means, and I don't think the kids do either. So we're just going to skip right past it.
And neither did Brandy. $925.
$925. All right, looks like the match was met. Robert gave $50 to get us over that line, so we should be seeing that match come in very soon and should jump up.
Gosh, yes.
Did it jump?
It jumped.
What are we up to now?
$10,234.
Right. I like being here when we go to 5 figures.
Nice. You know what that means? We have a second camper that we can call.
Oh, that's right.
So I'm going to get the producer on that.
So you're up to 1,460. 1,400. I'm sorry, I get in trouble for that. $60.
1,460.
Yes.
Now, I got to say, so during my hour, we went up an order of magnitude. So I feel like Tom and Cecil won't really be the champions unless they can match that during their hour.
Okay. So meaning if we do really good right before them and then they just barely come in, then is that what you're saying?
No, he means that it's rigged if he loses.
Well,
Right,
that's
Trump?
part of what I mean.
That
Yeah,
sounds
but
familiar.
what I mean is we moved from 4 figures to 5 figures while I was on. They should have to move it from 5 to 6. That just seems like the only fair way to do it, because they'll be building on all the snowballing success of Matt Dillahunty and Kara Santa Maria and myself and those rednecks that you talked to earlier.
God.
And I think it's only fair if it's like an exponential scale that we're all being judged upon.
All right. I think that's ridiculous.
Or just Tom and Cecil. Just Tom and Cecil are being judged by a different scale than everybody else is what I think is how I feel like it should go.
I'm worried right now. I'm worried about how bad that segment's going to get. Number one, and also mathematically, where are we now for the 10,000?
$1,992 right now.
We've crossed the 1,000. If we're counting, okay, so we're less than $1,000 away from them doing a David Smalley roast. Okay, so if you do a David Smalley roast, how long are we talking? Are we talking a couple of he's short, fat, and bald, and then that's over, or is it like you're going to really dedicate some time?
Well, I feel like for $2,000, we should at least dedicate a good 5-6 minutes to it, or maybe we could tie it to the money, right? Like we could dedicate 1 minute for every $500.
Wow.
We could.
Okay, so if you get the 2,000, it's a 4-minute roast, and
I talk really fast though. I feel like I could get a lot out in 4 minutes. I'll just call you a neocon like 89 times in a row, real fast. Yeah, apparently that would do the trick.
Great callback again.
That would definitely do it.
You've gotten too Smalley size already. I just want you, if you're keeping
God, I
track
don't
at
even
home.
realize it happens. It leaks
I
out.
have a chalkboard behind me. I was just putting a check mark on it as you said that. See, you think it's about the dollars. That's the real competition between me and Tom and Cecil when we come on this thing. That's where the bragging rights are. They're way ahead, by the way. I don't even bring up flashlights when I'm on.
Oh my God, what are you doing right now?
For like flashlight tag.
Exactly what I meant.
He's so welcome.
Do you write into their show all the time? And like Noah, are you aware of Donovan as a fan of the show, or do you just know him as a Dogma Debate co-host?
I know him as both.
Oh, okay.
I've commented a couple times on shows.
And when you run him out of the room like you tried to do at the beginning of this segment, he'll message me on Facebook and said David did it again, and I'll comfort him.
I figured. And now that I'm moving to LA and he's told me he's not going to be a part of the show anymore, I figure he'll be in your studio in no time.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. So just get ready for that.
There's one thing I'm devoted, David. If I do any activism, it'll be through you.
Well, you're amazing. And that's why you got the 2016 John Carf Dedication Award.
Yeah, that you sucked up on that one. That was kept me speechless. That was a killer.
What was going through your head? When you
I was
got
just like, what the hell's going on? This is supposed to be.
Your face was genuinely surprised. Were you listening at that point, Noah?
No, I was not.
Okay. So we lost a good friend, John Carf, back in July. And I said I did his memorial. He was our first ever volunteer coordinator. He built a lot of our programs, and a lot of the people made it through and then ended up becoming paid staff members. And Donovan was one of the first people that came on years ago and helped out with all kinds of stuff. And so I said when I did John Carf's memorial, he died in July. And I said during his memorial that to honor John, I would every year at our broadcast, our 24-hour broadcast, I would give someone an award in John Carf's name for their dedication to our mission. And so the award, the first ever John Carf dedication award for 2016 went to Donovan, and we gave it to him a couple hours ago. And he was speechless. He cried a little. It was touching.
He's
That's
making
amazing.
it all
That's
up.
awesome.
He's making it all up.
Yeah, no, I'm not. And it says, for your unwavering desire to change the world. And it's a glass globe with our Dogma Debate logo. So
classy.
Yeah, it's nice.
No, that's really awesome. That's really awesome. I mean, look, that's one of the things that we recognize as atheists is if we want to keep someone immortal, it's up to us. There's no heaven for them to go to. So if we want to keep their work and their name alive, we have to do it. And that's a great way to do exactly that.
This reminds me of your most recent diatribe too. You two are opposite ends of the spectrum, really.
Who are?
You and Noah.
Opposite ends of what spectrum?
He loves to insult and tease and joke, and you try to have the serious conversation and make a connection. And he just had a diatribe about that. And you guys are kind of the spectrum ends, I would say.
So what was your diatribe?
Well, I think the important thing to caveat it all with is that, obviously you and I are speaking to different audiences by and large. Now, I know we have a lot of crossover between our audiences, but your show is really designed in a lot of ways to reach out to people, to reach across the aisle, to help religious people understand, or people who may be wavering in their religion, to understand where the atheists are coming from. And mine is really to point and laugh and just have fun as a community, So, I certainly wouldn't, I've certainly never advocated other people going out and using sort of a derogatory tactic in the atheist movement. But I also feel like, there's an unnecessary effort to sort of cleanse atheism of that, the idea that everybody sort of has to work from the same playbook that says you can't make fun of Pat Robertson's ears, for example, and still be a good and productive atheist. And I just don't think that's really backed up by the evidence. I think there's a lot of community building that you can do through the sort of those shared jibes. I think that there are a lot of things that you can say in comedy that you really just can't say any other way. So I believe that was, if I had to put the diatribe in a nutshell, that would be the
yeah, and that's a good point. When I first started in all this, I remember Dave Silverman going on Fox News and just they were being rough with him. He was being rough back, and I felt like what he was doing is he was taking like this 30-second window that he got to talk, and was using it to insult Jesus, and it just played into this concept that atheists are angry and arrogant and all this other stuff. And so when I Dave and I have since, completely become good friends and helped each other out in all kinds of events. And we have the same literary agent, we've shared information. He's helped me, I've helped him, and we do events together, but we like to, poke fun at each other in public. But originally I was like, don't do it that way. That's making us look bad. And Dave reached out to me at one point and said, hey, can I come on your show? Can we talk about this whole difference in our approaches? And I said, sure. And what we ended up finding, and throughout that time, I've done some research as well. There's a place for everybody in this movement. I will say that I think, if that is the first impression that a Christian gets of an atheist, it is going to make my job a little harder. Because they're going to have their walls up. They're going to be like, oh, I already know you. But then again, it can also make it easier once they hear that I'm not going to be that way. It could be like, oh, I thought you were one of those. Right. Mm-hmm. So it can help. It can benefit. But Dave said that my approach, could be considered dishonest, because if I think what they're saying is absolutely crazy and I don't tell them I think they're insane, then I'm lying to them. And I'm like, well, it's more, I want to build bridges, like you said. I want to build relationships. But I've certainly come across several people who have said, I was super religious, I was really uptight, and I heard someone, and they'll be like, I heard someone like Noah, or I heard someone like Dave Silverman, or I heard Ricky Gervais say something so highly offensive to me that it shook me to my core. And I thought, how dare he say anything? Oh my God, I've said that about Muslims. you know?
Right.
Wait a
Right.
minute. And it was the first thing that made them think maybe it's not true. And maybe somebody could be so over the top offensive. They couldn't be that offensive to something if it was actually true. How can this person be okay with slamming God like this? And so, you know, Aaron Ra is going to be here at what, 3 a.m. He actually met his wife online like that. She was defending it as an apologist, and he was just slamming it, going, "It's ridiculous. If you believe this, you're an idiot, yada, yada, yada. This is child's play." And now she's an atheist activist and been married to him for years. So to say that it doesn't help is false, and I was wrong for that. But I find that my approach works better for me. It works better for listeners who want to connect with their sister or their mom or explain the position to grandma without, you know, pissing grandma off and starting a huge family fight. But I think there's a place for both approaches and everything in between. And honestly, depending on who I'm talking to, depending on what the topic is and what part of the day it is, I may seem a lot more firebrand than people may think. I do come across firebrand sometimes. So I think we all have those moments. And I'm sure, Noah, if you were sitting down talking with, you know, a close family member, a grandmother, an aunt, or someone, you're not going to go into, you know, performing your show. You're going to talk with them with a little bit more respect, you know?
Yeah, right. And I think you actually perfectly nail it, right? Like, so your show is for, you know, on the way to go see religious grandma or religious aunt, minus for on the way back. You know?
Exactly.
But when you talk about it, it's so much, it's so audience specific, right? So you talk about David Silverman going on Fox News and you know, starting all of these fights and you know, responding to their anger with anger and derision. And, you know, obviously, and of course, Silverman said as much. That's what Fox News wanted, right? They wanted the atheist firebrand to get on there and get everybody riled up and get everybody in their audience angry and everything. And, you know, obviously he raised the profile of American atheist by so doing, even if he did make a little bit, you know, like I said, make your job a little bit tougher down the road. Just the ability to like do something like that, you know, because look, a lot of people go on Fox News at whatever time of day he was on and just don't get noticed at all. If you don't say something controversial in that point, at that point, it may just be a tree falling in the woods with nobody around to hear it. Right. So, you know, David, I think has been just a real master of using firebrand atheism in the right situations to raise the profile, not just of American Atheist as an organization, but of American atheists as a group of people.
Yeah, that's a good point.
As a listener, I love the spectrum because I listen to a lot of podcasts, and just to have complete extremes and all the stuff in between, it makes it a pleasure. Because sometimes I'm in a foul mood and I want to hear the stuff I can't think up myself that makes me laugh, and then the other times I'm like, oh, that's I could probably use. And then sometimes some of the harder stuff is the approach I could use. Depends on who I'm talking to. So yeah. I like having it all. I think it's a wonderful thing that we have that kind of diversity.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. What are we up to, Donovan?
$2,068.
All right.
It's like you got it. So 2,068, that's 4 minutes.
Yes. That's minimum of 4 minutes now.
Come on.
We will spend on next week's show making fun of one David C. Small.
Are you gonna have enough time in your? Well, I guess you'll talk faster in the credits.
Minimum.
Well, that's and we've got 19 minutes to go. So for every $500, you're gonna add a minute to it.
At least a minute. Yeah. I like to use all of these, you know, minimum type terms here. I don't want to limit us at all, but yes, yeah, we'll bump it up to at least 5 minutes. And I know Eli is at home listening right now. He's writing just one neocon joke after another. Let him use all of those neocon jokes, guys. You know, let's not cheat these children out of the neocon jokes that could get them to camp.
And I can't wait for my new David Smalley ringtone for my phone.
What? What do you mean? What's that?
I'm going to use the vulgarity for Charity Smalley for my ringtone on my phone when you call me.
Oh, God. This is going to be bad.
You're so
just
fun,
let
David.
me know when you're around him and you want me to call.
I'll have his wife call me while I'm standing in the room with him.
Oh, you guys are fun. So I don't know that much about your history. I mean, I know, Noah, whenever I met you out in North Carolina, we did a ReasonCon together. And you were, I don't know, I just saw you juggling in a corner. And I was like, well, what are you doing? And then you were like slowly telling me like your history. Can you talk a little bit about that for the listeners that aren't aware of you? Like, how were you raised? Were you raised religious and then rebelled and then got into the whole, circus stuff? Like, break it down for us.
Oh, well, I was raised minimally religious. My mother came from a very religious Catholic household. My father came from a very religious Mormon household, and it didn't really stick for either of them. So I was religious in the sense that, like, if I was at Grandpa's house, I had to pretend to know who Jesus was. But my parents never sent us to church. We never went to any kind of church. I wasn't allowed to go to like a church camp, for example, something like that. So I was raised with just my parents kind of half-heartedly trying to instill a little bit of religion in me. I was not a big fan. I lived in Detroit, Michigan at the time, and that was before all the people moved out. But then I moved there from there to a little tiny town in South Georgia, which meant that I moved from a place where the goth movement sort of took hold a little bit early to the most conservative place in the contiguous United States or non-contiguous United States. So I sort of got branded like as a devil worshiper for the way I looked, and I was immediately the enemy of the really Christian kids. So I feel like Christianity sort of lined up against me and made an atheist of me that way. I feel like I was already an atheist. I already didn't believe it, but I don't think I would have become an anti-theist had it not been for that transition.
That's interesting. So the hard line of the fundamentalist Christian really pushed you more to the left in a way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, I don't want to dress it up too much. I got beat up a lot as a kid because I was a devil worshiper and my family didn't go to church and stuff like that. And I don't like to say that because that's the exact kind of thing that the Christian movie wants the atheist to say, Like if the atheist is in the Christian movie, then it's because his mom died of cancer and God wouldn't answer his prayers or something, not because he really thought about it and it didn't make any sense, So I'm very careful to make it clear that that's not what made an atheist of me. The fact that there is no God made an atheist of me.
Right.
But it certainly pushed me into the position where I said, this is dangerous. And look, I saw this when I was working with kids at these camps, right? Because I would go and I would do the juggling classes at these various camps, which, by the way, were not named in such a way as to make it obvious that they were religious camps. At least some of these kids' parents didn't realize they were sent them to a super Jesus-y camp. But I get these kids like fresh out of indoctrination class, and the first question they would start asking me is what church do I go to? How often do I go? Have I accepted Jesus as my personal savior? And that's kind of terrifying.
So you were already an atheist while you were doing these camps?
Oh yeah. Yeah. But it's just a part of the entertainment world. When that's what you do, that's what you do, So I did, like I said, I did first communions and I did mitzvahs and I worked in religious schools and religious camps and whoever was willing to pay me. I feel bad for it now.
Well, hey, you're here doing the right thing, I think. So you would go and like teach juggling at these camps, and I know a lot of the camps will just be like, a summer enrichment camp, and you're like, oh, that sounds good, and you look at their website and there's nothing super religious on there, so you send your kid having no idea that they get there and they're praying before meals and they're being witnessed to and they're reading brochures and they're having to promise their virginity until they're married and abstinence only through high school and all sorts of stuff. And so many parents don't realize it. And so I forgot who was in here earlier that was talking about that said somebody I think it was you, Donovan, that said you were mentioning it to somebody. They asked what Camp Quest was. Yeah, tell that story real quick. I don't think Noah was.
So I was at work and someone asked they knew I do a thing like this every year, and they asked what the charity was this year, and I said it's called Camp Quest and it's camp for kids, and they're like, oh, well, my kid used to go to camp, and I said well, this one doesn't have a lot of praying or anything like that. They get to do science experiments and they get to do team building and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, well, I think my kid would rather do that because there was too much of the other for their kid, and their kid was bored. So they said, how do I get a hold of it? So I gave them campquest.org, and they said they're probably going to send their kid there this year.
See, it's so many of the news stories have been like, a new atheist camp is taking the nation by storm. I'm like, stop calling it that. It's not atheist camp. As a matter of fact, one of the news stories, and I play a short clip of it, of her saying that these kids, the atheist parents send their kids off to camp to reinforce their passionate disbelief in God.
Oh,
and I'm like, come on, that is not what this is about. This is about connecting with like-minded people. It's about science and experimenting, and there's so much more to it than that. They're not just reinforcing a passionate disbelief.
You either
It's
believe or you
frustrating.
don't anyway, right?
But I feel like you're burying the lead, which is that, or at least they're burying the lead, which is that we've reached a point where just simply not indoctrinating kids at camp is seen as, whatever, reinforcing a passionate disbelief.
Yep, exactly.
Let's see. So Luis, who donated $5, said, "No, I can't imagine. I can't manage to call it a broadcast-a-thon, but good on you for doing that."
Listen, can we talk about that for just a second?
Do you want to? Okay, go ahead.
A podcast,
Your show.
a podcast, by definition, is something that is pre-recorded and uploaded.
Sure.
Well,
There is
wait
no
minute,
such
though,
thing as a
Seth
live.
does his podcast live. I mean, there's the.
Well, what he does is a broadcast over the internet to take callers. Then he pulls that clip, pulls it down, does editing, and then uploads it. So it's a podcast that you get to hear being recorded.
Sure.
But he's broadcasting the recording of the podcast.
Like you do.
Right. So we're
Except
broadcasting.
you do it with very little editing, if any at all.
We're broadcasting it right
Yes,
now.
right.
Don't you turn on me right here in the studio.
So I have a feeling this was I'm just going to guess that this was Tom and Cecil donating $5 because the name is Don't Mention Lawyers with Facts. And I'm not going to read it exactly because I can't, but let's just say some of it says something about some hour of power podcast-a-thon. Sorry, Noah, you're going down.
Ooh.
Well, I think it's Bobby C and Miss Ashley that he needs to be talking trash to. Unless I decide to give up smoking in the next 10 minutes, I don't think I'm going to be the number to beat here.
No. Jenna, who's $5, says, "Wish I could donate more, but every dollar counts. Love Scathing Atheists so much." And Henry threw $500 in there at some point. So
wow.
I'll get you a new update here shortly.
Yeah, please do. We need that update. So we've got 10 more minutes. Noah, this is where we typically take our last few minutes of the break. And then, someone's trying to get a pretty big donation in.
I like the sound of that.
I can tell you it.
How many unhatched chickens do you have, Tom and Cecil? Huh?
Yeah.
Watch, I'm going to beat them by $5 now. It's going to be because of their donation.
Well,
It'll be awesome.
Debzilla is talking to me right now. Deb from down south.
We know Debzilla. We love Debzilla.
Down south from San Antonio. She's awesome. And she's
Should I wait a second?
Hold on.
Oh boy.
You got 10 minutes. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Sorry. I'm messaging with her 10 minutes. Oh. Okay.
So
yeah, she's in San Antonio.
At this point,
okay, so she's listening right now.
So at this point,
I said San Antonio. Deb, I didn't say Dallas. Go ahead. I'm just having a conversation with Deb through this entire show.
Sure. So at this point, you're at $2,108. $2,108.
2,108. And you said a minute for every 500. So
yes. God. Yeah, we could get another 400 in here. I mean, that's 9 minutes. That's plenty of time, guys.
Let's see if we can get another 400 in 9 minutes.
I'll sing a song. I'll dance a little dance. Maybe. I'll tell you what. If we can get to 2,500, we will write a song about how short and bald David Smalley is.
That will be a ringtone forever.
Sorry to spring it on you guys last minute, but you still have 8 minutes to make it. You can go to dogwithdebate.com. You can go to Camp Quest. They'll bring you right to the donation page. We can do this. Let's at least make this tough on Tom and Cecil here.
And Deb, just so you know, Camp Quest has moved into right now doing the match for Camp Quest Texas. So the match is gonna, and you know what? If the money comes in and we hit the goal for that, then the match money will count toward you too.
We just hit $11,000.
11,000 total. Fantastic. I'm getting new breath of life here. I'm feeling good. No, you're rocking it. Okay, so Deb, I hope you heard that.
$2,233. No, you're so close to 2,500.
Oh, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Okay, I just want to make sure everybody's aware that look, a lot of places in this country, the only option for a non-religious summer camp is no summer camp. You know, this is actually something that matters. This is a really formative time for kids. For a lot of kids, this is the first time that they're going to be away from their parents for any real length of time, or, you know, away from their parents and grandparents or whatever for any length of time. You know, this is really important stuff. If it wasn't so important, obviously the religious institutions wouldn't be pouring so much money into it for the early indoctrination bonus.
Sorry, I know it's getting quiet right now. We're working behind the scenes trying to get these donations in.
We should probably give him time to do some tweeting too.
Yeah, go ahead and tweet. Let's do some tweet music.
And not the one you gave to Bobby and Ashley.
Now I can do that now, y'all. Like I say, I done lived around them fellas for about 10 years, done married me one of them, so.
Tell us about it, Valdosta, Georgia.
Well, there's a little town out there. It's just right up over the hill yonder. You can see it, I reckon, if you look hard enough. And around them there parts, they don't have none of this fancy 13th Amendment type stuff like y'all like around here. What they like to do around there, no, you know what? I'm totally stealing Cecil's bit. You got to have Redneck Jesus tell you about Valdosta, Georgia. I'm sure he has some thoughts on it. You'll definitely want to have the banjo music queued up when he shows up, though.
It's the only music I ever have queued up. I'm horrible at producing. What happened?
Okay,
We're
just gonna take a second.
All right, guys, we are $858 away.
We're over $12,000.
Yeah, but listen, if it's $858, then we will jump to how much, Amanda? There's a little bit of a delay, so I'll wait for her to respond. If it's we're $858 away from the Camp Quest Texas match, and that $858 will jump us to, she's typing right now, 1,500 more.
Oh my God!
If we get $858,
he just hit $3,263.
Oh, come on, guys. We're so close to Bobby C and Miss Ashley. Now you got to help us. You got to get us.
They had 3705. You got to beat.
They had 3705, and he's at 3263. You're about $500 behind.
That's close.
Uh-oh.
It's awfully
Refresh
close.
it.
That's awfully close.
Refresh it.
Dun, 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 dun. 12,270. God, this is close.
Amanda said,
"Come on, people. Nobody needs a Camp Quest more than Texas."
He's at 3493.
3493. Oh my God.
Oh,
that's a lot of Smalley.
Folks, we
guys,
can still do this.
You have 4 minutes to get this all in, and the match will count as well toward Noah. That means we would have hit 2 matches during his hour.
Oh my God.
Take that, Tom and Cecil.
Amanda just told me we made it.
Oh,
can you refresh?
I am. $5,025.
Oh my God. Yep. Deb just put her money in. Goodness gracious.
Oh,
Deb, you are
Deb,
amazing.
You are so awesome. That is
Sweet.
truly incredible. I mean, you know, like obviously it's just a fun thing that we all do and everything, but just to think about that kind of generosity, that really warms my heart. So
Deb just said
thank you so much.
loves and hugs right back to you, Debzilla. Wow.
Absolutely.
What an amazing hour. And so that jumped up, I think, did you put the match in? Wow. Well, Noah, you're in first place officially.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Tom, Cecil, your work is cut out for you guys.
Nice job, man. This is awesome.
13,932.
Awesome. Just so blown away by the generosity of the atheist community. I always am. You know, every time we've reached out to our audience for a charitable endeavor. Every time I've been involved with a charitable endeavor in the atheist community, it's been such a success, and just really happy that I could play a small part on it in it, David. And to you and to everybody else who's working behind the scenes to make this thing happen, thank you. You guys know what you're getting into, and you're still doing it. I can't believe it.
Well, thank you so much.
Good
man.
on you for it.
Thanks, man. You play more than a small role. I mean, every time you're on, you do really well. Your listeners come through, your fans come through, and we can't thank you enough. Thank you for all of this so much. Seriously.
Thank you.
We've got 3 more minutes to go. What is his final number right now?
It's The last one I did was $5,155. Can you do 10 minutes of Smalley?
Oh no!
I barely survived the studio with that.
That's
I
a
think we'll have
long.
to have like 6 minutes and the song now. Yeah, I think
That's a long ass roast.
Maybe you guys have to do a skit.
Hold on a second. You can't find that much stuff wrong with me. There's no way.
You know what? For the children, David, we're gonna try.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing it. Noah, thank you so much for this, man. I really appreciate it. You did an awesome job. Thank you to all your listeners, all your fans. We appreciate it.
When we come back from a commercial, we'll announce his total.
Yeah, when we come back into the next segment, the next guest is going to be Jerry D. Witt right here.
Don't touch my hair.
Don't touch his hair, woman. But when we come back, when we start Jerry's segment, we're going to announce Noah's final total. And everything you donate for the next 2.5 minutes will all go toward Noah's hour and set that bar even higher for Tom and Cecil in the final hour of the show. All right, guys, we still have a long way to go. This goal is $50,000. We're just over 13,000. Let's get those donations at campquest.org and dogmadebate.com. Noah, thank you once again for making this happen. We appreciate it.
Quite welcome, man.
All right, take care.
Yeah,
Coming
just
up
have
next, Jerry DeWitt. Right here on Dogma Debate.
There are tens of millions of non-believers in this country. The number has more than doubled in the past 2 decades. So little surprise, perhaps, that there is a new movement, the separation of church and summer camp, offering a God-free alternative to the traditional religious camps. ABC's Lindsay Davis brings us a look inside.
It's actually called Camp Quest, and it's where hundreds of non-believing parents send their often faithless offspring to reinforce their passionate lack of belief in the divine. For so many of these kids, it's a relief to spend time with people like themselves.
I don't have any atheist friends or anything, so I'd like to maybe make a couple of friends that live near me or whatever, that I can actually go to their house and have dinner, not have to pray before eating or whatever.
According to the 2008 census, more than 34 million Americans don't believe in God. And in just the last 2 decades, that number's more than doubled.
Some people might say, well, you guys are brainwashing these kids and they need to decide for themselves.
We would definitely encourage them to, go to church, whatever. The best way to become an atheist is to study the Bible. Study it very, very closely.
Camp Quest started in 1996 in Kentucky with just 20 campers. This is the 13th Camp Quest location, and this year they have more than 620 campers. Parents like Chandler's father, Matt, who was raised Jewish, and his mother, who was raised Christian, both now atheists.
We wanted to raise our kids to make their own decisions. If our children decided they wanted to be Jewish, fine, not a problem. We would love them just as much as if they were atheists or whatever, Buddhists. We didn't care. We just wanted them to be good, happy people.
And Elle says she was 3 when her family dropped out of the Mormon church.
When I was littler, I was very confused. The first 3 years of my life, I was raised as a Mormon, but then my parents decided that they didn't believe and they didn't want to go to church anymore, so we became atheists.
But Elle says she's thought a lot about why people believe in God.
I think that they're scared of the unknown. Like, what if something very, very terrible happens and they don't have someone to come in and help things out and make things better. And I think they're scared of not having plan B.
For Nightline, I'm Lindsay Davis, Samish Island, Washington.
You're listening to the Dogma Debate 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. Visit dogmadebate.com to help more kids get to camp.
Here's an excerpt from Atheist Universe by David Mills.
Are we to believe that man's work week was 6 eons long, rather than 6 literal days long before God permitted man a day of rest for the Sabbath? A non-literal interpretation of these passages is thoroughly dishonest and wholly disingenuous. Scholars additionally pointed out that in the original Hebrew text of Genesis, the word day is yom, which, when used with an ordinal, e.g., first day, second day, third day, refers invariably to a literal 24-hour period throughout the entire Bible. So there was never any doubt voiced or even contemplated that day didn't mean day in the book of Genesis. Even Henry Morris and other creation science champions reaffirmed completely their belief that Genesis was literally true. Not so for the ID followers. They reject Genesis as being literally true, but can't seem to bring themselves to say that Genesis is literally false. They are torn schizophrenically between their emotional dependence on the local religion and their embarrassment at having to accept the serpent in the garden along with their Savior on the cross. The ID cultists want to be counted among the religious faithful, but long to be perceived as science-minded as well. ID evangelists are embarrassed by the content of their own Bible. Despite innumerable biblical references to the devil, ID's preachers never use the term publicly because they are ashamed of it. Despite chapter after morbid chapter in the Bible describing a literal fiery hell for non-Christians, ID never mentions the lake of fire because hell and the devil conflict with ID's highest goal, to appear rational and urbane.
Atheist Universe by David Mills is available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
Go to campquest.org and donate to help us reach our goal of $50,000 before the 24 hours runs out. Not only will help us get more camps in more areas, but for every $5,000, another camper gets to go for free. And we'll call them right here on air to tell them the good news. How cool is that? In case you already forgot, it's campquest.org.
All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. Welcome to the room of people who have rooms of people that they love one day docked away. Just because we check the guns at the door doesn't mean our brains will change from hand grenades. You laughing on the psychopath sitting next to you. You laughing on the murderer sitting next to you. You think I'd get here sitting next to you. But after all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. We don't deal with outsiders very well. They say newcomers have a certain smell. Yeah, trust issues not to mention. They say they can smell your intentions. You laughing on the freak show sitting next to you. You laugh some weird people sitting next to you. You think how did I get here sitting next to you? But after all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. Why'd you come? You knew you should have stayed. I tried to warn you just to stay away. And now they're outside ready to buzz. It looks like you might be one of us.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate's 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. We're in hour number 234 of this show. Something like that, right, Donovan?
That's correct.
What hour is it, actually?
Hour 7.
Hour 7. That's not much longer than a regular Dogma Debate. It's only like 2 of them. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right. So we ended. Is it they can still hear you when you whisper?
Oh, sorry.
Just so you know. Yes, it's hot. Yeah, it's hot. It's really hot. It's hot to me too. What was Noah's final number, Donovan?
It was just a meager $5,310.
Unbelievable. All in 1 hour, $5,310. Noah is now in first place.
That's correct.
Raising $5,310. What are we at total right now?
Right now we are at $14,112.
Wow.
14,000.
What happened while I was gone?
No illusions
No
happened.
illusions.
Scathing atheist. And Debzilla kicked in $1,000.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
It was amazing.
Wow, that's
and
awesome.
that helped us hit a couple of our matches. So Neil's been pitching in. This has been an amazing time. So we're very, very thankful for all of you, everyone who donated during that time.
Yeah, they had some Facebook group get together, and 6 people donated in one shot, threw in $105, and
so cool.
Wow.
A bunch of good people out there.
Very cool. All right. Well, $5,310 shouldn't be a big problem for our next guest. He's going to kill it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Captain Jerry DeWitt, right here on Dogma Debate. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, my friend. How are you doing?
Why are you lying to me?
Because that's what preachers do.
You are not doing good.
I am not. I am so freaking sick. It makes me hate you. It makes me hate Dogma Debate. It makes me hate Camp Quest, kids, human race, the entire world.
Okay, what
All
is
right.
up with people coming on here saying
Ladies
they
and
hate
gentlemen,
kids?
there's Jerry DeWitt. That's all he has to say for today. Go ahead and give as much money as you can. You have 51 minutes left to give during his hour.
Anybody who hates people, please donate.
I want to go ahead and tell a secret that I've been keeping.
Oh my God, about me and you?
No.
No.
I'm gonna tell a secret. I got extremely sick as well, like right before the mics came on.
This time
on the show.
Yeah.
Not during your segment, but 7 hours ago, right before the show started, I was texting Amanda because I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I feel really nauseous, and I got off the phone with Alex. I was talking to him about something else. I hung up, and within I mean it was probably about 35 to 40 minutes before I came on air. I mean I was vomiting. I don't know what was going on, but I felt horrible. I got very sick. And the last time I'm not a guy who vomits. Like, it doesn't happen.
No.
The last time it happened was about 2 years ago, and I had food poisoning.
And it was awful.
It was ridiculous. And the time before that, it had been 11 years since I had actually vomited.
That's
and
crazy.
so
Do you think maybe you're pregnant?
I might be. I don't know, but I fought through it, damn it. And
You're not pregnant because we're moving to California, dang it. We don't have time for this.
The boss just laid down the law.
I'll just have a kid. I'll drop it off with Jamie Carr. She'll be
There you
fine.
go.
No.
She'll love the kid.
How
No?
about no?
Okay.
So I had some kind of flu mess the last time.
You did. You were very sick. And
I
and
was.
you had to talk to us at like 3 o'clock in the morning you were drunk on NyQuil and 6 other drugs.
I'm high on Dayquil this time.
Oh no.
I'm not kidding you. I'm sitting here shaking like a crack addict, on a binge. I'm literally just, my chair is bouncing off the floor.
So what if
I've been drinking Captain Morgan along with Starbucks coffee and
Oh my gosh.
Dayquil, a little bit of Dayquil. That always helps.
you've got Dayquil and Dayquil has like energy in it, right? To keep
Yeah,
you
buddy,
awake.
it does. It's awesome. It's so great. I've been waiting on this dang show. It's been taking forever. Why are y'all taking so long to get to me? I just can't hardly stand it.
So how about we do this? How about we set a goal that you want to hit? And if you hit that goal, we can end your interview early and you can go rest.
Oh, well, let's make it $55 and I'll get my card.
No, that won't work.
No, this is for the kids.
Oh yeah, the kids.
Oh yeah.
You're already up $180. You're gonna have to make it a better goal than that,
Well,
brother.
look, we don't have to
my
make him
God.
take first place.
No.
But our we need to average about just over $2,000.
I know. I've been watching it. I've been with y'all since about 30 minutes into Matt.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I've been here
then
the whole time.
So then let's just say if you hit 2,000,
Yeah.
your interview can be over and you can go rest, and we'll do something else for the rest of your hour.
Well, I tell you what, if people are just that truly sick of hearing me, then they should just get, off their wallets and make it happen.
I'm saying the compassion to say, oh, I want Jerry to be able to lay down as a humanist. I want Jerry to be able to relax.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I
That's what I'm saying. You can actually go rest and not have to be on the show. If
I'm
you
freaking
don't-
out with the crack sweats.
Yeah, if you we don't need to know where you're sweating.
Oh, yeah. That's like a freaking French drain.
I think he meant like crack addict sweats, and
I did.
Yeah,
listened to
But
No
then you brought
Illusions
that
and
body
yeah,
area
no.
to my attention,
yeah.
and I became aware of something I had been avoiding.
Is that really better?
What I think's hilarious is in the last segment, I was called the teddy bear of atheism.
That's true.
Isn't it funny? I mean, if people really knew me, it may be the Dayquil talking, or maybe the Captain Morgan talking, or maybe the Starbucks coffee talking.
Oh my goodness
I don't know,
gracious.
but
got too much
they
stuff in
would
your
be really
body.
surprised.
Starquill Morgan.
Yes, they would be surprised if you spent any amount of time with Jerry. But you're good at remaining. I mean, you're you, but you're good at keeping it. Keeping the lid on the stuff. Until about that 1 year anniversary of a friendship, and then everything comes off. You see the hair on his chest. You hear all the real thoughts going on in his head, and it's a lot better, Jerry, deep down under. Trust me.
It's probably part of a midlife crisis, but I've gotten where I no longer button my shirt all the way up.
You're
That
one of
one
them.
little hair pops out the top.
No, it's not
Whatever,
one.
Burt
right.
Reynolds.
No.
Yeah, and
Or
every time I
40.
pass by the jewelry counter, I keep seeing these gold nugget necklaces.
I was just about to say you need to get you a gold necklace next.
But it would wrap up in my hair. It would catch me. Hey, I
Oh,
kid you not. I was doing a presentation just the other day. I don't know how this happened this way, but the hair on my belly got caught in my belt. And I was kind of trapped halfway bent over, as I was pointing to say something. And I had to make that conscious effort of slowly pulling that hair out of my belly without anybody knowing that I was in agonizing pain. I would have given up my Social Security number. I would have told you that my grandmother was hiding in the attic. Whatever it would have taken for me to get out of that pain, I would have done it. But somehow pulled it off, and they never knew it happened.
Oh. What about asking for some scissors or something?
You're bent over
Yeah.
halfway. You can't.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
didn't
it's just-
catch
yeah.
that part. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring attention to it. It's like, God, I'm going to pee a little right here. It hurts so bad. I can't stand it.
Oh man.
Well, that story got you to 315. You're doing good.
Hey, I'll just keep telling dirty jokes. We'll get there. Let me take another sip of this Captain Morgan.
Yeah, you do that. I could just see that happening, and he leans over and turns and points, and it just that pain.
Yeah.
If you look right over there, what the hell happened? Sorry, I'm getting old, and stuff's happening in
Yes.
my body that didn't happen when I was a young man.
That's exactly right. So anyway, life's full of changes, David.
So did you actually mix all those drinks so it's like Captain Daybucks? Is that what it is?
Yes, it is. Well, no, actually, the Dayquil is still by itself. I'm sipping out of it independently, but I did make. My wife's got one of those fancy, single serving coffee maker things. And so I just filled the bottom of the cup with Captain Morgan and honey and lemon juice and half and half and sugar and crack cocaine with a little bit of heroin and some angel dust and maybe a little LSD, everything that I could find.
Is
Rat
this show
poison.
kid appropriate?
Yep,
I'm just
it's still
wondering.
they're looking up all that stuff. It's research for chemicals. They're getting educated right now.
Okay, don't
Well,
do
it's 10
this,
o'clock,
guys.
right? Can't we go dark?
Well,
Not
This
yet.
isn't Black Mirror. No.
Not yet. It's not time,
Oh, sorry.
Jerry.
I'm sorry. Leave it to the teddy bear of atheism.
The one that got his.
Bear. He said
Teddy bear.
No,
He said
didn't.
teddy bear.
No, he didn't.
Because the
I
teddy
did
bear's got
say
a fuzzy
teddy bear.
belly. He gets stuck in his belt.
Okay.
I said teddy
I don't
bear.
know.
I think what
I
I need to
didn't
do
say
is
Brandy Bear. I said teddy bear.
wow.
There you go.
I don't know what's happening on here, but
Oh
maybe.
God. See, I love how all the adults are having to make all their adult jokes in a roundabout way because they know so many kids are listening. Like if you watch any Disney movie, any Pixar movie, there's some
Good
there's some
stuff.
controversial stuff in there that's funny and the kids
Yeah.
just don't get it. As a matter of fact, there are videos on YouTube. You go look like 10 adult jokes you missed in Disney movies as a kid. They've been doing it for years. This isn't something that's brand new either. So, all right, how much is Jerry up to now? Has he hit that 5,000 yet and taken first place?
Or
blocking the
2,000,
camera.
I can take my drunk butt to bed.
Yep. If he gets 2,000, he gets to go to bed. So if you love Jerry and have any compassion in your heart, you'll go donate right now at campquest.org.
$515 for the
Ooh.
Jared
Wow.
D. Witt, Mr. Bad Hair.
Mr. Bad Hair.
Bad
500
hair,
and
shut your mouth.
$515. So we're only 1,500 away from him getting to go rest. And he doesn't have to be a part of this.
Does the match count?
Yes, the match counts.
I wish I wore your shirt today if I known you're going to be in this kind of shape and
I
telling
wish
these
you
kind
would.
of
I
stories.
can't believe you don't wear it every day. What's the problem?
What shirt?
Well, they read it and then they're like, "Who the hell's that guy?"
Oh, what?
Man, you know
That's
I love
rude.
you.
What shirt?
His quote shirt. Do you remember what the quote says, Jerry?
Is that the long
Yeah.
long one?
Yeah.
The long
Yeah.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that secular hang on, let me eat some honey.
Oh my
That's not what the shirt says. Nobody would buy that.
Are you
They might would buy that. That skepticism is my nature, that free thought is my methodology, that agnosticism is my conclusion, that atheism is my opinion, and humanism is my motivation.
Great.
Is it that one?
Yes, that's the one.
That's it. It's got a picture of his face on the shirt. It's beautiful. It is
Beautiful.
awesome.
It's a beautiful shirt.
Beautiful.
How do people buy the shirt?
They don't anymore. David burned them all.
Oh,
It was
no.
it was through us, and we didn't do it anymore. Thanks for bringing that up.
Collector's
Oh,
item. Collector's item. How much
my
you want?
bad.
Yeah, we'll have to
didn't know.
relaunch that because it's such a good shirt. We just need to take his face off of it.
Yeah, exactly. Just use the quote.
Aw.
Yeah. You can say Bobby C said it instead of Jerry D.
Oh,
That'd be more believable. He's a smart guy.
He is a smart guy.
I'm just letting it sink in. I'm letting it sink in.
No, I
Jerry-
got it. No, I got it. I just don't care. I've drank so much Dayquil, you can't hurt me. How dare you?
Jerry, Bobby and Ashley are both texting me like crazy, saying, and I don't even think they realize they both messaged me, but they're asking me to remind you of something.
Yes, I need to go there now.
Yeah. So
Let's see.
yeah.
Oh my God, Jesus, help us.
So
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've the side note is they're saying remind Jerry to offer a signed copy of his book.
Sure.
do you have-
I'll do that. I'll
do you
do that
have-
in a lot of different ways.
Okay.
You tell me what's best. You're the marketeer. I've got a few books that I'd be glad to send to someone if they wanted them. Heck, I'm so high tonight, I'd probably cut off some hair and put it in the book and it'd make anybody feel any better.
Some belly hair or some chest hair?
Well, no, that wouldn't
Just
be
put-
fair because the belly hair has already been pulled loose. That would be cheating.
I was gonna
Oh, we
say
have to know.
I was gonna say put your belt on and rip some hairs out and send that along
Yeah.
the way.
Exactly. That's right.
It matters.
It'd be hard for him to tell the difference.
Oh man.
Perfection in any form.
By the way, those pictures you sent while we were doing Ashley and Bobby's segment, that guy's hair is better than yours. I noticed.
You know, I heard you say that, but I think you need to shut your mouth.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Ooh.
That's brotherly love. I
Somebody
felt that
go
was
with it.
affectionate. Way he said
That was
to me.
affectionate. No, you're probably right. You're probably right. It probably was better, and he was brave to be in that position. So
Jerry, all these pictures that you I just want to take the the folks in the studio here through some of these images.
no, don't share those images.
That
with
Jerry
the
has been sending me.
No,
yeah,
no.
We're gonna start right here. Here's the first one Jerry sent me.
No, that's not true. That is
And
a
then-
lie.
Jerry, from a distance, I thought that was you. I'm not gonna kid you. I thought
Well, that's the one that they're saying's got better hair than me, and that's not nice.
Well, he's the one that could have caught his belly hair in the belt. That's for sure.
I gotta say the facial features on that.
It looks like you could be
looks
related.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was so on my Mac, I've got my iMessage on the Mac, and so it was much smaller. And I first saw it, and I thought, did Jerry just get drunk and send me a naked picture of himself? And then
It's possible.
I open it up. Then we got to the part about
You look like an American picker. But you have to see that shit.
yeah, it does. Then when they got to the part about Bobby doing his toenails and getting the manicure pedicure.
Oh yeah,
stuff,
no, that's a good one.
when he got to the pedicure, Jerry sent me this picture.
Oh my goodness! How do you put
Yeah,
on
no,
shoes? How do you put on shoes? Do you wear
Oh,
flip
you don't want
flops?
to hide
No,
those
those are
things.
flippers.
Yeah.
You'd have to wear one of those mermaid tails or something.
And let me just go ahead and say, I will post all of these images.
Oh my God.
On my Facebook page with no comment. So people who aren't listening aren't going to get it, but I'm just going to post them to my Facebook page if we hit the $2,000 this hour.
Wow.
That'd be great.
I'll post them all so that you can see what's going on.
Oh no, Jerry, what did you send?
When we got
I know.
the
You should see what Bobby just sent me.
this one is whenever Bobby and Ash were talking about quitting smoking. They said
Oh my God.
said they wouldn't smoke anymore if they
You
hit
can't
their
keep
goal.
a secret, David.
I can't. This is what Jerry sent me next.
Snoop.
And then he sent me a picture of this.
Oh, that's for real.
Yeah, he's not joking.
No, that's Captain Daybucks.
Be careful.
Captain Daybucks. I like it. Yeah.
We want to see Jerry tomorrow.
Yeah. So this is what that's what I'll do if we hit the 2,000. What are we up to right now?
570.
I wish there was
Nobody's given anything. What's the deal? Because we've only been on the air for like 2 minutes, right?
24 minutes.
Oh my God, we're halfway. We're halfway done.
We're almost halfway. Oh wait, and I just got another one. Oh my God.
586.
Okay, stop it, Bobby.
This is
Stop
great
sending,
radio.
Stop sending me pictures. Yeah, that's why I said if we hit the goal, I'll post these on the Facebook page. I'll post them on mine as though I'm making a statement about something. I'll just post it, and I
You
won't say
posting
it.
anything on Facebook is
I'm just gonna
there's
write,
something to say for that. That's a pretty big deal.
I'm gonna write the word fetish under every one of your pictures.
Oh my God.
Bobby says I should give books away for $200 a piece. That sounds. What do you think?
I think that sounds good. I'm fine with that.
You think that's good?
Yep. How many can you do?
I could do enough to get to 2,000. I'm sure.
All right. So $200 a piece. You'll get a signed book from Captain Jerry D. Witt.
That's right. And it'll be personalized. I'll do something personal about it.
All right, Amanda, hope you heard that. This is the part we were talking about as far as keeping track of stuff. You're on it. I know your team is going to be all over that.
So 7 books should get him home.
Wow.
Just 7. All I need is just 7 books.
Oh,
wow.
Well, wait.
Is that right?
I maths for a living, so
he maths for a living.
I thought
he's
other
at 586, so he's basically at 600.
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
I'm all about it. Let's see it happen.
So why don't we call another camper right now?
Yeah, because I've definitely been that kind of person tonight. Call a camper.
Okay, you don't talk.
I'll be good. Brandon.
We'll call the camper. You just
Well,
keep all your belly hairs over there, and we'll be. Just
we don't
fine.
have to call the camper, but I thought it would be.
No,
I
want to.
It would be nice to hear from a camper who gets to go to camp.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Fun.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep.
Jerry, are you going to be able to behave, or
I will. I promise.
Tame
Let me take a
yourself.
little more Dayquil. It balances me
Oh
out.
my God.
Okay. Well, it takes me a second to. Oh, here we go.
So 7 books be
Let me get this over.
1,400. That gets you to 2,000.
Right. And there'll be hair with that book. Say that fast enough.
A couple strands in there for a bookmark, right? That's what you're saying.
That's right.
Right. Yeah.
It's so gross. If I actually got a copy of Jerry's book with hair in it, I'd be like, "This mother is crazy."
No.
I've been sticking hair in all
I'd
those
put it in
books. Nobody knew it.
I'd put it in the shadow box just like that and say, "I got Jerry D. Witt's hair."
That's
I
right.
can touch his hair every day if I want to. That is so creepy. Oh wow. Bobby and Ashley, I want y'all to know, I want y'all to go sit together and talk because you're texting me the exact
Stop
same.
texting you individually.
They're texting me the exact same thing.
Abomination.
So watch this. So Ashley texts me, he is so sick. Remind him to offer a book, a signed copy of Hope After Faith, please. And then exactly in the same minute, I get a text from, a couple of minutes before that, actually. It says, Bobby said, please remind him to offer a signed copy of his book. And then just now I got a text from Ashley that said, with a lock of his hair. And then 1 minute later, I get a text from Bobby that says he needs to add a lock of his hair with each book. I mean, they are the same human being. I just want you to know.
They just need to sit
They
together.
take good care of me. They really do.
Why aren't they sitting together?
Oh, he said they are sitting together. They just communicate, talk to each other. I'm getting double texted. All right. So every $200 donation
this hour,
you're going to get a signed copy. Or from here on out,
yes,
you're going to get a signed copy
Up
of
to 7 copies.
up to 7 as a maximum. Yeah. So we're
everybody.
So we're trying to get Jerry to 2,000 because we've got to maintain 2,000 per hour in order to hit the goal. And we've got about 4 hours in the middle of the night where nobody's scheduled. So we're trying to preload ourselves to not fall into a slump during those 4 hours. Okay.
Yeah, because it's so much fun in the last hour and a half to us be scared to death we're not going to make it. Not that ever happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's going to be a way to turn off the autocorrect on this iMessage stuff.
It's a Mac. It's lovely.
It is lovely. It has a little bright
No.
apple that stares at you.
Yeah. No, I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like the computers. No.
Bobby said they're just delirious from not smoking.
Well played.
All right. Our producer has a camper on the line. Let's bring her on.
I'm ready.
Let's see. Hey, Quincy, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. So I'm going to stop asking this question because it's constantly a no, but I'm going to throw it out there. Have you ever heard of a show called Dogma Debate?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
3 for 3.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't listen to it if I were you. But
great.
Not tonight for sure.
So you're live on air with Dogma Debate right now. I'm the host. My name is David Smalley. And we're doing a 24-hour nonstop radio show, like literally a 24-hour nonstop show to benefit Camp Quest. And I know you know about Camp Quest, right?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, that you've heard of. That's great. So did you go to Camp Quest last year?
Yeah, I did. I was a camp leader apprentice.
That's very cool. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah.
Camp leader apprentice, is that kind of the same thing as like a CIT, a
Yep.
counselor in training?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. What city do you go to?
Keystone? Is that
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I understand this year you may not be going, right? There's some, you're not sure if you're going or not. It's kind of up in the air.
As far as I knew I was going, I don't
Ah.
know if something different is happening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I just didn't know if that was solid and you were going. The thing is, we're doing a 24-hour broadcast to benefit Camp Quest. And every time we reach a new goal, then we've been authorized by Camp Quest to pick a random camper from the previous year. And you've been that camper who's been selected, and you're actually going to Camp Quest in 2017 for free because you just got a campership.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, that's amazing.
So congratulations on that.
Thank
And
you
what's
so much.
most amazing about that is you should tell your parents, since they already were planning on spending that money for camp, that should go towards Christmas.
Sorry, that's our really drunk friend.
It was great advice, I thought.
We don't let him talk that much to people, but still kind of a cool idea. Awesome. All right. Well, I wanted to call and give you the good news. Have a great time at camp this year.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Yep, you too.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, Quincy is going to camp in 2017 for free because we've hit yet another goal. What are we at right now, Donovan?
$14,683.
You know, that means if we get 15,000, we get to call another camper.
That's pretty exciting.
How cool is that?
How much is that? $47?
So you said 14,000 what?
Let's make it 14,703 now.
So I have people telling me that they're only going to donate to Dirty Jerry. Is that a problem?
You're at $616.
Only $616. Why don't I have no rich friends?
I'm telling you, guys, I'll let him go. We'll do something else for the remainder of this hour. If he hits his goal, I'll do something else and I'll let you go so that you can rest. Look, I will hold him hostage while he's sick until you give Camp Quest the money.
It may be that they want to hear me, David. This may be going in reverse.
Yeah, they may want to hear more belly hair stories.
Hey, you could never get enough belly hair stories.
Nobody.
Quit trying to let him go.
I'm trying to help him out. If I was sick, I want some time to go relax.
Maybe he likes to talk about it.
Yeah, he really sounds like he likes to be on air right now.
I was afraid we were going to have to start the show without you today.
Who, me?
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I guess we'll have to do it by ourselves for a little while.
And my first thought was, okay, so the broadcast isn't set up yet. The Skype calls haven't been tested. I was like, well, Braden knows what he's doing, so he can help guide some of the stuff. And I'm like, I got to go in there. I just got to go. Luckily, I'm feeling much better right now. And the only thing I'm on is Dr. Pepper. I'm afraid to dip into the Monster. You know what I mean?
It's too early.
Yeah, but those white Monsters, Donovan, have you experienced this? They don't make me crash like the blue
I don't.
ones. I don't
love
crash
them.
on those.
That's because they're the no sugar kind, so you don't have the sugar part of the crashing. They have all the other stuff in it, and it's a lighter flavor.
Oh, it's no sugar.
Let me ask y'all
no
something.
sugar.
Oh, okay.
Is this something y'all can talk about when I'm gone?
Well, Monster Talk got you to $816, Jerry.
What? I doubt it was the Monster.
No, it was $200.
Miles is going to get a book.
Awesome.
$200 for
Excellent.
Miles.
Got our first book going out.
you,
How wonderful is that?
That's great, Miles. Thank you.
Oh, I got people trying to bargain me down to $100. $100.
Are you
for a
serious?
book.
No, you will not bargain for Camp Quest. That is
I can't bargain on the future of our children.
Exactly.
And there's only 6 left, so
Yeah, it makes them
we
more
don't-
valuable. They should be going up in price. If
Yeah,
anything,
we
there's
can't-
only 6 books left.
There's no negotiating.
If somebody wants to give 100, I'll find something else worthwhile giving, but it won't be the book right now.
There you go.
How's that sound?
What is that?
I don't know. I hadn't figured it out yet.
Without the book.
Yes, just the hair. Yeah, just the hair.
You just get a creepy baggie.
You get half the price.
You'll
You
get
just the hair.
you'll get a creepy baggie with your address written in like red Sharpie or something.
Yeah, that's
Something
right.
really weird.
Newspaper clipped out lettering.
Yeah, your
Oh my
postman is
God.
just shaking his head at you like, for shame. For shame.
What have you been ordering online?
Oh my God.
I'll put it in a Crown Royal bag.
Y'all are crazy.
So Jerry, you've started another you've actually started a podcast with Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby started it and just drugged me into it. Yeah,
Kicking and
it's a great
screaming.
podcast. We love it.
It's called
No,
Hope
it
After
was-
it's called Hope
it was
After
called-
Faith.
Yeah, it's called Hope After Faith, and actually, it was Bobby's idea. He reached out and said, that the book had meant a lot to him, and he thought that we could be, beneficial to the listeners by actually addressing this subject of having some type of hope for your life after you leave religion, particularly whenever religion was the source of your comfort and the source of your hope. And I think we're now 27 episodes in. It's been fantastic. It is really one of the funnest things that I've ever done.
That's awesome.
That's really cool. So what have you heard some feedback from listeners, people who are struggling with their faith at all?
Yeah, we definitely have. And it's what seems to be the consensus so far is that people, they really just want to be normal again. They want a normal life, you know? It's interesting that religion is so obsessive with your mind, obsessive with your thoughts, obsessive with your energy. People want to just be free from obsession and be able to enjoy their daily lives and enjoy their families and enjoy their careers and enjoy their hobbies. And so, without fail, every episode gets a positive comment from someone who says, "Oh, that helped me loosen its grip, religion's grip on that particular area." And sometimes it can be surprising which areas their lives are still being held hostage in.
Yeah, a lot of people, once they get over that religious piece, they think that it's over. And so many people don't realize that's just not the case. There are parts of your life, and Daryl Ray talks about this a lot when it comes to sex. So many people don't realize that even though they've let go of the Christian thing that was kind of hammered into their heads as kids, but they let that still sort of infiltrate other aspects of their life without them knowing it. And they're like, well, this part of my sex life is off limits. Well, why? Just because it's wrong. Why is it wrong? Because it's
Right.
wrong. They don't realize that that's the religious indoctrination that they can't really describe. And it's something they have to work through. And it's like that becomes each individual thing you have to address. You have to address your parenting all over again. Because I said so. Really? Spanking.
Right.
What's the science behind spanking? Does it actually work? You know what I mean?
Right.
All these different aspects of your life, you have to sort of retrain yourself out of, and have that hope.
And I think that affects your family too. Like I've noticed, I didn't grow up religious, but my mother has a real issue with me and my parenting style because she thinks that I should be just like she was with I said, do this because I said so. And I'm just like, I'm not okay with that. And
like if you tell Talissa something in front of her and Talissa has some feedback, like, well, I think
a
this would work
reasonable
better.
answer.
Right. It's reasonable, but our parents would consider that talking back.
Right.
Right.
And in some way it is, but there's a difference between a kid rolling their eyes and walking off and calling you an idiot versus going, why do I have to be home at 6? Right. That's
Right.
something that I had to get used to as a parent, because I would ask my mom, why do I have to be home at 6? Everybody in here knows the answer because I said so.
Yeah.
And there was no questioning it. And that's hard to get over. But, we're trying to be good about that and let our kids go, why is that the case? And as it turns out, if you explain to them the reason you're making decisions, you help them make better decisions on their own, because then they understand the thought process behind it.
Or become better parents when they grow up too,
Exactly.
I really think that we spend so much time and energy on trying to get over the theology, over the idea of the mythology, and disprove the existence of a deity, much less a heaven or a hell or anything like that. And that's okay. Obviously, that's the very first step, but that is the point. It really is just the very first step. Once you get past that, now you've got the freedom to begin to completely unfold this onion and see how this truly affect the more important issues of your life. So it really is just a beginning of a brand new life, not the end of the only life you thought you were going to have.
So how difficult was it for you? I mean, a lot of people wanted to talk to you right when you came out, and you became, you were an author, you were featured on these television shows and news, and you went on the speaking circuit, and things have calmed down now. You still do some bit of that. And of course you've got the podcast now, and the book is still selling, but you've sort of gone back to what a lot of people would consider somewhat of a regular life. You have a job and your family and things like that. So looking back on all of it, do you have any regrets? Do you wish you wouldn't have come out? Do you wish you were still in the closet and preaching? Or how difficult was it to make that transition?
Well, we talked about this just a little bit on last Thursday night's show. It was incredibly difficult. Most of it happened to us. There was no grand strategy. It wasn't anything premeditated on our part in most cases. And so we were really always in the mode of damage control, dealing with whatever notoriety we got, thus whatever rejection and or acceptance that we got. And as my nature is, I immediately fell into yet another ministry role and carried myself through the secular movement with a not with any pretense, but emphasizing only one part of my personality, to the point that you become a caricature of yourself. So if I had a time machine, depending on how far back in time it would allow me to travel, determines what changes I would make. If I could only go to immediately after I was outed, then one of the major changes I would make is I wouldn't just emphasize the preacher side of my personality and kind of put myself back in the same box that I was in when I was in Christianity, to where I couldn't get drunk on NyQuil and tell dirty jokes without disappointing people, you know. But if it would allow me to go even further back, then I think there's a case to be made for staying in the system that you're trying not just overcome, but trying to change. I think there's a larger platform within Christianity for the progressive liberal Christians. I think if the secular movement could support them more wholeheartedly without feeling as if they were making some type of horrible compromise, and give them even more of a platform, I think they can make some drastic changes within religion that would ultimately have a great benefit for all of civilization. So, yeah, do I have regrets? Would I do things differently? Absolutely, primarily because the negative effects of my experience, the positive effects for me outweigh the negative effects for me, but the positive effects for me do not outweigh the negative effects for Paul or for my wife. And I would have done the whole thing different for them.
So then, any advice to someone that was in your situation, the Jerry DeWitt of 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, who was on the cusp of coming out, who's thinking, I want to come out, but I don't want to destroy my family. I want to come out, but I don't want, to put my wife and kids in the spotlight. I want to come out, but I don't want to lose my job and my livelihood. What do you say to that person? Is it as bad as it seems? Should they rethink it? Or is there some sort of strategy for coming out that maybe you need to write a new book about?
There is a strategy, and that's a great idea about writing a new book about it. And I think the strategy is to aim for normal and not to aim for, the Jerry or the Teresa or whoever ex-minister persona, but just aim for normal. And one way of doing that is to find legitimate reasons to come out of the ministry, to work your way out of the ministry and go into other forms of work without doing it under all of this spotlight of having lost your faith and all of those things. Obviously, your conscience is going to push you to make that change. And it's the reason why most people can't wait and allow it to evolve naturally into something different than what it is. They have to make abrupt, they have to commit identity suicide because their conscience forces them to do that. But if they can get over that part, then I think they can just move into a normal life. People stop preaching all the time.
They actually do? This is a common thing that people stop preaching?
And yeah, absolutely.
But stay Christians and go on to their daily life?
Yeah. I mean, step one would be just to stop preaching. Step two would be eventually stop going to church. And step three would be doing something totally different. I still think that the idea that I originally had of identity starvation versus identity suicide would have been far better for my wife and son.
That's what scares me the most, is someone in this situation may do something along the lines of, I want to come out, I want to be genuine, but I don't want it to hurt my family. And hearing you talk about that is like, oh well, yeah, maybe I won't do it. I'm scared of doing it. So what do you say to that person who is like, I just don't want my family harmed in this situation? Do do you recommend for them to stay where they are, or do you recommend a
No,
peaceful
absolutely not.
transition?
No, I could never recommend for them to stay there, because I could never recommend for someone to lie and not be true to themselves. Sometimes that's all there is. You know, there's been many Clergy Project members that we've had to, support and love through sometimes very extended periods of duplicity, because there was no other choice that was feasible that would not do horrible, horrible damage to the lives of their families. But I wouldn't encourage someone to stay in the ministry that couldn't. Now, what I would do is say, let's sit down and let's see. All right, let me see if I can, in my drunken state, if I can say this clearly enough that it will actually make sense. My fear is that the same motivation that motivates the young man or woman to be a preacher in the first place is sometimes the exact same motivation that motivates that man or woman to be an active atheist in the second place. A spirit of self-sacrifice, a grandiose vision of their place and their obligation to the world. I feel like it can still be motivated by a religious mindset. When I run into an ex-minister who says, look, I'm done with preaching, all I want to do is go sell cars and put my kids through college and live on the beach with my wife, then I feel like they probably have their act together far better than the person who says, I'm done with preaching, I see atheism is the way, I need to get out there and tell everybody on the planet atheism is the salvation of the planet. To me, I think they're still sacrificing their lives, sacrificing the energy and the time of themselves and their families for that quote unquote greater cause. Now, that's okay if a person has matured to the place that they're able to do it from a non-religious influence. So I would say, just go live a normal life, let yourself decompress, work your way through sexuality, through politics, through, like you were already saying, child raising. Work your way through all of these other life issues, get your head on straight for who you actually are, and then decide if you want to go feed the homeless on the weekends, or if you want to, start a podcast or do whatever else.
Okay. That makes sense. Let's do a quick check. Donovan, what's going on?
Well, first of all, Mike got a book, and Elizabeth got a book, and Elizabeth left a note. I can see most of the note. She says, Jerry's the reason I came out of the atheist closet.
Oh, hold on. Stop.
You have the full note?
No. I have Amanda Metzges here on the line with us. Hi, Amanda.
Great.
Hey, David. Hey, Jerry.
Hey, how are you?
Great. How are you? Thank you for being on the show even when you're sick. I've lost my voice. There's some plague going around.
It is. It is. It's the atheist plague. It
is. Okay, so Amanda, I know you can see the whole quote. I wanted to have the whole quote read because this is so important. What did Elizabeth actually say?
Elizabeth says, Jerry's the reason I came out of the atheist closet and will always be my hero. I already have a book, so whatever it is he just promised, I'll take it.
Oh, wow.
Excellent.
So sweet. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. That's amazing. So, Donovan, what are the numbers looking like right now?
Well, total is at $16,313.
Wow.
And Jerry, you're at $2,226.
Well, isn't that amazing?
That's a new record for you, buddy.
We should just let you preach the whole time.
That's right. That's right.
I
should get on the air drunk more often.
Hey, you were pretty lit last time you called in.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, I was, but I'm kind of an angry drunk this time. I don't know what's the deal. I'm just ticked off and I want to slap somebody.
Oh man.
Well, Amanda, that means we've hit our third campership, right?
That's right, David. We have.
All right. Well, let's get on that.
Neil Polson threw in an extra $25, and he wanted to say, for thinking that going to sell cars is a reasonable thing to do.
Oh, that's fantastic. So let me tell you guys a little something about Neil Polson. Neil is our match donor, and he's the camp director of Camp Quest West in SoCal. He's on our national board. And as a profession, he sells cars. He sells cars for Toyota. He got the first hydrogen car available in the U.S., and he put a Camp Quest bumper sticker on it. That was one of the first things he did with it.
Wow, that's cool. Well, thank you, Neil. That's so cool, man. That is awesome. And this match idea has been great. It's been a wonderful driving force for people to give. It's been really, really cool. So thank you for doing that. Jerry, go ahead, Amanda.
We hit the match for Camp Quest Minnesota, so they're getting $1,000.
Wow. And that's about to be put in too, or has that already been added?
It's already in.
That's already been added. That's
okay.
in.
Okay, cool. All right. Man, that's so cool. This is great. I'm loving it. I'm having a good time. And Jerry, look, our minimum is 2,000 in order to keep going. You hit it. So you're off the hook, man. You did it.
But I don't want to leave. Can I stay till the very last second?
I think it is.
Yeah, it is. It's time for me to play the music out, go to a break.
Jesus, I'm so.
Well,
this
hold
is
on.
depressing.
Hold on.
I'm really heartbroken over this, David. I don't want to go.
His voice is cracking, whether he's doing it on purpose or
Well,
not.
I don't want to go.
Okay, then look. I just talked to the person who makes the rules. They'll let you stay 7 more minutes.
Can I stay 7 whole more minutes? That's wonderful.
7 more minutes.
7's my favorite number.
Why?
Because it's the number of perfection.
Why?
Ain't you ever seen a Bible, David?
Yes, I have, sir.
Okay, just look it up sometimes.
Okay.
I thought it was 12.
Google it.
Oh, Amanda, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate the
That is
clarification
awesome.
on all that.
That is fantastic.
Thanks, David.
All right, thanks. All right, we're going to get lined up with another camper to call, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, not right now.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, we'll have to call him. We'll have to call him during the next segment because it takes some time to get that all set up. So.
I know you're trying to keep them away from me. I don't blame you.
Oh, well, Jerry.
All right.
Thank you for the Hope After Faith podcast. We were talking with Noah earlier about all the different things that are offered within a secular community, and Noah joked that my show is for people listen to Dogma Debate on the way to grandma's, and they listen to the Scathing Atheist on the way home. And that's a great way to put it and look at it. But it's also important that people have your show, have Hope After Faith. There are people in the clergy, there are people that are youth ministers, and all sorts of situations like that and positions like that. And it's important that they have that hope after their faith. I'm trying to talk to people and say, why do you believe what you believe? Why should I believe what you believe? And I want them to see that they're in error. And all I say afterwards is there's humanism. But that needs to be dove into. Like there needs to be, as you would say, delved into when it comes to writing. You have to go into deeper and say, look, you got to dig out more of that. And
take it further.
Yeah, you got to go further than that. Just ask your father, and your father will tell you to go further down the road. And the further you go, you further
That's
you'll
right.
get in
I
line.
can't take his no further.
Nope, it's all one word. I'll never forget that happening in that blooper. I corrected you during the audiobook, and you went, "What? I thought that was all the same word." We laughed at least 20 minutes on that, and I probably
It was
peed myself.
fantastic.
We had a blast. But
you're exactly right. What the great thing about the show, and if anybody's interested, they can go to hopeafterfaithpodcast.com. Bobby and Angie have been working very hard. No, I didn't misstep there by not saying Bobby and Ashley. Angie's helping us with our website. They've put together a great page. They can go there and check out everything we're doing. But what we're able to do during the show, because we're still growing, Thursday, David, you'll appreciate this. Last Thursday, December the 1st, was the 5-year anniversary of my being fired from my non-religious job over atheism.
wow, I did not know that.
Yes, sir. And so,
You know what's crazy about that?
What's that?
January 1st or January 3rd or something along that line, the first week in January will be the 5-year anniversary of Dogma Debate.
Really?
Yes.
That's pretty
So
sweet.
We kind of did that all at the same time.
Yeah, we really did. And I'm a little nobody over here drinking a can of Pepsi, and you're running this great mega empire.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
I feel
right.
much better now.
Great mega empire. What, Donovan?
With 3 minutes to go, if Jerry can raise $240, he can beat Dillahunty.
Oh, could you imagine if I beat? I don't even know if I want to beat Dillahunty. He's so sweet. That's fantastic.
How much does he
Come
need?
on,
$220 will beat him by $1.
That'd be a book.
200
and $40.
$220.
All right.
A book and $20.
Come on now.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just do one.
Somebody will be so kind to me, I promise you, I'll make it worthwhile with the book.
If somebody wants a book,
I will.
then-
I will call your phone and give you a new voice message that you can use.
oh dang,
Ooh, there we go.
for
In my
$220.
preacher voice.
For $220,
Yes, that'd be fantastic.
that would be
They'll get a
fantastic.
book and a voicemail greeting. That's awesome.
But what the show helps us do is it gives us a platform to grow in public view, to deal with these subjects ourselves. You know, well past already no longer believing, but now as we encounter them, as Bobby and I like to say, we get naked on the show, and we say, hey, this is what we're struggling with. This is where we're at. This is how we're dealing with it. And that does give people hope that it can be done. You know, not trying to put Bobby or I either one too far down, but it should be self-explanatory that if we can do it, anybody can do it.
I love it. All right, Jerry, thank you so much for doing this, man. You've done a great job. Where are we with the donations? We're 1 minute to go.
He's at $2,281.
81. 2,281. We're 1 minute away.
One minute.
1 minute away. And we've got to get one. We need one more person to buy a book, and Jerry goes above Matt Dillahunty.
Yeah.
Who
That'd be
who
amazing.
Who wants to nudge Jerry?
Who would have bet on that at the beginning of the game?
Wow. Yeah.
Hey, I'd let somebody nudge me for 220.
Oh boy.
Now we just sit here in silence for 60 seconds
We're waiting.
while we're waiting.
Come on, you know you want it.
All right. I guess we're not going to
All
get
right.
it. I'm going to have to take this break, and then we're going to cut into Callie's time. Callie Wright is going to join us up next after this short break. Still nothing.
We stopped at $16,368. Got a few small ones in there. We appreciate all of everything that
Yes,
you do.
we do.
Man, this
Absolutely.
is amazing. This is great.
It all counts.
All right. We're doing wonderful. We are 7 hours in, and we've raised $16,387. Did I say that right?
68.
Oh, $68. Why did I say 87? I wrote down 87.
You're confused.
I am confused.
It's okay.
All right, Jerry DeWitt, thank you so much. Callie Wright is up next. Jerry, thank you so much for joining us today.
Love you all.
All right, take care, buddy. We love you too. Jerry DeWitt, right here on Dogma Debate. Callie Wright of the Gaytheist Manifesto joins us right after this.
We talk a lot about the challenges of superstition, especially when it comes to the targeting of young children. You know, our kids, the young, the impressionable, the vulnerable, the church has multi-million-dollar programs designed to go after young people. Well, as much as we talk about the challenges, I think it's important that we highlight the solutions when we find them. Camp Quest is a summer camp for kids that is not church-owned, it's not church-run. It's a secular summer camp that encourages kids just to come as they are. Do me a favor, support this wonderful organization.
Camp Quest is a network of summer camps focused on fun, friends, and free thought for kids ages 8 to 17.
My wife found it on a website and said, you know, it looks like a place where free thinkers could take their children.
And Camp Quest seemed like a place where every kid could be their unique self, and that would be celebrated and encouraged. And it seemed like a place of exploration and learning and community.
It's like learning, you get to have friends, you get to have a lot of fun activities.
All the typical summer camp stuff: canoeing, swimming, arts and crafts, sports, games.
Seeing my friends. We did canoeing, archery, swimming.
We do rock wall for the older campers. We have a zip line. Of course, we've got hikes.
We played a bunch of games, and I made a lot of friends.
plus critical thinking challenges, philosophy, science.
So the first year we had a theme of ocean science. We got to dissect squids. We learned about whale evolution. Second year was space science. We had reflector telescopes. We built model rockets. Our third year of camp, we had a murder mystery. We staged a crime the first day of camp, and then for the rest of camp, we taught a skill each day that eliminated suspects. So we had the big board with pictures of the suspects, and each day we were able to winnow that down until we found the guilty party at the end. And at the end, we put him in a prison suit, and the campers got to vote on whether he went to prison or not.
They make it very fun. They make science and learning fun, and that's fantastic.
There's so many different activities. At Socrates Cafe, I think, is one of the most coolest things. That's where the kids actually get to sit down in the evening or some other times during the day and just talk about philosophy. Just talking to each other and asking questions and sharing their philosophies. What blows my mind is how sophisticated these kids are.
Camp Quest isn't at all about telling you who you are as a person. Camp Quest is about helping you develop as the person you're supposed to be.
To me, Camp Quest is an alternative to church camp.
We have some campers that have come from religious camps and they love parts of it, but then they don't love the fact that they have to go and they have to pray or they have to sing a song about something religious. And they can come here and just be who they are. They don't have to fit into any mold that I think a lot of these camps are trying to fit them into.
We don't label the kids with a worldview. Our goal at camp is to provide a safe place for kids to ask questions and to know that there's nothing wrong with exploring the world and coming to their own conclusions. In fact, that's kind of the road to a fulfilling life.
These kids can go and learn about science, learn about philosophy, actually ask questions. When I was in church camp, you dared not ask the wrong questions or they would send you home early.
There were a lot of families who were having a lot of trouble with other youth programs, especially the Boy Scouts, telling them that their kids couldn't be the best kind of citizen if they didn't believe in God. And they recognized this need for a place to belong, a place to learn, a place to have fun together.
We don't have any preconceived notions about who a kid is supposed to be or what they're supposed to think or even necessarily what they're supposed to do.
It's the kind of community that is for everyone.
You learn a lot and you want to learn more. And to me, a week isn't enough time. It's just like, I want to be there for even longer.
When I went both last year and the year before to pick my son up after he'd been there for a week, all of the kids were so full of energy and their eyes were lit up, and I heard each one of them talking to their parents and their friends about the different things that they experienced and the fun that they had and the friendships that they made. And the energy was so incredible. I want every kid to be able to experience that. I think it's a really wonderful place.
Camp Quest could sure use your help. They're an awesome organization.
We have so much demand from campers to attend our camps, and we're trying to launch new camps. We're trying to bring camps to new parts of the country. We're launching a new camp in northern Mississippi. Talk about a place that needs a Camp Quest. And we also have a lot of families who can't afford to send their kids to camp, and we help them out with campership funds, financial aid, to reduce the cost of camp for those families.
Running a camp isn't cheap, and the less expensive we can keep tuition, the more campers we can pull in.
It's all about developing our children to be strong and confident. They're tomorrow's leaders after all. So Camp Quest could use your help. They could use your donations.
I mean, we're fighting a battle against lots of dogmatic organizations that would like to take children's brains and lock them up for the rest of their lives. We need Camp Quest.
Go to campquest.org and donate to help us reach our goal of $50,000 before the 24 hours runs out. Not only will it help us get more camps in more areas, but for every $5,000, another camper gets to go for free. And we'll call them right here on air to tell them the good news. How cool is that? In case you already forgot, it's campquest.org.
You're listening to the Dogma Debate 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. Visit dogmadebate.com to help more kids get to camp.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. lover's only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, or brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
Welcome back to Dogma Debates, 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest, and I'm definitely not eating on air
or in the studio.
Me either.
because I'm a professional. Damn it!
Hey, we have to eat, right?
Join me in welcoming our guest for the hour of the Atheist Manifesto. Please welcome our friend Callie Wright.
Hey. Oh, I got the Dogma Debate applause. I almost forgot about that. It's so exciting. I'm just imagining you just shoveling food into your face, like trying to get it in before the end of the break. And that's a really great picture I have in my head right now. So thank you. I appreciate that.
They don't have to wonder. Our video is streaming right on the website.
Well, there you go.
Dogmadebate.com. It's free. Usually we offer that for members only, but for the broadcast-a-thon, we always open it up to everybody.
And you can just see how fast somebody can actually chew, which was quite impressive.
I looked up. I thought I had more song left, and I looked up after I'd put a bite in my mouth. I was like, oh my God. Yum, 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 yum. I turned on the nom-noms.
I hope you actually made that sound too.
Of course. So how have you been?
Oh my God, life has been crazy. So before we get into how I've been, I just want to say up top. So, no religion required is the total to beat, right?
No.
As of now.
Did they? Are they first?
No.
No
illusions.
No illusions. What number did he hit?
$5,310.
He always sets the bar. Last year it was like $7,000 or something. So yeah.
All right, fair enough. So I want to beat no religion required.
No religion
so I'm just
required.
going to keep harping on them.
Okay.
So their tactic was like, we're going to quit smoking if we hit this goal, right?
Yeah.
And I don't smoke, so I can't do that. So what I have decided is that unless I beat their total, I'm going to start smoking. So if you care about my health,
oh no!
So if you care about my health, go ahead and hit that donation button.
What number is that, Donovan?
$3,705.
There it is, kids. Let's get to work.
$3,705, or Callie Wright starts smoking.
You don't want to shave your head or paint your toenails or
Nope,
anything like that?
None of that. She's just.
I mean, my toenails are painted now.
Shh, what are you doing? I'm trying to give you an out.
I'm sorry, totally missed that.
That's all right. I try to help.
And I appreciate that. You're a good person. I appreciate you.
So how are things
yeah.
going? How are things going with the Atheist Manifesto podcast?
Oh, it's amazing. The election was a really, really tough time for a lot of people, myself included, honestly. But I got a lot of really, really good feedback about the things that we did in response. The weird way that it kind of worked out was that the episode that we had planned to put up that week was a good news episode. And for folks who don't listen to the show, what we do every once in a while is we just forget about how awful and depressing it can be to be a queer or trans atheist, and let's just talk about positive things and hear happy stories. And so usually the first segment is personal life good news, the second segment is stuff from the news, and the third is we ask listeners to submit good news that we can kind of share and celebrate with them on the show. And we did that specifically the week of the election because we were all anticipating things to go differently than they did. And I figured it's been so it's been so arduous and hard, and we just need to chill out and just be able to laugh and celebrate good things. So that was the strategy. And then that didn't happen, and it was wow, we have this really great funny episode, and we had Eli Bosnick on to just ratchet up the comedy a little bit, and it's wow, I know I don't necessarily feel like laughing right now, but this is the episode that we have produced for this week. Yeah. So I wrote this 10-minute monologue to put in front of it about just sort of responding to that and saying that hopefully if smiling is the way that you deal with these kind of things, then that's what this is for. And we've gotten a lot of really great feedback about doing things like that, because I've kind of tried to make the show less about yelling about awful things and more sort of education, advocacy, giving people a platform to tell their stories. And that's worked out really well. I've gotten a lot of great feedback from people on that. So yeah, I mean, the show's going great. I'm super excited about the stuff that we've got coming up. So yeah, I mean, it's just been, it's still nuts to me. I mean, February will be 2 years that we've been doing this. And I don't know. You start doing something like that and you just never imagine, I figured we'll have a couple people who listen to what we do, and it'll be a fun thing that I do with my friends. And then all of a sudden it just blows up into something that's I had no idea that it was going to turn into a thing like that. So it's really flattering and humbling, and it's great. I'm
telling you, I saw the potential 2 years ago, Callie, and that's why I made the offer I did and extended it, because I knew it. I could see this coming, and I'm so glad, and congratulations on all your success with it.
Thank you.
I think what you're doing is very necessary. It's needed out there. The intersection, like you said, of the LGBT movement and the atheist movement, and just the way you go about it, the way you address it, it's professional, it's well produced. I love the monologue at the beginning. If people aren't listening to the Atheist Manifesto podcast, go make it part of your subscriptions. Seriously.
Well, thank you for that. And yeah, and things have been nuts, on a personal level too. I'm having weight loss surgery in 3 weeks. So I've lost 60 pounds in the last 6 months, and
congratulations.
So thank you, and that's been a journey that it actually hasn't been quite as difficult as I imagined it would be. And I just had a consult for bottom surgery last night, and that's looking like that's going to happen in August or September of next year. Wow. So 2017 is going to be a big year.
That's going to be awesome. That is so cool. So first of all, let's deal with the weight loss. How are you doing it? How are you going about it? What's working for you? Science-based,
first and foremost. So there's a book called The Diet Fix, and basically he's a weight loss doctor, and he went through and he said, okay, there's a group of people that have sustained significant weight loss, and 5-10 years down the road it's sustained. And so what do they have in common? What do they do? And he basically lays all of these things out and says, so here's what you do. It's, a lot of focusing on protein, eat 5 or 6 times a day, make sure you're getting exercise, and sort of more generalized rules. The idea is that like you're not going to stick to something that makes you miserable, right? So if you're always hungry, you're always eating food that you hate, you're just not going to stick with it. I mean, you're fighting against your biology.
It's a lifestyle change.
Right. So his thing is like you have to find a way to do this that's something that you actually enjoy and something that you feel good about doing and that you don't hate yourself while you're doing it.
Yeah.
So I was able to do that. You know,
well, let's talk about that, because what if you really, what you love in life is like, you know, gravy and chicken enchiladas and Dr. Pepper? Like, what if just some random things, you know, I'm totally picking random things. Just say you happen to be overweight and really like those particular things. What would someone suggest you have instead?
Well, it's not necessarily that. And it's not that you can't have those particular things. You just got to be careful about the amounts and make sure that you're counting your calories. That's the important thing. And it's hard. I mean, it's you know, when I say it wasn't as challenging as I imagined it would be, I think it's important to note that the level of challenging I thought it would be was going to be like this monumental, like Lord of the Rings style struggle against myself. And it's been moderately challenging. But you know, basically when I going in, I actually legitimately thought that I might have an undiagnosed eating disorder because I used to binge and I wouldn't be able to stop myself. And I talked to my doctor about it, and he's like, so do these things and tell me how you feel in a week. And so, you know, I did, you know, the stuff that he gave me, and I've been working with a dietitian at my my surgeon's office.
Let's do this, because I'm really, really curious. What were some of your vices before? What were your weaknesses? Give me a couple of things that you just, that's what you went to, that's what your favorite things to sort of gorge on. What was it?
Anything potatoes and bread and anything deep fried.
Okay.
So I mean, basically fast food when it comes right down to it. Like I used to eat fast food 2 or 3 times a day, which is I mean, it's nuts. And
yeah, that's nuts. That's really, that's ridiculous. I don't know how you could stoop to such levels.
David's shrinking in his chair right now.
I live on fast food simply because it's fast, and my life, you know, tends to require it. And so I would love to find ways, because I enjoy cooking. Like I thoroughly enjoy watching cooking shows, going and buying ingredients, putting my own touch on it, and mastering a certain type of meal. I love doing it. And when I put my heart and soul into it, for lack of a better phrase, I make some pretty decent stuff, and I enjoy it. It's like an art to me. I'll put music on. I like to, like, you know, chew gum or like suck on hard candy for some reason and start cooking. And then like halfway through it, when it gets to the tasting phase, of course, I have to stop doing that. But there's like this little ritual I like doing, and it's really, really fun, and I enjoy it. But going through things like, you know, planning a broadcast-a-thon, selling my vehicle, planning a move to Los Angeles, selling the house, writing a new book, dealing with agents and managers and publishing Tiny Thinkers and getting that distributed. I am neck deep in emails and phone calls and conference calls and text messages. And so I'm like, you know, I'm going from one project to another, and I look at my son and go grab McDonald's and bring it back. I don't have time to leave, and I've got to keep working. And so I want to know, maybe the healthy thing is to just slow the hell down.
Yeah.
Period. Make time to go in the kitchen and make a decent meal. You know, I don't know what the answer is, but I feel like right now I'm just so freaking stressed that I got so much work to do. But maybe that's the time to start eating healthier.
Well, I'll tell you what I do, because you know, I still work a day job. I work 10 hours a day, and I usually get up. So like I usually get up in the morning at 9 a.m. I have breakfast, and I'm working on stuff for the podcast or other activism stuff from about 9:30 until about noon. And then I get ready for work, and then work from 2 p.m. to 1 a.m. And I honestly spend maybe a half hour to 45 minutes preparing my food for the entire day. So I think a lot of it's planning and figuring out, you know, simple things that you can do. And the thing that helps me is I'm not a really picky eater. I mean, like, if you ask me to list, like, tell me every food you've ever had you don't like, I mean, I could probably think of like 7 or 8 off the top of my head. But I mean, I eat a ton of lunch meat. I have this neat little breakfast bowl thing that I make every day that takes me like 10 or 15 minutes to cook and another 5 or 10 minutes to eat. So it's little stuff like that, figuring out stuff that's fast, and because I'm not splurging, I'm not spending a ton of time preparing food or anything like that, and it's just easy stuff. And then making sure that the amounts, I take the time to weigh all of my meats and that kind of stuff to make sure that I'm getting the right proportions of stuff, so I know exactly how many calories I'm bringing in.
Okay.
So it's just figuring out little things like that and making those habits that it really, because I had the same problem, because I think, at least for me, I sort of psyched myself out with like, oh my God, I'm so busy, I don't have time for this. And I thought to myself, like, am I really? Like, am I honestly so busy that I can't afford the time to do this? And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do this for like 2 or 3 days. I'm going to take the time that I need to prepare food for the day. And I was like, wow, it's only been like 20 minutes and I'm good. So, maybe something along those lines.
Well, I think too that we've also convinced ourselves that fast food is faster than cooking something, because there are things that you can do, such as buying canned chicken versus frozen, and buying the grilled chicken in a bag versus frozen, and things that you can do to kind of help that process move a little quicker than, what we think of making food is, thawing something out and having, something like that. So I think that we've convinced ourselves that fast food is much faster, but by the time you add the driving and the, sitting there in the line and waiting, it could actually equal out to the same time that you could walk in the kitchen, throw some canned chicken in the pan and make a few vegetables.
Yeah. Donovan, what are we up to so far in this hour?
This hour, we are at $125.
Uh-oh.
All right. We got to work on this, friends.
We got to work on something.
So got a couple messages for Callie.
Okay.
Amanda says, Callie, I'm your number one fan.
Oh, thank you, Amanda.
Luis said, bam, Callie talked to me after my accident. She gets my help here. So he threw some money in and said, Callie, don't start smoking or I will crush myself all over again. The stakes just got higher.
So someone countered with their own emotional argument.
Yes, they did.
Now we're sounding like an episode of Dogma Debate.
Right.
Facts are out the window and we're just going heart versus heart. Let's do it.
Right. I'm glad that I could bring that to you. I'm glad. That's good.
Oh man. So are there any goals we can hit for certain things? Are you willing to do anything? Careful now. This is a G-rated.
I was going to say, the thing you have to understand about me, David, is that I don't really have a lot of shame. So
maybe something you could do on an episode of Gatheist Manifesto so that they would donate to the level and then go hear you. Do it.
Gosh, I am open to ideas. I'm having a little trouble thinking of something though. Like, I've always thought it would be fun to write a song, but I'm not good enough at writing a song. Let's do that. So like if we get to $5 or $500, I will write a song about David Smalley.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
I'll do it. It's probably going to be terrible, but I'm going to do it.
It's going to be about his enchiladas.
He's a whole lot of enchiladas.
Hey, Callie, you could sing about my enchiladas anytime. So you're gonna sing it?
Yeah, I'll sing it. I've got guitars. I'll do music and lyrics and everything. I'll do it.
And you'll play it on an episode of Gatheist Manifesto.
Absolutely. And I'll send you the file if you want to play it on Dogma Debate too.
Oh, that's awesome.
$500.
I will do it. And Amanda just sent me a message. $275 will hit the next match for Smoky Mountains. Camp Quest Smoky Mountains.
All right. So $275 for that, and then $500 for a song.
Yep.
So yep. So that's so we're gonna do that. Oh, also, David, I almost forgot to mention, you and I need to have a talk. So Adam Reeks is a friend.
Well, there's your first problem.
Oh, right, I know. And not too long ago, he gave me a preview of an interview that you guys recorded.
Hold on. So I didn't record an interview with him, and I don't know what you're talking about.
You most certainly recorded an interview with him.
Nope. I didn't, but I never did. And so that's the thing. I haven't heard this piece of audio yet. That's going to be played at, I believe, 4 a.m. Central Standard Time that I get to hear this interview that I did for the first time. So stick around for that one. But Callie, I will tell you, without hearing it, I apologize to you. I apologize to everyone. I'm sorry, and whatever it was that I said, I promise I will get better. Can I just get rid of it that way?
Well, that's good. I mean, that's how you apologize. So you acknowledge the wrongdoing.
Yep.
You promise to do better, and then make an honest effort to do so. That's how it works. It's perfect.
That's what I'm going to work toward. That is fantastic.
You're a good person, David. I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So as far as the bottom surgery now, Stephanie came on and talked a little bit about what she was going through with the planning and all of that. Where are you in the phase? How are you feeling about it? She seemed to be really nervous, kind of worried about the whole thing. I know you're a little more gung-ho about stuff and less shy. Well, not less shy than Stephanie. I don't know that that's possible, but
right.
Where are you in the process mentally? Like, how do you feel about it? Are you excited? Are you nervous? Everything wrapped up? What's going on in your head?
A little bit of all of it, honestly. I mean, the weight loss surgery is going to be the first kind of surgery that I ever in my life. So, I mean, I'm just nervous about that in general. But I mean, I'm excited. It's something that to one degree or another, I've known that I needed all my life. Or most of my life anyways. And it's one of those things that's like, it seems like such a high sort of unattainable goal. That's like one of those things that's like, oh my God, this would be amazing if it happened. But like, it's probably not gonna.
Let me pause you, because I was asking about the bottom surgery, but you're talking about the weight loss surgery. So I want to ask you something about that first. Yeah. What do you say to the people who just go, oh, you don't need surgery, just lose the weight? Like, what do you say to that critic that's like, just work out and relax, work out and exercise and eat right, and you don't need to go under the knife and have this surgery? What do you say to the people that just call the surgery the lazy way out?
I mean, just look at the statistics. I mean, almost everyone who goes on a diet and works out and stuff can lose weight, but 95% of the time they gain it all back. And that's a real statistic. I don't remember off the top of my head where it came from, but that is a real statistic. It's really just not that simple. Like when you're trying to lose weight, you're literally fighting against biology. It's not it's more a matter of genetics and environment than it is of willpower. And that's not to say that willpower doesn't play any part at all, but just looking at the numbers, I mean, I find it so hard to believe that 95% of people who try this are just lazy.
Right. That's a good point. But I think when you say fighting against biology, I want to take a moment to talk about what that means. And I think what you're getting at there is, think about early humans. Okay.
Exactly.
You want to get food in your body for nutrition with the least amount of effort necessary. So watch lions hunt right now. They don't go after the big, strong alpha male gazelle. No, they go after a baby, something that's going to run slower and be easier to kill, faster to eat, right? Because it's easier to catch. And so they're trying to minimize their level of effort in order to eat. Well, you take that to an extreme level, we've got it figured out. I can sit on my couch, push buttons on a device, and have a pizza show up to my door. From a human perspective, that is the ultimate success. You get as much food and crap as you want, and you don't have to move at all. And then when the pizza guy gets here, you go, damn it, I should have gave him a key. You have to get up and walk to the door, right? So we create this culture of, we've mastered this ability to get food with very minimal effort. And then we have to go to the gym and run after nothing in order to get rid of it. And
we evolved in an environment of scarcity, and especially the things that we love the most, like the sugars and the fats and the carbs and that kind of stuff, was stuff that was really, really hard to get through most of human evolution. So that's why we want the stuff so bad, and now we can have literally all of it that we want. And so it's not just a matter of making a conscious decision. I mean, this is your brain telling you that you need this. And that's not to say, and to sort of move on, and you say, a lot of people say that, the surgery is the easy way out. I have to believe the people who think that haven't had any kind of surgery ever before, first of all. Because I mean the surgery itself is not an easy thing. I mean, I'm gonna be off work for like a week. There's tons of pain involved. I mean, I'm doing a liquid diet for 2 weeks beforehand, which is going to be miserable. And the number one thing that any competent weight loss doctor will tell you is that the surgery is a tool. The surgery is not the solution. The surgery is the tool to help you get there easier and faster. So you still have to do the work. And if you if you mess up, if you look at the numbers, I've watched so many videos. Basically, in the first year, your genetics really determine what the surgery does for you, because you don't have a choice. Your stomach's really tiny. You can eat maybe 4 ounces of food. And like 3 to 5 years out, it starts to become more environmental. So if over time, as you heal, you start to eat more and more and more and more, you'll gain all of the weight right back. So like it's definitely a long-term, lifelong thing. Like you still have to keep those habits. It's just the surgery is an extremely powerful tool to help you do that. So there's still tons of work involved, and that's all the stuff that I've been learning over the last 6 months of seeing a doctor and a dietitian and learning all of this stuff. So yeah, definitely not the easy way out, because it's just plain not going to be easy in the first place.
Speaking of food being delivered to your door, did you know Tom Thumb now delivers groceries to your house?
That's amazing.
Yeah,
I don't know what Tom Thumb is. I'm assuming it's a grocery store.
I was just about to say that. I don't know if you have that there, but we have Tom Thumb as a grocery store here. So
it's like a Kroger.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. We have Kroger here.
Yeah.
And then as far as bottom surgery goes, I actually had my consult last night with the surgeon who's going to end up doing it. So and she's super culturally competent. She did reconstructive vaginoplasties on cis women for a very long time. And has sort of in the last couple of years moved over to doing surgeries for trans folks, and spent probably 20 or 30 minutes talking with her. And she was very honest and upfront about, there's a chance of infection, chance of hematoma, chance of fistula, which is an awful thing. It's 1% chance though, so thankfully. But yeah, so I mean, I'm really excited. It's time. And really relieved too, because the company that I work for was bought by another company. And the company that we were bought by did not have trans-inclusive insurance. And so I was afraid that I was actually going to lose my coverage for that. And thankfully that wasn't the case. They put out these new plans that actually do continue the coverage. So it was, that was kind of a big sort of emotional roller coaster for me. Like I was emailing my HR rep every day, like, do you know anything? Do you know anything? I need an answer to this question. Like, and thankfully I found out eventually that it is covered. So yeah, it's going to be awesome. I'm really excited. I'm going to have to be, the surgeon that I'm seeing is in San Francisco. I'm going to have to be there for a month, to recover. So that's going to be an interesting thing. Like I've always wanted to visit San Francisco, but like I'm going to spend most of the time there in bed playing video games, recovering, and not seeing the city. So,
okay, well, I do have a caller that we need to get to. It's another exciting phone call. Callie, stick here with us during this, if you don't mind. Donovan, what are we up to? What's going on? What's our update?
$300.
We've hit 300 for the hour. Okay, Callie, if you would hit social media, let people know that we're running out of time. We've got 25 minutes left in your segment. Let's get that number up for Camp Quest. And we are $200 away from hitting the Camp Quest Smoky Mountains $500 match.
Yeah, right.
So go hit that, and another 500 rolls in. So you hit 200, it's going to jump up 700 for this hour. Okay, go make that happen. But right now, I want to bring Evelyn on the line. Hello, Evelyn. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Should I ask again, Donovan?
Yeah, I think you have to.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever heard of dogma debate?
No.
No, I haven't either. It's okay. So I host a show called Dogma Debate, and right now we're doing a 24-hour broadcast. That means it's a nonstop radio show for 24 hours straight, and you're on the air with me right now. Don't worry. Nobody listens to this show. But the cool thing is we're actually doing this to benefit Camp Quest. You know about Camp Quest, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So did you get to go to Camp Quest last year?
Yes. I've been there for 3 years, or I went there for 3 years.
You went there for 3 years.
Right.
Awesome. Well, what do you like most about Camp Quest?
The people and our counselors.
Well-
The activities we do. I like all of it.
Whenever you say the people, what do you mean? I've had a lot of people say that it just feels like family. My daughter, who's 12, I love the way she put it. She said, when you get there, it's like they're not strangers. They're just family you don't know yet.
Yeah, it's like that. It's really fun, and a lot of people there understand you. And the activities we do there are also like very they're fun.
Whenever you say they understand you, what do you mean by that?
Like there are certain people that like even if you're I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know, they just feel like family because I don't really know how to explain it.
You just say people just seem, you think, maybe more accepting.
Yeah, like very accepting.
Like you get to be yourself, and they sort of celebrate individuality, and
Yeah.
that's awesome. So can you think of maybe a favorite event or a favorite what'd you say? Did you say events or how did
Activities.
Activity,
Yeah,
yeah.
they have-
Right, yeah. Can you think of a favorite activity?
I like the rock climbing because there is free time over there, and I really like rock climbing and swimming.
That's awesome.
Rock climbing and swimming. That's really cool. Well, are you hoping to go back next year?
Yes.
Well, very cool. So here's what's going on. We're doing, like I said, the 24-hour broadcast, and we are working toward a certain goal. And every time we get to another $5,000, Camp Quest has said that another camper gets to go for free. And so we've just hit another goal, Evelyn, and you have been selected. You're going to Camp Quest for free in 2017.
My mom just screamed. That's awesome.
Mom sounds way happier. That's cool. That's excellent. So what would you like to say to people out there, parents? Really, I want you to take a moment to talk to the parents. If they're thinking about sending their kid or they've never heard of it, what would you like to tell them about Camp Quest?
The people, like you said, they're very accepting. They understand a lot of people a lot, and it's very educating as well. They have a lot of when you first go to Camp Quest, the night you go there, they have a thing. Like this year, we were learning about, I think it was volcanoes or dinosaurs. No, last year we were learning about dinosaurs. It's very educating as well.
That's really cool. And parents have to love that. So you can go to campquest.org right now and donate, or you can go to dogmadebate.com, but don't worry about that. You can go to campquest.org, the one that Evelyn's heard of. Go there and make your donation now so that we can get to our next one. Evelyn, thank you so much for taking our call and for joining us today. We appreciate it, and congratulations. Have a blast next year at Camp Quest.
Thank you.
All right.
I really like this.
Awesome. All right. What's that?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, bye. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Thank you so much.
Oh, wait, and go listen to Dogma Debate. It's fun.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Awesome. Evelyn gets to go to Camp Quest in 2017 for free.
Fun.
She was fun. That was very cool.
Perhaps a fifth listener?
Perhaps. But if we get another listener, that just means somebody else stopped listening. So it's always four.
You made somebody mad.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Somebody unfriended me on Facebook and blocked me. Who cares?
You're out of the top 8. Oh, I'm so glad you guys get that joke. I made that joke in front of some younger folks earlier, and because that's a thing that I can say now that I'm 32 years old.
Right, because of MySpace.
I said that, and it was just like blank faces, and I'm like, oh God, like I'm there now. Like I have cultural references that people that are too young to get. Like that's depressing.
And then you reach out and go, MySpace? And they go, huh? You go, yeah.
Exactly.
Like, nope.
Like, oh, I mean the thing that's really dumb that dumb people did a long time. Yeah.
You mean, excuse me, the first Facebook? Hello. Do you know who is part owner of MySpace right now? Yes, it's still a thing.
Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake is part owner.
Why would you want to be part owner of that?
Sounds like a really. Can we go to the website?
It was because he was trying to make it into like a music focused thing because he like I remember happened because I mean nothing. I forget who bought it from Tom. However many billions of dollars, and like Timberlake got it for a couple of million, which is like just throwing those numbers around like it's not a big thing. But I mean, obviously, tell somebody like him. But yeah, like I think he kind of saw the writing on the wall that like the social media side of Facebook was going away, and he was going to try and sort of retool it into a thing that was focused on music and music discovery.
Yeah,
and I think that ship had just already sailed at that point. So
yep, you're right.
Yeah, it looks really awkward.
Yeah, it's all about music and news and yeah.
It looks like an iTunes thing or something.
Yeah,
and just I think didn't he play the Napster person in a movie also? I mean, he had something to do with one of those music things in a movie where he took the person. Dang, I can't
something to do with one of those.
Something to do with music.
Donovan, I'm going to need to remind you that this is a radio show, and you're going.
Well, I had it and then I lost it. Darn
music, Timberlake.
You're going to need to have words in order to speak,
and not just random words either. Those don't work out so well.
Hey guys, I have a point. So crockpot.
Sorry, it was the
leaf, sheet, tablecloth. Also, sticks and rocks.
He played. He played the guy that started Napster, who changed Facebook from the Facebook.
Gotcha.
Dropped the. Sorry.
And we come around to the awesome.
$500 just came in, and we've met the $500 match for the Smoky Mountains Camp Quest.
Yes,
fantastic. What does that put our total at, Donovan?
Oh, and Luis also said, okay, I'm convinced. Here's my fast food lunch budget for next week.
Oh.
And he donated again because he wants to get you there. It's so awesome.
Oh, it's awesome. What are we at now?
All right, it's coming up $17,718.
Nice.
Just during my segment, right? I win.
That would be ridiculous.
You win the internet if you did that.
$1,350, Callie.
Nice. Well, I have a song to write, so that's cool.
Very cool.
And that means you don't have to be a smoker, or
yeah.
We still gotta beat no religion required.
Oh,
she's about to start smoking.
Yeah,
we have 15 minutes left.
No,
don't
let
start
that
smoking.
happen. No.
Do you know how weird it is to write all these things that we're doing, and then I have to write Callie starts smoking.
It's for the kids.
Yes,
I'm smoking a pack for the kids.
Big J just said that movie was called Social Media.
No, it was called Social Network.
All right. Well, take that.
Either way, a super specific and descriptive title. That's good.
Okay, sorry. I'm just going through Twitter right now. It's kind of crazy what's going on.
Yeah, it was good.
Is there ever a time where what's going on Twitter is not crazy?
No, there's never a time that happens.
That's why I honestly don't spend a ton of time on Twitter for that exact reason.
I try to stay off because every time I get on there, somebody will say something, and then I want to start to debate them, and then I realize I'm not going to debate with 140 characters. It takes forever.
Yeah, I flat out say that, and I invite them on the show. So
some people do that. Mr. Oz Atheist.
Sure, yeah, Mr. Oz.
But I mean, it's a skill, like and one that I 100% certainly don't have.
Yeah, his name's Donovan too.
Also, I need to say real quick that Jeremiah Traeger is the worst human being ever in history.
Oh, okay.
So I just needed to say that out loud.
Okay.
The reason why will become evident in a moment, but Jeremiah is the worst person. I actually watched him kick a puppy once.
Interesting. On that note, the next $500 match is going to be for Camp Quest, Oklahoma, Brandy's home state. The next $500.
Don't associate me with Oklahoma.
With Oklahoma,
I haven't lived there since I was 7.
I associated you with Oklahoma and kicking puppies.
No, that is not okay. All in the same moment,
Listen,
too.
yeah,
Look
speaking,
at that. That is
speaking of
wrong.
kicking puppies, Brandy's from Oklahoma. See,
No.
it flows. It works.
No.
That is a very natural progression of the conversation in my mind.
Yeah, there you go. It works.
No. That is
Fantastic.
Not okay.
And we are down to 13 minutes left, and we're at what, 1350, Donovan?
1350. You told me not to say it that way. Now
you're right. 1,350.
There you go.
He changes the rules all the time.
Dollars.
I think 19 and I think 20 is where I start wanting you to say 2,000. I think I'm fine with all the teens. 18, 25, 19. For some reason,
I'm just gonna say it the way you asked.
Fine.
You changing the rules, you'll just tell me later that I didn't tell you that, so I'm not even gonna fall for it.
I know.
That's why you just gotta get everything in writing.
Yeah, I agree with you, Callie. He is so difficult.
Yeah.
For another 12 hours.
I mean, you signed up for it.
That's right.
Is that how much time is left?
Of my dogma debate career, yes.
Let's see. We're almost at midnight. And then we've got
another 14 to go.
14 hours.
I know.
Is it really 14 hours?
I was just thinking that because I started
think it's
getting a
16.
little sleepy.
Oh, yes, thank you.
It's 16 hours.
Sorry, you're right.
It's like 57 hours.
It's 16. We seriously have 16 hours to go.
You have 35 hours to go.
Stop, Callie.
It makes it so much
You
better,
get to go
though.
to you get to go to bed after this. What? Anytime you want, you can just go lay
I'm
down.
gonna stay up in solidarity.
The whole time?
I'm not
Don't
actually
believe
gonna
you.
do that.
I was gonna say I don't believe you.
I did the first year.
I know you actually recorded all of our stuff.
I did.
And
I did.
I'm having
Was-
to record it now, and it's getting dangerous because I keep forgetting to stop the recording. And so, like right now, my audio file is 7 hours and 49 minutes long.
Oh, you are flirting with danger, my friend.
I know. So right at the end of this, I need to stop it and export it and be done with it. But that's pretty scary. Yeah, pretty scary.
Why is that?
Just because when it gets that long, audio software likes to lock up and say, "Never mind. How about we don't save any of it?"
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So you should really stop every 2 or 3 hours and break it out into its own file. Maybe even every hour if there was a person dedicated to it. But yeah, we don't have anybody doing that, so I'm just recording it.
I'll set an alarm for every 3 hours to
hoping
remind
for the
you.
best. Yeah, that'd be great. And because I need to do it during a break. The problem is, as soon as I take the break, I go, whoo, and I get up and walk out for 6 minutes to get something to drink and nibble on a peanut.
How dare you take a break? That's ridiculous. You need to sit in that chair the whole time.
Listen to your boss.
Are you committed?
Wait,
or
wait.
not?
You mean you don't sit in that chair the whole time?
Oh my!
I just get up to get peanuts.
See,
I just get up to get peanuts.
this is the problem.
Did you just give me a smalley sigh?
I did. That's the Cali sigh. TM.
Oh.
TM. Take that, Smalley.
My vision is shattered. I had a very sort of utopian, idealistic vision of what was going on here, and it's over with now. You have ruined my life, David Smalley.
Well, let me tell you something. It wouldn't be the first life I ruined, first of all. Secondly, if you watch video, you'll see my butt leaves the chair once an hour, and I go
No,
grab
you
food.
need a bucket under your chair.
Oh, stop.
And specifically, your butt is what many people are watching, I'm sure.
Are you committed or not?
God.
'Cause this is ridiculous. I mean, you are getting out of your chair. You said 24 hours.
It's still a broadcast.
Not 23 hours.
Brandy, have I told you lately that I love you?
Well, I love you too.
I'm liking this teaming up thing that we're doing. I'm happy about that.
I'm not. Time's up. Time to go. Here we go. All right, Donovan. Any new news?
No.
Still 1350?
1360.
No. Then there is new
There
news.
is new news.
Damn it.
Do you know what new means?
Hey.
It means new.
She's on a tear.
Yeah, right. She's going after everybody.
You may facepalm now.
We just need to keep criticizing things that they're doing so she doesn't turn on me.
That's right. Whatever
Man.
Brandy says, go with it.
I don't know what happened, but I just got really tired. I think realizing that we have 16 hours to go really sucked the wind out of me.
Yeah, it's really tough when you realize you've got 36 hours left to broadcast. It's...
I almost fell asleep when you said that.
Love you.
And you know what's crazy about this is we when we first started did this. It's already happening.
Professional.
You're not even that far
Professional.
into it.
No. When we first started to did this one, we started doing it at 12 because I was like, I want to wake up around 11 and then like take NyQuil the night before at like 11 p.m., 10 p.m., sleep a solid 12, get up and then start the broadcast. And then that way, by early next morning, you're like, okay, only a few more hours to go. By noon, you're done. And the second year, I was like, well, that means in California, it's like 9 a.m. when we're stopping.
Mm-hmm.
And that cuts out a lot of donors. So we bumped it to 1 o'clock the next year. And I'm like, that's still not good enough. So this year I was like, I want to make it so that the second day has a big enough stretch so that we can have people all across the country that are awake as we're finishing on a Sunday, right? Because how many atheists are awake at 9 a.m. on Sunday? And so I decided,
what does atheists have to do with
because we sleep through church.
Because they sleep through church. They don't sleep in on Sundays. And so
they might be getting things productive done.
Other people do things at
anything
9 a.m.
else?
on a
No,
Sunday.
that stuff can be done at 10 a.m. Everybody knows that.
Should have ended at 3
Whatever.
between football games.
So I decided this year to go from 4 to 4, thinking I'll sleep until 3 and then get it done. And I woke up at 10:40 this morning and went, oh no. 10:40.
I hope you said it exactly like that.
I did.
Yeah, I woke up a little bit before, thinking, please go back to sleep. Please go back to sleep. And my brain wouldn't shut off.
I woke up at 5 and slept an hour and a half since before that.
Oh,
I couldn't sleep past 5.
Wow.
We're in trouble.
Yeah.
We might all be snoozing. The last
I'll make it.
hour.
Come 6 a.m., you'll just be listening to the silence of sleep, which sounds like this.
I was about to say, you don't sleep in silence. Who are you kidding?
I'm telling you, get a CPAP machine. It changed my life. If you're a snorer and you need to sleep that long, I wake up after like 6 or 7 hours of sleep and I am ready to run a marathon. That may be a little bit of an exaggeration, but I'm telling you, like sleep apnea sucks.
Just the oxygen going through your body, it's just really rich, or what?
No, it pressurizes your airway, so your throat doesn't close up while you're sleeping. That's what causes snoring. And yeah, so like because like I did a sleep study, and basically I would stop breathing twice a minute. So you never fall fully asleep, and you never get good quality sleep. So I could sleep for like 12-14 hours and wake up and still be tired. And now like I actually get mad because I wake up after like 6 or 7 hours at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, I just want to go to sleep. Like, come on. But I'm just ready to go. So yeah, like 100% life-changing thing.
That's awesome.
To make it super serious for a minute.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, my dad sleeps with one of those. He's got that same issue. All right, Donovan.
Too.
All right, Donovan. It's time to wrap up this hour. Where are we?
$1,360.
Oh, we're still at 1,000. Okay, that's all right. 1,360. All right, Callie, you've got 5 more minutes. If you want to make a last-minute push on Twitter or Facebook, it's time for us to go. So you take the last 5 minutes and do that. Tweet out the link of campquest.org. Tell people where to go donate and have fun. And thank you so much for joining us.
And get your cigarettes at the grocery store.
Yep, go buy your cigarettes. It's time for you to start smoking.
Love you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Callie Wright of the Gaytheist Manifesto podcast. I'm serious. If you haven't listened to it, haven't downloaded it, go do that right now. Our next guest coming up, Todd Stiefel. More Dogma Debates coming up.
On the first morning of camp, a handful of young teenagers psyched themselves up to take on a high ropes course 30 feet off the ground.
I want to do that because I'm a daredevil, but I'm also kind of scared. Yeah, I mean, think of everything with it.
One by one, the campers climb up to reach the ropes. Some race across the obstacles while others freeze up, scared by the heights.
I am class
Terrified for my life.
Some conquer the course in 15 minutes, others take an hour. But in the end, they all scream with exhilaration as they race down the long zip line at the end. In early July, 20 campers came out for 5 days and 4 nights to the first ever Camp Quest, Kansas City. They canoed in a lake, swam in the pool, went fishing, basically doing everything kids do at camps everywhere. But Camp Quest, Kansas City isn't a YMCA or scout camp. It's designed for kids from atheist, agnostic, or free thought backgrounds. Parent and volunteer David Spake says that too often, even non-religious camps make assumptions about religion by leading prayers or non-denominational worship services.
So you think, well, that's no big deal, but it is for some people.
Spake says he was excited that Camp Quest could provide an alternative experience for his daughter Avery.
Being just a child in school and having parents who are atheists or humanists, and the children tend to grow up more critically, asking questions about a religion. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of kids who feel threatened by that. And as a result, like my daughter, she's been ostracized a bit at school where we live at because she's asking hard questions.
Camp Quest is a national organization that's helped organize secular camps around the country since 1996. But this is the first year for a camp in Kansas City. It's for kids ages 8 to 17. Like all Camp Quests, the Kansas City version focuses on science and problem solving, and it offers campers a chance to think about big issues and ask tough questions in a daily discussion called the Socrates Cafe.
So the first day we did What is Knowledge, and then we had Frank, our special
It's
guest.
early in the afternoon, and the 20 campers sit in a big circle along with counselors in the air-conditioned main lodge building. Pool time is next, so the kids are wearing swimsuits under their t-shirts. One camper wears a goatee made out of black electrical tape. Camp Quest's National Executive Director, Amanda Metzges, runs a poll to decide on the day's discussion topic.
What is life? What is nature? What is the mind?
Typical topics include separation of church and state, or what is knowledge. Today's nominations include aliens and time travel. After the young campers vote, Metzges announces the winning topic.
All right, I think pretty clearly we have 9 votes for death. It's a weird sentence. And pretty low votes for everything else. So I think that our topic today is going to be what is death.
So for the next hour, the campers talk unflinchingly about the meaning and significance of death.
The thought of living forever is more scary than dying to me, because living forever, it means to see all of your friends die, and then your next friends, and then your next friends. It will never end. You'll always wonder what's next.
It's an intense discussion. Several campers cry talking about the death of pets or grandparents. One young camper says it's hard for him to understand why life is like this. But once the hour's over, the kids get up, wipe away the tears, and head out for the pool. While the campers do cannonballs, Amanda Metzges stays behind to talk a little about Camp Quest. As the executive director of the national organization, Metzges spends a lot of time at summer camp. She says activities like the Socrates Cafe are designed to teach thinking skills.
It's not the case that the adults know the answers and that they're trying to get the kids to come up with some answer that the adults already have in mind. It's a place where everyone becomes better questioners and better thinkers together.
Metzges studied political science and psychology in college, and she's co-written a book about free-thinking parenting. But she says she learned camp counseling on the job during her 10 years with Camp Quest. According to Metzges, death is not one of the more common Socrates Cafe topics, but it does come up from time to time. And part of Camp Quest is creating a safe space for this kind of discussion.
No one wants to talk to kids about this in a serious way because it's scary. It's scary for adults to talk about it because, we lose our cool a little bit. And it's also, there's a sense that, nobody wants to kind of bring up a topic that's difficult, but not talking about it is worse. Then kids are left sort of dealing with these issues by themselves and getting the sense that it's not okay to ask questions or it's not okay to say anything about the stuff that's going on in their lives.
Out by the pool, camper Amelia ranks the philosophical discussions among her favorite camp activities.
Well, I think they're a really nice time to see and hear what other people think when you don't normally get to see or hear them a lot. Because they're boys and, girls and boys are separated in the cabins and stuff. And so you get to hear their opinions more. So it's really fun to hear what they have to say.
Camp Quest has occasionally drawn controversy. Back in April, Joe Davidson, the founder of Oklahoma Joe's barbecue chain, stopped a Camp Quest fundraiser while it was taking place at his Tulsa restaurant. He says he hadn't been informed that the fundraiser was for a secular camp. Camp Quest Oklahoma says it had been clear with the restaurant about its mission statement. Amanda Metzger says that more frequently, Camp Quest has problems finding places to host camp. Local groups typically rent space at campgrounds, but they're sometimes denied permission when they tell campground owners what the camp is all about. Local President Lindsay Burns says she had trouble finding a welcoming campsite in Kansas City.
I did have one person who he asked me if I was an atheist, and when I told him that I was an atheist, he actually told me that he wouldn't have any animals sacrificing in his land and hung up on me.
Ultimately, Camp Quest found a home at Wildwood Education Center, about an hour south of Kansas City. Each day at Camp Quest ends around the campfire. The fire pit overlooks a small lake which shimmers with an orange light in the setting sun. As the temperature drops a few degrees, volunteer Sarah Hargreaves leads the campers through camp songs.
Thumbs up, elbows up, elbows up.
After the sun sets and the singing ends, parent David Spake tells the story of the Emperor's new clothes to the curious campers.
And he's completely naked.
No underwear?
No underwear, no nothing.
Oh my God! Put the pants on him!
Spake hopes that campers like his daughter will leave Camp Quest with the feeling that they're not the only ones asking tough questions about the world around them.
Having a camp where she can come and ask those questions and know that she's not going to get ostracized, that everybody else is asking those questions and more, really gives her a chance to expand, to grow, to feel comfortable with who she is.
Campers Jacob and Anna Sophia say Camp Quest has introduced them to like-minded kids.
Just meeting people that are so similar but look like everybody else out in the world. I mean, they at least are willing to open up themselves once you get to know them, and then they're willing to help you out.
The biggest surprise is probably how open a lot of the people here are. You know, you wouldn't think you'd get so close to people you've only known for a few days, but I knew I would come and make some friends, but I didn't think that like everybody here would become my friend, or at least it feels like it.
For Casey Currents, I'm Alex Smith.
You're listening to the Dogma Debate 24-hour broadcast for Camp Quest. Visit dogmadebate.com to help more kids get to camp.
She comes on like a rose, but everybody knows she'll get you in touch. You can look, but you better not touch. Poison ivy, poison ivy. Late at night while you're sleeping, poison ivy comes a creeping around. She's pretty as a daisy, but look out, man, she's crazy. She'll really do you in if you let her get under your skin. Poison ivy, poison ivy. Late at night while you're sleeping, poison ivy comes a creeping around. Measles make you bumpy, and mumps will make you lumpy, and chicken pox will make you jump.